Yeah, sorry it took so long. I got I forgot about Twitter. I got caught up.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, no, I'm just chilling, making coffee, so like, I'm not doing shit,
Yeah, what
honestly.
why are you up so late? Like me?
Honestly, that is a great fucking question, Logan. Um, Honestly, I've been kind of in like a depression because of fucking what we were just talking about in our group chat. Yeah. So,
Dude, that's like my situation, but you were I felt like you were saying that like you were uh
there's a
well
way.
not as like not as like to me like I'm like panicking, but I thought you were like chilling.
Oh, no, 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 Logan, I'm sorry. I gave you the wrong info. Not that I'm like not chilling, because I am chilling. I think the key is to chill, you know. I think that's a really big part of it. People need to like almost like it's just gonna go down one way or another, Logan. I think. And so like
Yeah.
who who are people gonna actually listen to at the end of the day? Are they gonna listen to people who are, you know, level headed, or I think I don't know. I don't see anyone coming to save us, so I'm trying to push the conversation forward so at least we can hopefully find I don't think everybody's open to listening, but yeah.
That's what kind of sucks. Like we know what's gonna happen, but we can't do anything to change it anyway. That's what kind of feels fucked about it.
Yeah, and like the stuff with Taiwan and Ukraine has me kind of worried, and like not because like I don't know. It's like the unknown. And so some shit like that could happen, and then all my plans are fucked. Like if there's like nukes and shit, you know, fuck Logan. I don't know what to do at that point.
I think like that's inevitable. Like that's the only way the situation plays out in the end.
Why
Uh,
do you feel it goes there and not just every nation kind of dissolves into chaos at a certain point? Because my bet is, are all of our nations dissolve to chaos and nukes.
and no nukes
Maybe
drop.
there might be like, so I saw that, like Ukraine, part of like Ukraine was like the Russians had taken over and they're like holding bombs in a nuclear facility or something like that. So like, yeah, I think it's a possibility, but I think like, like kind of like the outrage started with you. I think if he uses it, he's lost. And like now with Taiwan, I don't know, maybe I'm not.
Yeah,
I have not
I think
honestly.
Taiwan is the Joker card.
Yeah, and I know like Xi's getting kind of desperate, and he's looking for power.
hmm He's going for that like that extra special third term or something like that, right?
Yeah, I mean at this point, what do you even call it?
Well, that's what Russia did. They just started creating like new rules so they could stay longer in power and shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Um, yeah, and I think that's a key sign of a corrupt leadership. Like if like at that point it's too late.
Huh. If that shit's going down, like that's how you know like you have no voice in anything.
Yeah, but still, at the end of the day, those people are in such a small minority. It's really, it's really whoever we decide at the end of the day. It's like that's what people don't actually understand. Is like they could actually get these people kicked out if they wanted to,
No, I think they do understand, bro. Like we just saw it happen in like Sri Lanka and like in other countries, right?
What
A couple other ones.
is that actually like changing? Like, they
I
actually
know.
do anything?
I think like they just kicked out some corrupt people, but yeah, in the end, like what's gonna actually end up changing? I don't know. Do they get better or worse after that? We'll see, I guess.
So like, and like, obviously, I don't know. It really depends on what people do, and a couple
Mm-hmm.
hotheads with some daddy issues. I don't know. Like, I don't know what.
Yeah, that's what that's what I think. I think you're waiting on the same thing I'm waiting on, which is like some like power players to like make some like power moves, so like that way I can start making some moves.
And see, part of me is like, the reason I've delved really hard into the UAP subject is because I think if there's like a possibility out of this is like probably the best avenue to do it, even like through connection and like, I mean, you saw Gary Nolan on Tucker Carlson. It's like,
Whoa, yeah,
what universe are we in?
huh? That's wild.
I mean, see what I mean? Like, how do you? Why are these?
Yeah, we're reaching like a critical uh like it's like a singularity type moment. We're like
Mm-hmm.
shit's just climaxing all at the same time.
And I don't know. It feels like we're waiting on like a dam to burst. Like you can
Yeah,
see the dams like overflowing, and you're just waiting. Um,
you have that like heavy feeling of like anticipation, like you're taking a deep breath and you're just waiting for it to blow.
yeah, yeah. I've had to like really work on my breathing because I found like I am extremely stressed for no reason. And like that TMS therapy I was telling you know about that.
TMS.
Yeah, so I think it's the temporal. I forget what exactly it stands for, but basically it's a MR not MRI EMP. It kind of connects. So it's a pulsed EMP wave. So they send little pulses in a little focused direction into my brain to activate a portion of it, and they can like turn it up and down to kind of dial it into exactly whatever my brain kind of responds to best. And it
What
like,
the fuck kind of sorcery is this? What the fuck are you talking
yeah,
about?
no, this is what Gonga was talking about with the grays. It's fucking crazy. I was trying to tell
Wait,
the
so
lady. I was trying to tell the
Grays are
lady.
doing this to you?
No, no, I don't think so. Maybe.
Where you doing this at?
No, this is at a clinic, so it's like it's a daily thing. So I go for like a daily process, or it's like it's to
Oh,
treat like depression and anxiety and stuff. Um,
I never heard
but
about that. That's crazy.
I do feel like it is working a little bit, but like also at the same time, I feel like my depression and anxiety probably stems from yeah,
Well,
you know,
like, how do you not be depressed when you're in a depressing situation? You know what I mean?
yeah, and like
Uh, yeah.
it's like, and I don't even have like nearly as bad as like so many other people. It's like, geez, like I can't imagine what being in Ukraine would be like right now, or like
Oh,
Sri
I
Lanka.
know.
Like fuck.
Or
But I'm
Palestine.
I'm sitting here making my morning coffee. Yeah, Palestine, dude. Like, imagine getting fucking kicked out of your house for no fucking reason. It's like,
Yeah, we're fucking spoiled over here, crying about shit. Like, they got some like real problems going on. Like, there's that perspective helps a lot too, huh?
yeah. And then I think like, so like, think about how much of our society is built on fucking shit. You know, you kind of understand what I mean.
On shit, you mean like like imaginary shit?
Imaginary shit, and then like just shit in general. So like we
Yeah, it's all bullshit. So, yeah.
like we send kids out to go mine fucking diamonds and you know cobalt and whatever other fucking terrible minerals.
I saw that picture the other day. Did you see the same picture? Talking
Oh,
about
no, go through. Continue.
there was I think it was yesterday. They were talking about, oh yeah, we have like we cherish freedom over here, yet the people that are like mining those cobalt and all that shit are like these child slaves and shit. Like
Yeah,
what?
it's like, and it's like why are we've been through these motions before. We already know this. This isn't like new information. It's like it's all about what is it? What's the point?
I don't know. But I think a big part of the problem was like not enough not enough awareness of problems. Like we didn't have as much uh we can talk globally like instantly now. And like 20 years ago that wasn't really a thing, you know? And people didn't really know like what was up with like so many different things, especially globally. But now like everybody has a connection to the internet pretty much, and we're all aware or can be aware of all kinds of different things at the same time of like what's shit's really going down. And so like the dark places of the world are getting like a light shown on it finally, and more people are becoming aware of this bullshit, and uh shit's just getting fucking like turned up like constantly now.
Yeah,
Like
and
this
I think
child slave thing, like that's gonna be fucking next, bro. People are gonna be fucking uprising about that, realizing like all the pillars that our society is built on, it's all fucking bullshit, and like
hmm
we're gonna need a fucking major change, and that shit's coming,
yeah.
especially after this UAP shit. Like there's gonna be some fucking committees going down.
Okay, what percent of people do you think aren't just gonna even believe any of it?
Believe any of the UAP stuff?
Yeah, like let's say the government comes out and is like, "Look, here's a craft, here's a body." How many people are being like, "No, you're
Oh, dude,
fucking."
I actually you remind me of something. I was gonna show you something. Um, did you see the Chris Sharp interview that he did the other day with I forget who it was, but it was an awesome interview. You know what I'm talking about?
Um, I know Chris Sharp. I think I did watch part of it. Maybe I probably didn't watch a lot. Was it on Spaces?
No, on YouTube.
Oh, then no, I need to watch it. But please go into.
Yeah, he
I
was
would love
talking
to hear
about
about
like
it.
he was just talking about like an update of like all that's going on with like the no churro with like the UAP issues and like what the Congress is doing, like how they're fucking getting those crash retrieval programs fucking spotlighted, and this guy he was talking to was like not like a part of our community. He was like part of like the mainstream company like that doesn't know anything about any of this. And so that it was actually kind of like a big deal. But anyways, the people in the YouTube comments for that video were all saying this is all bullshit. The government's getting ready to fucking uh just make up some crazy bullshit because whatever reasons. Not like I didn't see like anybody saying like, oh, this is awesome. They're finally fucking getting these guys. They were all saying like it's all fucking government disinformation. I was like, fuck, maybe no one's gonna believe this shit. Maybe you're right.
Well, yeah. Then you have like you have Dottie. You know, where
Yeah,
did this guy come from?
I
Came
don't
out of left
know.
left field.
Where did he
Um,
come from?
and it's wild to me that you have someone like that and he's coming on your thing and just answering questions like Logan. I think like if our society's still around, you'll be able to like view these Twitter spaces and see like these somewhere in like Twitter's logs back in the day. Who knows?
Dude, but
That's that's
it's not
just
fair because it wasn't MySpace. I was just like right now, like you asked me to host this space, and like back then, the other day, like Eric, um, asked me to host that space because he couldn't for some reason. So I was like, sure, I'll just host it, I guess. And
see,
it
and
became my space. Like, but it wasn't my space. I was just the only person.
see, and that's that's kind of how it works, though. It's weird. Like the reason, part of the reason I asked you is because I'd never like hosted, right? Like I feel almost weird hosting. I don't know.
Why?
Um, that's a good question. It probably has something to do with my internal mental processing. Like I almost can't be like the guy to lead, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like I can't be the one to take the front head. I kind of like push from behind, I think.
That's why I made you co-host. So I don't have all the responsibility.
And like I don't know though. Like I don't necessarily want to be front stage if that makes sense.
But
I'm
I
okay
mean,
I'm okay being a little behind the curtains and just like pushing things where they need to go if that makes any sense.
oh
Or
yeah, the people
asking
that pull the
questions.
strings are unseen, bro.
Well, it's not even like I don't want to be unseen. I'm fine being seen. Like I'm not worried about, being me. I don't give a fuck anymore, Like I think I'm a good person. That's all I can say about that.
Oh, then what?
Like,
Like, what are you talking about then? Because I've got the impression like you're just saying like you didn't want to be seen, kind of like up front. But
oh, I'm
uh,
just saying like, yeah, I don't want to like I guess, like I feel like okay, so with like Tupa, I feel like Tupa's really good about he could be like some Jeremy Corbell type, you know,
hmm.
and getting up in there, and that's kind of what I mean. Is like I don't want to deal with that at the end of the day. That's a lot.
No, but
Um,
you wouldn't be, dude. Like, no one listens to these, bro.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's great, baby goat. Welcome, man. Doomsday is nearby or nearby. Yeah.
Um,
I guess if if
it's
if if time's
Hey, good morning.
not linear, would it be like it would be kind of nearby?
uh, it would be like yeah, local. It'd be like nearing, or
Well,
it would be
Doomsday,
like right
or
now.
it would already be here.
Yeah,
So Doomsday is here then. So
we just haven't
Doomsday's
accepted it.
here. Baby goat. Well, what do you think about that?
Sorry, I'm just making some morning oatmeal. I think doomsday is in the future, present, and past, where it's all around us. I think many people, everyday life is kind of doomsday. Well, most of the world, if you really think about it, a very small minority of the world actually lives in what we would call, everyday life in the way that we see it. But maybe doomsday won't be doomsday for everyone. Maybe the rebirth of the world kind of rise like a phoenix, and all these desperate places that have been held down for so long may finally come to see the light. But that's just my opinion.
So here's my thought, right? Is Rome collapsed, but the people don't necessarily just die. That doesn't mean they died. They could have just gone elsewhere or moved into places where they needed to be. See what I'm saying? So it's like when we say doomsday, are we sure we're maybe 100% sure what we mean by doomsday?
Well, I know
Well,
I
there are
am.
these. Oh, sorry.
No, it's open, bro. Open talk. Say whatever.
I was just gonna say, like, there are these natural cycles, right? To have the opinion that the American society or the British colonial society or the Egyptian society or the Greek or Roman society will last forever is a shot in the dark and is an inevitable failure. So what we could say is a controlled collapse, if you will. Well, if we know it's inevitable, maybe we can control be inevitable. And maybe we
Ooh,
could
I see what you're saying. Kind of like when they take down a building, they have it collapsed a certain way so it doesn't run into other things.
but not even like that. Maybe you're building a new building with the materials from this secondary building that's being torn down. Maybe instead of blowing it up, you can just kind of, okay, let's take this material and shift it over here and build or rebuild at the same time as we're um,
So you're thinking
inevitably.
about
We're
maybe
seeing it on the world
sectioning
stage.
it off. Like maybe let's do it floor by floor.
I think you're getting to my, okay, you're taking my analogy too far.
Hmm.
So we can see, so if we zoom out, right? Let's zoom out and look at the world stage. China's power is rising, especially with the pandemic. They were giving a financial and a vaccine help to certain countries and using that as leverage or political leverage. And we're seeing China's power, their GDP going up, and our GDP is going down, right? So that in of itself is
Well,
inevitable.
have you seen about their banking issues by
Hmm.
chance?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
have banking issues. They have population decline issues as well. Maybe I'm just throwing stuff out there.
yeah, the
Maybe we could
population decline. The only
mhm.
reason America is growing in population is because immigration. It's insane. Um, Marjorie.
Yeah, you got me in here, Logan, with the doomsday shit, man. Like I don't go in spaces in the morning, but I saw that and I'm like, man, really? Because I
Well,
read your
you got
stuff.
the temple, so
It's a ziggurat, but yeah. Um, yeah, doomsday's been near for the entirety of human existence, right? I mean, like that's the control paradigm, the master morality, whatever you want to call it, the fear porn, right, in modern parlance. Um, it's always got to be near. That's critical to control. If people aren't, I mean, I grew up in the '80s, right, and every week in school, if you grew up in the '80s in this country, they would do nuclear bomb drills, right? Where they would announce over the loudspeaker, everybody get under their desks because if a nuclear bomb hits the school, you being under your desk is going to fix something, right?
That
Um,
sounds so weird now to look back on that.
right. But it was fear porn, right? It's programming, just like everything else. And it's still fear porn. It's still programming. This entire narrative to me just seems like another iteration of, okay, we're humans, we're on this planet, we want to be in charge. Let's destroy everything that's old. Someone said the Phoenix. It's like, yeah, that's what we're trying to do, but we can't build shit, right? We can't replicate biology. All we can do is destroy it and replace it with something less than. This, I got excited for a while about the whole transhumanist movement of, let's incorporate technology and become cyborgs but it's awful. It's awful. And the way we're going down that path is awful. And when you open your eyes a little bit to realize that, these other forces are real in some way, then you really got to think, it's like, what are we doing to ourselves? Where are we going? Are we interacting potentially with other biological organisms that have gone down this wrong path? I won't, right or wrong, but, the technological path, and they've lost what initially made them human or biological. Like, I don't think doomsday is any closer than it has ever been before. I'm not even sure what doomsday means or that we have a common, understanding of that. Um, so that's just you
That
hooked
is
me.
what
So
we're here to talk
me and
about.
Logan were having a conversation kind of previously about this, and we were mainly, I think, talking. At least I was kind of more talking um, about America more specifically, with just how I think our political structure will collapse at some point, and we'll have to kind of either redo it or um, change it up in a way, or I- that's really, I guess, what it is for me. I don't know. I don't speak for Logan though.
Yeah, for me, it's more of well, definitely our local national issues, but I think globally as a whole, like there's wars going on over there, and like shit's changing up real fast, and that shit's gonna also affect us in a big way. So yeah, I just feel like an impending like sense of doom, and I'm kind of just trying to get a feel of what other people think about that. If I'm having some kind of like midlife crisis, a big paranoid, if or maybe other people are noticing
Like
like
if
this
people,
other
so
stuff too.
if people are acting like crazy, like they did with the toilet paper and the Corona. It's like, are we sure they're not going to do it again if some shit don't, hit the fan? Like, I wasn't out
I
there buying Russian, any, I was like, what are you idiots doing? And it's just like,
Mhm. Yeah, there's going to be like it's just inevitable part of society will always just feed into their base animal instincts and act stupidly, but
and
do
baby
we
goat, this
cater
is
to like that part of society? Like, do we make rules that are for that part of society only, or do we just let them be them and do what needs to be done?
that, yeah. Hmm. I think there comes a point where it's I don't want to make rules for you. I'm just gonna let you, but also I'm not gonna let anyone make rules necessarily for me. Um,
Definitely.
and
I'm not
so I
making rules
think
for anybody. Is
like,
that what I was saying? No, I do not want to make rules for anybody. I'm just saying let's carry on instead of
well,
not
it's
carrying
like
on.
we need a few basic rules. It's like, maybe we shouldn't kill each other. But I think that's just human decency. I don't think you
Yeah,
necessarily need a rule for that.
yeah,
It's
it's
kind of
true.
like you don't have to jump off the cliff, but if you really want to, be my guest type of situation. But going back to what you said about the coronavirus, that's similar to the alien phenomenon because the people at the top say it's nothing, it's nothing, it's nothing. Oh shit, it's something, right? And then with the like War of the Worlds situation, people always refer to that. When on live radio for everyone, they said they are here, they've landed, they're taking over cities, they're shooting people in the streets, run for your lives. And there's a middle ground there. And what the American society or the world society is doing right now is saying there's nothing, there's nothing, there's nothing, there's nothing. Oh snap, there's something. And what do you think is going to be the result of that? So maybe if we could kind of have this programming as we've been having over the decades, we're slowly ramping up to the inevitable, then you can control the inevitable. And I'm not saying that's a good thing. I think in many ways it's gone astray. But yeah, I mean, doomsday. What does doomsday mean? Does that just mean the collapse of what we know as American society, and maybe the emergence of a more global, interconnected type of situation? Not like a one world government, but a society where we actually give a damn about people who live in places that are not our geographic location. I think that may be a good thing.
I hope so. And no, I'm not. I don't think we're talking about a one world government per se. I
No,
don't think that's really realistic, in my opinion. There's too many geographical regions that are separated, and there's just no, it's not gonna, you know, good luck organizing that. Um,
hey, actually, I wanted to point your attention, Chase, to the comment section of our space here. Uh, some guy just told me this. He told me you are. He said you are a shameless attention seeker. So I wanted to share that with you because I just thought it was so hilarious. No one's ever told me that
like
before.
he said that today.
To me.
Yeah, you need to calm down, Brittany.
Yeah, so if you go to the comment section, I posted that little what he said to me. Wow, that's wild.
I'm gonna read it real quick. Who is that guy?
I don't know.
Did you have a did you, did you ever have a conversation with him, or is he just
No,
telling you to fuck off because he was like, yeah, I don't like that red on your, I don't know.
he's just some random guy. I don't know who he is.
Maybe it's because you were hosting Dottie and now you got bots trolling you.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I think yeah, I got like a certain level of hate the past few days for that. So, but I'm sure it'll wear off eventually.
See, and that's another thing. It's like internet hate is one other thing. Like if this stuff ever does blow up, it's like it's gonna be that'd be really really annoying. Screen. Thank you for listening. We're talking about Days of the Doom with Logan and Marduk. Even though I know it's Marduk. Oh, is it like Marmaduke?
I think it's Marduk. I think. Like Marduk.
No, what does that mean?
I like it. Yeah, Marmaduke.
No, if you're familiar with Sumerian mythology, yeah. So Marduk is the equivalent of Amun Ra, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna act like I'm familiar with Sumerian.
Well,
Yes.
I mean,
Amun Ra is like he's like the Zeus of Egyptian mythology, isn't he?
well, it's a little bit more of an amalgamation. So Ra was the sun god, right? And the Amun portion, like the way the story goes, initially Ra was, a minor deity, right? And in Sumerian, the god Enlil was Lord of the Earth. And Enki, his brother, was the creator of humanity, and Ra, Marduk, was Enki's son, who then took over essentially and killed some other gods and yada yada yada, and took over stewardship of the earth and ownership of the Tablet of Destinies, which essentially gives you control of the universe per the myth.
Interesting.
And my theory and experience is around, I believe that there are like millions and millions and millions of iterations of Ra living today, like as humans.
Okay, yeah. So weirdly enough, my thought process fits in really, really well with yours then, because I think essentially we're all one fabric. So whatever Ra is, I am also. So, and you can trickle information through that way. So, I'm not sure how that works exactly, but it makes sense to me.
Yeah, very much a work in progress on my end too.
Well, it's so hard to prove some of this stuff. And I was talking to, I don't know how much you buy into the alien conspiracy and all that, but I'm thinking, maybe we were maybe even genetically mutated a little bit. I don't know though.
The problem I have with the AT stuff is if you look back at this group, right, Putoff, Kit Green, all these people, they openly kind of laid out their philosophy that we can't handle the truth, that our truth has to be delusional because it's threatening to the establishment. So they pretty much said, hey, we're going to lie to everybody. And now we're sitting here debating 40 years later, are they telling us the truth? Of fucking course they're not. They told us they were going to lie to us.
Well, I don't believe they're telling us the truth. I know that's not true. Yeah. I guess the question we're asking is, are people ready to know? Because I have, religious family members that, I fully believe all these people. And hey, Kent, we're having kind of a no hands kind of thing. So if you want to just kind of pop in and add your 2 cents, feel free to. But yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah, so I think it's
okay, guys, cool.
But yeah, it's. I kind of lost where I was at, but Kent, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I'll ask a question. Because I just popped in and I saw the doomsday is nearing thing, and I thought, okay, we're all getting a bit, we're all getting there. It's all getting a bit heavy, eh? But no, I was going to mention to you guys because of this heading. It just so, synchronicity. Let's go, woo! But today I went on this thing, and there's like 500 people in this space. And they're all talking about tactics and how the Russians haven't got anything and they're using homemade GPS and all this utter bullshit, right? And I sort of jumped in and did what I normally do and went, hang on, guys. If you think the Russian fighter jets are using homemade fucking GPS, that's not happening. And then this guy jumped in and he's going like, the only path is victory. And I'm going, well, hang on. What about the whole world peace thing? And they fucking threw me out of there and blocked me and cajoled me instantly. It was just unreal. Sorry, I just thought I'd give you something to have a smile about.
Yeah, we're a bunch of apes, Kent. Like, why do we do these like gang like style troop like tribe mentality
Well,
bullshit?
okay. How old are the people in here? I'm 58. Am I the oldest guy in there or what?
Yes, I'm 34.
Yeah,
By
boomer.
far, by the sounds of it, eh?
You
I'm
don't
only
sound
25, so like, like I don't know.
Well, okay. It is if you want an old fella's opinion and just to have something to think about and maybe have a
Yep.
discussion about, right? I've been quite lucky. I've travelled. I've been in some very interesting positions. So I actually, sort of have got to see some pretty. I mean, I can't talk about it, but I've seen things that actually directly affected what we are seeing transpire now in Russia. And I know some of the background to it that no one will ever hear. And I was never military or a spook or anything like that.
Are you
Hey,
talking
can you say
about
I
that
how
was
they
again?
are you talking about how they bombed Crimea?
no. It's not all that sort of stuff. It's people who
Cyber
shouldn't be
intelligence.
involved in commercial transactions, getting involved in commercial transactions with private companies who are sort of cajoled into doing things that they shouldn't really do. And 10 years later or 15 years later, it has an outcome that no one expected. You know what I mean?
I follow
Like
you.
you,
I follow
well, you
you.
guys all know that energy runs the world. So the people who make all the big decisions is not military guys or the MIC or any of that shit. It's oil and gas companies. They're the ones who make all the decisions. I mean, whether you like it or not, that's just a fact. And they have people doing things for them. I mean, okay, when I was in Nigeria, our security budget was $50 million a year, and we had over what 2,500 Navy guys working for us, and about 3,000 land base police and all that sort of stuff. So that was a private company extracting oil and gas at 300,000 barrels a day, and we had more Navy guys working for us than our own personnel. That's what people don't realize, and this affects things later on.
Yeah,
There's
but
things that
that money. So like, here's my thinking is like, that only goes on for so long. Eventually, like,
what do you mean this is going on today?
well, I know, but
No,
like,
what you
let's.
don't realize, what you guys don't get to realize is that okay, the CEOs of some oil and gas companies meet the presidents of countries more often than the other
Oh
presidents of
no,
countries.
I fully
You
believe
know,
and buy that. Yeah, that
Oh
makes total
yeah.
sense.
Oh yeah.
and if Shell turns around to you and says, "Well, we have the same GDP as 17 countries, we want to come and explore your reef," you're going to have a pretty bloody good reason to say no because they're really powerful.
Yeah, and
And
so
later on they get involved in something in Europe that makes it impossible to share energy between countries without using other countries, political decisions made by private companies, and then we end up with we're on the verge of I think the heading is doomsday.
well, that's what American is just private companies own the government. Look at,
Yep.
you just have to look at our Congress to see that both sides play, you know, gains with the private industry to, they all insider
It's not
trade.
actually games though, Chase. It's really really clinical. Honestly, it's really clinical. We're going to come in, we're going to buy your national infrastructure, we're going to spend billions of euros juicing it up so that you can get into the EU, and then we'll have control of all your energy for the rest of your natural life. And
Yep.
we don't actually live in your country, we just take all your resources. BP. BP actually existed on Romanian oil. It was only a holding company. It didn't actually extract any oil. It used to get all of its oil from Romania until, people started blowing the place up and the Russians took it over. That's how all these companies get started, mate. People don't realize that.
So
And all
how
that
do we pull
infrastructure is still there.
these people out of this? I like to call it a collective delusion. So this collective delusion that our society is somehow functioning as it should be.
It needs to be
Oh,
shocked.
it it
Like any system, it needs to be shocked.
it made it. Well, the thing is that they've done it so well now that you can't shock people anymore. We really live in a fucked up. Sorry, but if you want me to
Yeah.
just give a minute of opinion, we live in a really fucked up system at the moment, mate, where there is no such thing as truth. There's no such thing as fair play. There's no such thing as being fucking greedy. You're just a billionaire and you have to get more because I don't know, maybe you need 27 dollars to have a shit on. I don't. But, when I grew up, well, I grew up in that
But
system where it
yeah,
was you're
that's what
going
I'm
to make a
saying though. Is
million
Champ,
and
it's like
retire.
it's unsustainable. Like you can only hoard so much stuff before the system just
No,
utterly
but
collapses.
I swear to God, Chase, the truth is they don't fucking get it. They
Well,
don't
yeah,
get it.
but
I know these
that doesn't.
people.
So yeah,
They
I think
They
don't
don't
get it.
care.
They
they're
don't get
connected.
that I've got too much shit. There's one Saudi guy had the biggest motor ship in the world, private motor yacht in the world, and he decided that wasn't enough. He also wanted the biggest sailing yacht in the world, so he then built the biggest sailing yacht in the world. And each of them takes 25 crew to run.
Yeah, but here's my thinking. So these companies can only grow so big to a certain extent before or extract so much because from the way I see it, it's
Okay,
sorry, I
well,
see the
while you're
numbers
having
in
to
my head.
think about it, take Elon. You take a guy who made his billions by selling debt. He was the guy who sold PayPal for so many billion. That's how he became a billionaire. And then he happened to be in the right tech spots at the right time, and then he did this and that. But if one man can have $273 billion, we are living in the wrong system, man.
Yeah, and I think that was my main point is like just the proportion of money allocated towards like the top spread and then the
Oh, it's
bottom
ridiculous,
spread.
mate. I used to feel guilty knowing how much money I was making when I was working with the people I was making money to work with.
And Kent, this is honestly a big reason why I haven't gotten a job, and I've like been like fucking depressed. It's like I don't
Why?
want to
What do
I
you
don't want to
do?
work for necessarily a corrupt company that's just out to exploit my time. It's like no. I would honestly at that point rather be fucking homeless and like I'm gonna just go out walk like uh go out in
Why don't we
nature
work
and
towards a society though where you can be valued for what you want to do? What we do at the
exactly.
moment. Everybody's got to fit into a preform. Like I started off as a boilermaker, and then because I couldn't stand the way companies were being run,
That's a
I
good pay,
ended
by
up.
the way, isn't it?
Sorry.
Boilermakers make a lot of good money, don't they?
As an apprentice at 17, I was making $450 a week. I was working a few hours, but I was making 450 a week, and that was 40 years ago.
40
But
years
yeah,
ago?
But
Damn.
yeah, it's a
yeah.
lot of money, right? Can't I mean, $450 a week was nice when you were 17.
Oh yeah, yeah. I had a little hatchback, Holden hatchback with I put a 6-cylinder in it and stuff. Oh yeah, one day I went out partying at night in Fremantle, and I was too drunk to go home, so I drove to the workshop and parked in front of the gate so that they had to wake me up for work the next morning. And I didn't even get in trouble. He just went, "Oh fucking hell, Ken, get in there and get a coffee." But that was
See,
what it
That's
was
rad,
like
yeah.
back then.
here's what I worry about is like doomsday's nearby, right? Because like I can't even like smoke my weed and not stress about it. I could get
Why?
arrested for that shit. I get arrested
Why
for it.
isn't it legal in your state?
No,
You know
it's
what
a
I really
felony.
enjoyed? I was in the States a couple of years ago. We did Times Square for 2020. Just before we flew out as COVID flew in, I think. And we won't get on that subject. But the thing I liked about the States was I could actually go to a shop and buy a joint. and not get arrested. And I was like, this is heaven. Because the only other place I used to get to do that was when I used to go to Amsterdam, and I used to go to the coffee shops in Amsterdam.
And you won't believe, like, just the amount of stress, because I go up to Colorado quite a bit because, you know, it's just so much more relaxed. It's like,
Yeah,
I
but
don't
that's
have to.
society nowadays, Chase. I mean, I watched it happen. I said it was the world was taken over by the accountants. See, in the old days, we used to build jobs properly. When I was running projects, we used to run them properly. I used to look after my guys. They looked after me. We took a lot of pride in our work and we did a good job. And at 12 o'clock on a Saturday, the guys would go home with their families and still get paid for 10 hours or 12 hours because they'd done a good job that day. That doesn't exist anymore. And then I remember one time it happened, and this is a true story. This is no bullshit. It's technical, but I'll just give you the overview. We used to install, when we were doing the calciners in Alcoa, we'd install 250 anchors a day. And they would concrete over them, and that would make it safe to use the hot stuff. So it was a Saturday morning, and Alcoa said to me they wanted it finished that day. So I said to the guys, as soon as you're finished, the whole back end of the calciners, you go home, I'll pay you 12 hours. Well, they installed 350 anchors by lunchtime, and they were all spot on and got passed, and they went home, got paid 12 hours. I signed all their timesheets. The next, and Alcoa were over the moon because they got their calciners early. So the accountant comes in on Monday and calls me into the office and says, hey, why have you signed everybody's timesheets? I said, because I'm paying them 12 hours for Saturday. He said, why? When did they go home? I said, lunchtime. He said, I'm not paying them. I said, no, you're not. I fucking am. And that was when I saw the accountants starting to take over. And since then, it's not fun working anymore, you know. The same things happen with government. Government used to be about looking after people. People forget why governments were built. Governments were built to help people organize society to look after each other, not to get rich and fuck everybody that they can in the past. Sorry, and I'll stop dribbling. I'll shut up.
No, that's fucking right. Like we just experienced that with fucking Pelosi. Like she the whole Nvidia thing and I mean you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, mate,
Yes.
that was crazy. And you know what? As I was leaving the hotel in Kuala Lumpur this morning, I walk out. I'm not. This is absolutely no bullshit. I've even got the photo. I'll post it if you want. As I'm walking, and this is quite a nice hotel in the middle of Kuala Lumpur, right in the middle of the city. I'm walking out, and there's a fucking sign in front of me going, "U.S. military meeting." La 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 la. And I'm like, ugh, what the fuck? Yeah, it's Sorry, I got sidetracked.
You're good, Kent. I actually want to get to 3 real quick because he's new. So 3, welcome. I'm not sure what happened to 2 and 1, but glad to have you.
Hey, thanks, man.
Hey, if you feel like I'm like lacking as like a host, just like give me like a shout and I'll be like, what's up?
Logan, you just need to cut in more.
Especially when Ken's dribbling.
Yeah. Just cut Kit right in the middle of anything important he's about to say.
Oh yeah, Chief
No,
Crapper
no, no.
said he has a special ability for that.
Hey,
I
did
gotta
you get rid?
work
Did
real quick. Just to respond to Ken. Governments have never, ever, 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 ever been for the people, right? I mean, if you want to talk America, yeah, this country for the people, built by a bunch of old white slave owners, right? We fought
yeah,
for
but you've
every
heard the term
single piece
socialism.
of rights that we have procured, right, as people. And I'm talking about the masses, not the rich people. Governments are made for rich people. It's another vehicle. Elon Musk is a techno king, right? I mean, in Europe, you're familiar with monarchy. It continues. Slavery continues. It's converted from chattel to debt. Monarchy continues. It's converted from whatever it was before, the divine right of kings, to the divine right of Elon. And that's just like, I just want to make that statement before I bounce.
Oh, that's a
if I could
great
just
point. Thank
respond,
you.
if I could respond though, The thing I would say is go back a little bit further to when we were more existence farmers. Went back then, we actually just cared about the community, and I don't want to use that horrible connotation of communism, but that was actually about community. Back before the kings sort of arose and people started getting a bit more organized and you got more greedy, back in the rural times and the surf times, they were more about taking care of the family. In Indonesia, when I worked there was one day a month where you made sure that everybody in your village had meat. And that was brought from hundreds and hundreds of years in the past, where the main moral of the countryside was to look after your fellow people. I think we lost sight of that. I think we could actually do that now and do it a lot better. But we lost sight of that, which was take care of each. Even
Well, here's
life
what's
used to
crazy,
be.
Kent. Here's what's crazy, Kent. So I was watching something, and Logan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think LA is criminalizing homelessness, at least
Yep.
expanding it.
They just had a huge
And
like the fight at the courthouse.
yeah, and I think I was seeing that. Now let's think about that for a second. We're gonna say you can't be here. We're gonna lock you up. At least in Texas, I know you can get locked up for being homeless. It's like we're gonna throw someone in. We arrest people for weed of all things. Sorry, I know I'm stuck on that, but I looked it up. It's like 22,000 a year. You think, why are we not putting that into the people proactively? Why can we not do anything proactively? We always have to react. Why can't we do anything proactive?
More people should be saying that, Chase. You're
Hey,
exactly right, mate. They
go
just
ahead, Scream.
don't think ahead. Sorry.
No, you're right.
I just wanted to say it's Kent's touching on a lot of great points. I'm 33, so I've always felt like I've been in between generations. Like old enough to know the old timers in that way, but young enough to be cool with like Gen Z and stuff too. Um, it's like when I was younger, loyalty was everything. It it's like this doing oh, I'm making money so it's okay. I did that because I was making money so it's cool. It's not shady. Whenever everybody started putting money first, I think that's the issue because taking care of people and loyalty, that's not first anymore. I've done lots of many jobs. I have lots of many skills. I grew up like running businesses and stuff with my family, and like what Kent was saying earlier about the private businesses run the world. That's totally true. Like we would take people out, party with them. Everybody was messed up, but ready to do business the next day. Bribes and shit. And I just thought that's how business was. And that's still how everybody does business to this day. So, I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, and that's, it's been that way for a while. And I think that's part of the reason you see a lot of, well, you see the rise in depression, anxiety. You see, for me, I'm only 25, and all I see right now is I'm gonna have to work for, like, I'm just gonna have to, like, and barely scrape by for, like, I'm not stupid. It's like there's not really much I can, like, I'm not gonna be a crazy mechanical engineer to build robots that manufacture any sort of, like, I could do some things, but like there's school's a whole nother issue. I don't even know where to begin, honestly. Kent?
Well, okay. If I can ask for advice on careers, what I said to my kids, and my first marriage broke up, but what I've always said to people and my kids was, find something that you really enjoy, and then find a profession that you can do it in. And I loved. I mean, from the first time I saw my father welding, I wanted to be a welder, so I
Okay,
did
but
that.
Kent, see, the here's the issue for me. we do.
What do you enjoy doing?
We do these jobs for what purpose exactly? What is the point of a job? Is it like to make
Well, I
money
mean,
or to improve society, or is it like I'm genuinely curious why?
yeah,
'Cause
it's a bloody good
I
question.
understand this need to work, and I feel like I need to do something. And this is part of what I think Twitter Spaces is for me. Is it's an avenue to figure that out, at least if nothing else.
Yeah, it's a good place to express that energy.
Yeah, and I
Yeah, I
don't know
mean,
what
for me,
that is or
guys,
how to direct it.
well, I've lived a life. I've been fortunate enough to retire, and it was because I decided pretty young. I mean, I was a father at 21. By the time I was your age, Chase, I had 3 children and a
Yeah,
mortgage.
so I have no children, so I don't have to worry about that. But like,
Me
Oh
neither.
part of
yeah,
me doesn't even want kids because, like,
yeah.
why?
Because at
Oh
the moment, people don't have that aspirational level.
no,
We've
people
all
only
been
care about a few things. Well, some people care about other things, but like, money
because we
has
spend most of our time.
money has a fixation on people's mind. Something about it is
You've been programmed to do that from when you were born.
exactly. So how do we not saying like money isn't useful at times because you do need obviously a form of exchange to blah 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 blah. Okay, um, but there's like people who are, let's say, there's all we can go through all sorts of people who aren't going to ever be able to work, and then there's other
Well,
people who are just going to be
there's
more efficient than other people, and they might not necessarily need to be paid. They might do it just because, just because. It's like
I think
that's
you've got to move beyond that, though. And sorry, I'll jump off if Screet wants to jump in, but I think we've got to move beyond that. We've got to move on to a society where we say everybody's got value, even the person who's quote unquote disabled. You can find something for them to do. There's a lot of people that
so.
can.
What
Yeah,
I
sorry.
see is like most people are okay working a decent amount, and enjoy that. Um, I don't know anyone who doesn't enjoy doing absolutely nothing. Everybody likes doing something, right?
Well, yeah, we're meant
How
to
do
do
we?
I'm
stuff.
pretty okay with doing nothing, actually. I've been retired for 5 years. So I'm okay with doing nothing at my age.
Well, actually, yeah, I agree with that too. At the moment, I'm loving it. So, but I have more time to panic. That's the problem.
But I fully understand the plight of younger people now, where it's really, I can see why there's a lot of younger people out there now that don't really have a lot of hope because it's this, you're not given hope in the system that we've got now. You've either got to be the fucking best in the fucking universe at everything, or you're a complete loser and you can't do anything. And that's how they're training people to think. Instead of saying everyone's got value, everyone can do something well, let's try and form an education system where we encourage people to utilize their gifts rather than become another person we can screw for making as much money for us as we can while we pay them as little as possible. That
So
we
okay,
can move
here's
on
what
from that.
I'm pretty much doing. Saying like, fuck money. Honestly, it means nothing to me. Not that you don't need it. I understand. Um, but that is not my motivation. That is not something that drives me. I want, for me, it's about something deeper. Um,
Go ahead, Screech.
Kind of got lost screen.
Yeah, I was just gonna say this is kind of like what I was touching on earlier. I'm in the middle, so I see both sides. Um, I get what Chase is saying about no, people don't want to work 40 hours a week, which that's perfectly cool if we work 40 hours a week. We just don't want to work 40 hours a week and still be broke, still not be able to pay our bills. Like in my opinion, anybody putting in 40 hours a week, they shouldn't have wants for anything. You know, I used
Absolutely.
to
I
run.
couldn't agree more.
Yeah,
I just to back you up, man, I couldn't agree more.
And
You should
Australia's
get
like that.
value for your effort, you know?
I mean, Australia used to be like that, but I know when I was in Australia recently, like people there, like people like that are 20, like they can get houses and shit. Like this girl I was dating, she's only 20 and she just worked at a veterinary shop and she had her own pad. I was like, "What? You have your own fucking house to yourself? What?" Like that's so crazy to me. Like I live in a place where like you got to be rich just to afford a tiny apartment.
So
Well,
So it
that's
sucks.
not fair, is it?
can I drop an unpopular opinion on this one?
Yeah.
'Cause it's something I've grappled with, right, over the last 25 years that I've been in the workforce. And I'll just really quickly give a little background to preface this. You know, I grew up dirt poor, right, in America, government cheese, single mom, minimum wage. Like we didn't have no money. um, and kind of rode a wave where, you know, at one point we were millionaires in business, started a family business, had all the money in the world. That went belly up a few years back and had to retransition into the corporate world, built a career there. Now my wife and I, you know, have reestablished ourselves. And when you say money's nothing, I think it depends on what you want for your life, Logan. Like if you decide you want to be a shaman or a priest or, you know, whatever, man, that doesn't
I didn't
require
say
money,
that.
that's the life you want to live, then fuck money, right? You don't need it. But when you push it away, you have to understand in this world, it limits you from other things. Like if you want to have a family, if you want to have that big house on the hill, if you want any of these other things, not necessarily just material, then my advice, if I could talk to the 25-year-old self, is make money a little more important now so you can be retired when you turn 53 like Ken.
So
It's
I
good
had
advice.
my hand up because Logan clicked something off of my head, but now it's gonna come back to me first in a
I
second.
just said that he said that I said that money doesn't matter, but you were the one
Oh,
that said that.
Logan. Okay, so here's what I've
My bad.
noticed. This has happened a couple times. No, so it's not just you, Marduk. So I've noticed this multiple times. I don't know what's going on. I'll say something and they'll always revert back to the person who was speaking beforehand. And I've seen it like 3 or 4 times with me personally. So I don't know. Start watching that for yourselves and see like I wonder if like the timing's off and so like when I talk Logan's talking and so it looks like Logan's talking but it's actually me.
I
What
I
think
do you
it's
don't
mean,
know
Mike?
because you
because
don't mute your mic a lot. So when somebody else is talking, your little thing will move like it's talking as well.
Yeah, don't pay attention to that because that shit's all glitchy and like it's there and it works kind of, but it's not real. Like it's not for real, for real. I think it's more there just as a placeholder, and it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. I just listen to see who's talking. I don't pay attention to that. Well, I do if
Yeah.
I have to, invite someone to talk, I guess. But does anybody else down there want to talk? If you do, just let me know.
Yeah, please just request and we'll get you up there. Wild Eyes, thanks for joining. Hope you're enjoying the conversation. Sam, Triangle Dude, Winston. Sam always talks about Winston. I think he won like a cat picture or something. Jason, is that a black hole as your? Because I think we live in a black hole in a way.
Why? And you're right. I think that is a black hole. I thought it was an eye. We're circling a black hole. Go ahead, Scream.
No, you broke my brain with that.
No, I really believe that too. I believe that's what the yin yang depicts. I mean, from the smallest to the biggest fractal universe, we're in a black hole, right? But with that being said, kind of back on the money thing, I drive Uber now. Like I used to run my own business, used to do all this. I limited my bills, and now I drive Uber, and I'm the happiest I've ever been in my whole life, and that's saying a lot, you know. Um, I think, you know, all the older people they get in, they talk about nobody wants to work today. All the younger people get in, they talk about, you know, I'm not busting my ass for this type of money, or, you know, I'm not working this many hours just to have this. And, you know, like I said, I get all that. It's, you know, people say, look what happened. We gave people base income for COVID and everybody got lazy. And my point was, Well, that's because they had been working for something that's essentially fake, or something we agree has value that really doesn't, for so long that they just wanted to rest. Like Kent said, he enjoys doing nothing. He's retired. He's busted his ass his whole life. If we didn't have to do that, people would be wanting to work harder and about things that they love. People are creative, but I heard him ask Chase, like, what does he enjoy? And I know that was a huge thing for me. I didn't even know what my hobbies were anymore, because they were what I could afford or what I could find other people to do now that I'm this old and everybody has families but me, So it's like I used to enjoy playing basketball with the guys or whatever. Now I can't even get a pickup game going. I got to go sit at the court, hope some people show up, and maybe we can get a game together. But, I think if it wasn't the way it was, people would get creative. They would find out what they love, and then they would be doing things because they love them and not because they have to. And I think that's the big difference.
And think about the quality difference when you're doing, like, when you're making something you actually care about and you actually enjoy, like, you want to do a good job of it. It's like, like stuff like this, I enjoy. It's like, so it's like this stuff comes easy. It's easy. Wild Eyes?
Good morning, everybody. You know what? It to me, it comes down to work ethic. First of all, there are a lot of people that are lazy, or they want that instant gratification. But I'm gonna kind of glaze over that. Most importantly, is about what Chase was about to say. When you enjoy doing what you're doing, it doesn't necessarily even feel like a job. I worked for 3 different industries in my life for, about over 40 years of employment. And when I enjoyed what I was doing, if it was a part of something that was a hobby to me or a creative force, then it never felt like a job. Regardless of the money, you're making the money. You can only do so much. In my excuse me, the way I've always looked at it, you're never really going to catch up. Nowadays, even though it seems like you're not making enough, you're making a lot more than what it was, years ago. Um, the income, the status is a little bit different now. They are raising at a certain level, you're going to make the money. But if you enjoy doing what you're doing, and I think for the most part, you're gonna be okay with the rest of what's going on. So, that's the way I've always felt. I'm retired now. And I have the opportunity to be able to do what I want. And I don't always want to do that, which in a sense is like the same thing. You fall into another rut. But yeah, I busted my butt for a long time, and I was on
So
my own. So
and that's rough. I noticed there's a lot of people who really have to do it almost by themselves in a way, and I don't know if that's necessarily you. And I'm kind of speaking in general terms here, and that's not something I ever personally had to experience. Um, I take a little different view of people being lazy. I don't think I think well, okay, I think two separate things. I think one, biologically, we are probably a little designed to be a little bit lazy at times, because you don't need to be hunting all the time, or you don't need to be gathering food all the time, et cetera, et cetera. And two, I think it's kind of wraps around to your point. When you're doing something you enjoy and you love, it doesn't take any energy to do it. You just do it. Um, so it takes the laziness away from me, or out of it for me. I don't think it's necessarily laziness. I think it's just doing something maybe monoton.
Monotonously.
monotonous.
Thank you.
Monotonously, yeah.
It's a beautiful word.
Can I jump in there, Chase?
Go for it, Kent.
back in the 1990s in Australia, we were going from a 40-hour week to a 36-hour week. So you would actually do 5 days one week and 4 days the next. You used to have every second Friday off. And in France, they were trying to get it down to a 32-hour week. So back in I have to say that term, the old days, and I've got to beg to differ with Wild Eyes on one thing. The quality of life back then, mate, what we got for our money and what you could do with your life back then, I'm sorry, I think we had 10 times the opportunity that young folk have got now. I mean, just the things I did, the opportunities I had, and I only went to year 10 at high school, and then I went and did an apprenticeship, and then I didn't get my master's degree until I was in my 40s, but you could make money. If you were good at what you did, you could make money, you could have a great time, and you could travel the world. I don't think you get the same opportunities now at all. And I was going to say to Screen as well, I'll shut up in a minute, but I was going to say to Screen as well, I think the biggest difference nowadays is you don't get value for your work anymore. A good, hard-working person just doesn't get value for what they do anymore like we used to in the old days, if you know what I mean.
I saw this one. I'll let you. Sorry, Screen one. I saw this one video. It was this dude painted like a picture of his friend, and he took time and effort to paint his friend, and it was terrible. But then he went and got it like framed very like fancifully by this artisan good dude, and that thing was beautiful. I love handcrafted quality stuff, and I think that's what we need to go to. Screen.
Can I make an analogy here for you guys? Good morning, everybody. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jason.
Yeah,
Hey,
can you hear
Jason.
me? Is everything cool? I had to turn my mic on. That's what the problem was. I was trying to answer earlier, but my microphone wasn't turned on for this app. I'm sorry. But no, it's the sun actually through a solar observatory type lens or whatever. You know what I mean? One of them solar observatory pictures. But I wanted to mention that the picture with the that wasn't that great, but then when you put it in the artisan frame, it looked really great, incredible, right? The same thing with the woman Wild Eyes was saying about work. You know what I mean? Like you got to go to work, and if it's a shitty situation, if you frame it right in your mind, it'll come out okay. You know what I mean? You get the analogy what I'm saying here?
Yeah, that's also a really good point, Jason. Thank you for pointing that out, because I think I forget that personally. So it's good to remind oneself.
You know what?
Thank you.
Someone's in here,
Respect is
Eileen.
better.
She actually runs some good spaces I've listened into, so I just wanted to say, good morning. Go
And
ahead.
Wild Eyes,
Wild
this
Eyes.
is kind of a like half hand space. It's like.
You want me to just jump in? Just
I
hit
don't know if you can see at the
Yeah.
top. I put it's
Okay,
an
I
open
could
space,
do it.
no hand
All
raising.
right,
So
all right. You
if
don't
you feel the
know
need, go for it. But
okay, you don't know what you're asking for now. No, Kent, I
bring it.
agree with you 100%. But here's that little glitch there. You did a lot of that, and in your mind, you were not lazy. You were making whatever you could out of it. And yeah, there were opportunities back in the day. But there's two things that I forgot to mention. There is technology, which has dumbed some of us down, kept some of us inside, attached to our phones, our computers.
It's
Why
certainly
should
made
we
us
go and do things, right?
unhealthier.
Well, yeah, there you go. And the other thing was, what was the other thing? Yeah, age in my eyes has nothing to do with it. Okay, and the cost of living now, and it goes back to what I said about instant gratification. And
Yeah, but
if you make $100 in the day, which is average, maybe lower now, okay, maybe to some it's about medium, right? What do you do with that $100? You go and buy something that's going to keep you occupied, and then not your brain not functioning or not thinking in the ways that, other things you could do. So, I mean, I know the difference. I've traveled. I've saved up money. I didn't make a lot of money back in the day, but I was able to save up enough, and I traveled on it, came
Hey,
back, did my
Wild Eyes.
thing.
Can I interrupt just for a second?
Sure, go ahead.
I got really lucky and I bought Dogecoin at a cent, and it went up to like $7,000. I had like $7,000 at one point, and then it went down to 2,000. That's where I was.
Yeah. And the other thing is what we all kind of glaze over is drugs, alcohol, the amount of consumption, the lack of moderation. You can all argue with me. I'm just saying, been there, done that, It was the 70s, it was those days. Okay.
If you're
Some
not
of us
young
got
and like
through
getting
it.
high, you're not doing it right.
No,
It was good fun.
some of us did. Okay. Some of us got through it and some of us didn't. And
You know the
nowadays,
funniest, Wild Eyes, the
yeah,
funniest place I ever had a joint
what?
was 135 kilometers offshore on a gas platform.
Okay, well, that's not comforting. How did you light it?
Sorry?
How did you light it? I just want to
With a
know.
lighter. You think people don't smoke on gas platforms?
Yeah, I
Okay,
don't
well,
mind
good.
that.
We
Wow.
have pressurized officers so that the gas can't get inside. You have
Okay.
habitats for people to go and smoke, because back in the 80s, we used to let people smoke on gas platforms, offshore gas
And
platforms,
inside airplanes too.
and inside airplanes, yes.
On
You know,
hospitals. Isn't that the issue though? I'm someone that's like, drugs are a tool. If I want to do drugs, I do drugs. If I don't, I don't. But like Kent said, he was smoking reefer on the oil platform or whatever. That's like that's the escape. So it's like, oh, I'm having to do this shitty job and this work, but as long as I have my little escape, I'll be good while I'm doing it. So that's almost part of the problem.
it is
But
moderation, guys.
it was more of an up your ass authority. It wasn't to do anything other than to say, I know I can get away with that and I'm going to do it because, to up the system. That's the reason I did it. I didn't do it
My aunt
do any
did.
other reason.
But you
I
had
did.
a job, right, Kent? I mean, that's the bottom line, because, there's a commercial that I used to see all the time where there's a guy sitting downstairs in the basement in his chair, and you hear the voice of his mother going, have you looked for a job? Yeah, I'm looking for a job, Mom. And he's lighting up he's lighting up one. Okay. And it's like he's going nowhere. I mean, that's the whole thing, as
But
far as.
isn't that kind of like a generalization? There's other
Yes.
aspects.
Yes.
I don't know. Wild Eyes, were you trying to say I'm the guy in the basement?
No,
No,
I would be the guy.
that's what I'm trying to say. You're not. I would
I'm definitely
imagine.
that guy right now.
I don't know. Were
No,
you?
I was
Kent?
going to
No.
say, wow. I've had some pretty cool friggin' basements if I'm the
In the bed,
basement
right.
guy, man.
But that was after work, right?
We don't have basements in California, I don't think, but
you never know
we
But
sometimes
work.
anyway.
Okay, so
We
Well,
don't have
anyway.
them in Charleston either.
But anyway, we're talking about energy and the use of.
Here's one thing I noticed going to my university. They taught a very specific form of logistics and supply chain management. It was specifically designed to go corporate. I have family members that were, VPs of air companies and other little things, and now I got another family member who's doing it, and he hates it. Honestly, I can hear it in his voice. He doesn't like it when I talk to him about it. And he moved up to New York too. It's like, geez, ugh. I mean, not that New York isn't, I don't want to hate on New York, but that's just a lot of people. I can't do that. It's too many people.
I think too many people is also part of the problem. Like Kent said, like they made money back then. It wasn't a lot, but it bought more. Also, it was more like you lived in a smaller town. Hey,
You're gonna
your
see. You're
brother's
also gonna see
cousin.
an economic collapse a little bit, just because you're gonna see the population collapse. China had that one-child policy, and honestly, it was a disaster. So I have an adopted sister actually from China. We went over there for a good little bit of time, and it was kind of crazy. Yeah, I'm sure you can look at
Chase,
statistics.
China is
Yeah.
Chase,
screwed.
Chase, can I just say that, guys? The reason why China adopted the one-child policy was because they realized that we live on a planet with finite resources. And they were saying the population's going to get too big. We're going to have too
Yeah,
much
but I think that's
infrastructure to
a
support it all. And that's what the one child, mate, xenoestrogens in your processed food are doing far more to the fertility rates around the globe than any one child policy, mate. They're dropping off because of all the chemicals in our food. I'm sorry, but
Oh
that's
well,
what I
I
do, you
completely
know.
agree with you.
I
I'm
don't think
just
that's a
saying
huge
that's
We
one
deal,
thing
though.
started
you
noticing
can
that.
specify to one person. I'm just making a example.
Yeah. Oh no, no. Oh, sorry, mate. I didn't mean to offend. I've got to jump off in a minute anyway because the boss, my wife, is going to call me. So I just wanted to say one of the things if you don't mind me saying so, that's another thing that we're really not considering enough is just how blasé we are about what we're doing with all the different processes in foods and stuff. When we went back to a more natural diet, I'm 58. And when I was in Romania, I was 135 kilos. I'm sitting here today in my apartment in Bangkok. I've got to go and see the grandkids in Australia tomorrow. But I'm now
Okay,
95
here's what
kilos. Yeah, I'm
I don't
95
know.
kilos
I don't
now
know
and
how to
fitter than I've
eat.
ever been.
I don't know how to eat or cook healthy food, and I think we should teach that
Oh, we've got to.
kids in school
Do
that.
you know, if we could go back, just going back to more if we could go even 50% vegetarian compared to what we are now. If we could reduce our food, our meat and complex food just by 50%, the impact that would have on the global strain would be phenomenal. And
I
if you
will
can go,
say the other
I've
day I
tried to
had
go
one of
80%.
those. I had one of those vegan like fake
The
sausage
plant-based
meat
burgers,
things, and it was actually
Yeah,
quite
don't eat that.
impressive how close
mate.
they are.
I think I think Burger King chose the wrong one for theirs because I don't think theirs taste nice. But I get
I
them
think you're
here in
right.
Thailand, and they're plant based, and I love them. They taste like a burger, mate. They taste great, and they're plant based.
Can I just say
Anyway,
one
guys,
thing,
I've got to
guys?
go. I'm going to drop off in a
Yeah.
sec, so I just want to say good night, everyone, and such a great convo. I'll catch up again soon, eh?
Bye,
Later,
Okay,
Ken.
later,
Ken.
Mike.
You have a good night.
There's a couple things I just want to, with regard to what was just said. First off, I don't think it's what so much as how it's prepared, the things that they're using so that they can more or less produce more. They're not looking at the way they are, and the environment. I mean, I don't want to get political. Okay, I'm not going there. I'm just saying that there's less thought about in terms of the environment, that the people that are growing the things, regardless of how we end up with it, is still, it's kind of fair to
So
millions, so to speak.
my
And
family.
one other thing,
Yeah.
just one other thing, okay? It's greed and power, which seems to be has taken over in terms of what we actually get as a population. And maybe there are some of us that are actually getting what we need and what we want, but then again, it's not affordable for everybody. So, it's like one big vicious circle. And I have one question for you all. I'm just curious. I came in here. What is the massive change that's coming? Because you have that on
Yeah,
your
I felt like
title.
that title was a little bit misleading.
Oh, is it? Okay. I just wanted, because I was really looking forward to that. I haven't had my coffee yet, and I thought that would be one way to start the day. I mean,
Well,
Okay,
that's
sorry,
okay.
let
We
me
have
let me
to. We have
explain.
to.
There's
We
a
have to
massive change coming.
be the change.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and
Sorry, that was
explain.
really cheesy.
Everybody was talking, so I couldn't hear what people were saying. Say it again.
No,
Okay, I'll
I
just
don't.
say
I
it.
don't want to say it again.
The original title was so me and Chase were talking about. I feel like there's many bad scenarios coming our way in a lot of different directions, and a lot of them seem to be kind of apexing right around the same area of time, and it's kind of making me like really nervous. about like bad shit inevitably going down somehow. And so I was just talking to Chase about it, and instead of just texting each other, we were like, let's just open a space and talk about it. And so yeah, that's what we were talking about, just doomsday stuff. And I thought maybe other people wanted to chime in and put like their take on it or whatever, because like it's kind of like a little mini therapy group for me. So that's pretty much what's going on.
And honestly, I think we all feel like a little something's off. I don't know. I don't speak obviously for everyone, but actually, I'm curious what everybody thinks. I see Squiddy's in here. I do actually want to jump to Eileen. I want to hear her thoughts because I haven't
Definitely.
heard from her. So thank you.
Hi, my name's Eileen. Um, and thank you for welcoming me so warmly into the group. I'm not usually up this early. Well, because I was up running a space late last night, and I don't know. Strange energies are going on, definitely. So,
Hmm.
Logan, thank you for hosting the group, and Chase, co-hosting. Wild Eye Squiddy 3, how you doing? Another, and Zaldor is here. Hi.
Doing
And
good.
Screen was here last night too. So hi to everybody. Yeah, I'll tell you, my take is, well, of course, I think all systems are interrelated and interdependent. So, what's going on a physical world is also, as you go up through the levels, I am, a, a clairvoyant, a seer. I also was in the medical field. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm retired. But I think there's a spiritual war happening. Not think. I kind of am aware of it.
I agree.
And yeah, and then it's no surprise that we come down, and the mythology and the lore, the apocalypse, etc., whatever word you want to use for the end times, that it's a worldwide concept. It's not, it's in the group mind, obviously, of the entire um, planet, unless people are just trying to feed their kids. I mean, remember, the order of needs, the hierarchy. If you have food and water and, shelter and clothing, then you can think about, philosophical things, um, because you're fed. But for most of the world, I think that people are very aware that there are major, I mean, shifts. Hey, the climate change, all the things you guys are talking about. I live on Long Island, New York, and we have a lot of farms out here, etc. So it's not as populated as New York City, but it's still populated, probably more than most places in the country. Upstate New York is a different story. It's huge. We go all the way up to Canada, New York State. So the population really thins out. So I don't want everyone to think that Manhattan is just the only part of New York. I'm surrounded by beautiful beaches out here. So, and clean water. It's out by the Hamptons, etc. So, but I do, and I can see the spiritual worlds, and whether you believe it or not, it's okay. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to sell anything to anyone.
Oh, I
Um,
think I think we're all on board roughly with
okay,
the spiritual. Well,
cool.
I say weirdly spiritual, but yeah, I'm going into semantics.
Yeah,
Oh,
I agree.
that's okay. I'm weirdly spiritual. So, and I just look, I really believe we're in a battle, and there's no balance, and it's swinging wildly from one way to another. I know there are some of us in here who are actually helping to change that on spiritual levels, not just on physical, material levels. I believe there are a lot of folks in here who are gifted psychically and spiritually. We tend to gather together, and which is really important, because I have to tell you, about 30, 40 years ago, there weren't that many of us that, we could have a space like this and talk. It's great. So I'm not going to take up too much time. There are a lot of folks here, but like I see Archangel Michael, I see all the archangels and all the armies of angels, etc. However you want to classify what's going on spiritually and psychically. It's heavy duty. I have to tell you, I don't think I've seen a crisis like this. And it started in 2019 with the pandemic, It really changed psychically the entire, thinking of many who hadn't been thinking about these things previously. So anyhow, I'll get off and let someone take the floor. But thank you for inviting me to speak. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and thank you for speaking. I always need to remind, I kind of get, so I'm ADD or ADH. I don't really say hyperactive. It's a little, I speak a little fast sometimes, though, for sure. My brain definitely jumps from one thing to another. Like, I just learned, basically psychic abilities are real. I didn't know that for a long time, so that was kind of wild. Then I found out a few other things. Do you know anything about rods by chance in the head region?
Rods in the head region. Is that what you said? Okay, so actually, what I would think it to mean, and it could be incorrect, depending on, where you heard that. We have a central line of light that runs through our body, that's deeper than the auric field and the chakras. It's the main line of light, the Kundalini. And it contains, in my understanding, I am a seer, so I can see those things, but that doesn't mean that other people can't see things differently, obviously. A central line of light, to which is the center of gravity in your body is down below your belly button. Squiddy knows what I'm talking about. It's the center of balance. If you're taking karate or any kind of, martial art, you'll know where your center of gravity is, your point of movement to the earth. And then you move up, and there's where your soul, there's even a deeper point down in the navel area, which is your inner light, your soul consciousness. Then you move up to the chest area. There's a central line that moves through the body. It's a little bit in front of the spine, and it's through the center of your body. So it connects you to the earth and also to the divine, and it's kind of circular. And also, you have the wings of your soul are in your chest. Right where if you just push your shoulders back, you'll feel your chest open. Those are your wings, the wings of the soul are represented there. And then, of course, you move upward, and that central line of light, which might be considered a rod, um, connects your crown chakra and up through the divine eighth, ninth levels, etc. So that might be what they're talking about. I mean, as far as rods and cones, those are in the eyes anatomically, but I'm not sure, Chase, what it was being asked, about rods in the
Yeah,
head.
Chase, what
Unless,
did you mean?
yeah.
So I'm not really sure exactly where these things are. I was just told that there's rods that can fall out, basically, or be moved and manipulated in ways to turn things on and off.
Like what?
Well, yeah, that's not really anything I am gonna go into right now. That was just
I'm curious who you're talking to because you're referring to I was told. So I'm just curious who's telling you all this.
Yeah, I don't know if Chase wants to say. It's probably
yeah.
Yeah, it
yeah,
sounds like it's a little involved. Chase, you know what? You can always DM me, and
yeah.
or we'll speak again in a space,
Yeah,
because a
well,
lot of things.
it's when it's not my information necessarily. I don't want to actually
Yeah,
probably shouldn't
exactly.
divulge it. So,
Misrepresented. I understand.
yeah, I just have to remember that sometimes.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
understand.
that's what I was just curious. So I'm not necessarily thinking I'm psychic. I think it's obviously you have to have a little bit of training, and then a little. I think, well, obviously, I think we're all a little bit psychic in a way. You know, I tried remote viewing, and that was actually quite interesting. Um, but yeah, basically, what I learned about the rods were that they kind of go in your head in a way, and so they're kind of used like antennas.
Ooh. I mean, those people with your hands up, just feel free to come in, talk.
GM, my like brothers and sisters. I see a lot of familiar faces. Really happy to see Miss E here. Wild Eyes, Screen. We were in a space last night. It was really fun. Um, I didn't. I think it was E who was saying that for her it was 2019 when she felt a shift. For me, it was 2001 during the 9/11 attacks. That's when I felt a distinct, complete and utter shift in everything, global policy, people waking up. The truth movement started after that. So just yeah, that's when it happened for me.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good point right there. A good moment where shit just shifted. Yeah, I feel that too.
Well, and I think there was like some tests that were run using like random generation machines.
Oh
Um,
yeah, you're right.
and so like those went crazy, didn't if I remember correctly.
The Global Consciousness Project, yeah, it did.
Thank you, three.
Yeah, I'll
I
jump
always
in
forget what
there.
it's called.
Back to like the rods kind of deal. Is that not everything? Rods and cones. I keep talking about the fractal universe, but I think people don't do that enough. Think on the largest scale as well as the smallest scale. I'm always talking about hydrogen with the observer effect. All these like Jesus and stuff and these old art are depicted with like a little rod or wand and a little circle. Those are the 2D representations of a rod and cone. If you put them together, it's the evil eye. It's the little circle with the dot with the circle around it. And I think the observer is, even the way it affects like photons or whatever, or particles. I think that's like the key thing. That's like the connector for everything. It's a 1 and 0. It's information.
Can I jump in for a second? I just want to say something with regard to, because I think we're all talking about the same thing. It's just a question of the process, and that it happens in intervals. And I think Eileen touched on it quicker, which I know very little about, and I hate to admit it, but the Kundalini, because that goes from the base of the spine all the way up. And the other thing, too, when you bypass all the chakras, which I had a revelation this morning about one of them, which kind of helped me to figure out what's been going on with me. You go all the way up to the brain, and then you're talking about the pineal gland, which releases DMT, which causes another effect as well. But it kind of opens up quite a bit in your crown in terms of what you're seeing. So, I mean, that's the image I'm getting, or the feel I'm getting in terms of when you tie it all together. We all have different ways of looking at it because there are other things that enter into it too. You have the third eye that if it's completely open, then yeah, that you're intaking. And I have to tell you, very importantly also, is that the solar plexus is very important when it comes to the third eye. So it's all connected. And I mean, we're all talking about the same basic thing, beyond the chakras, whether it's there, deeper, wherever it's located, it's all connected between the root, bottom, all the way to the top. So
I always suspected that. Thanks for confirming that.
yeah, and then there are things and then when people use DMT.
Hold on, was that Winston that just talked?
Yeah, man.
I've never heard you talk before. Hey, good to
Oh,
hear from
hi,
you.
Winston.
Hey, how
Hi,
you going?
Winston. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of, bring that out there because and Eileen touched on the chakras, but in some instances on a closer to the surface level, sometimes it does make a difference. So that could be your rod and your cone as well. Just wanted,
Yeah, and I'm trying. So like, I was told, you can bend spoons and stuff, right? So like, I've been trying to kind of try that. Not very successfully yet, but I think it's because I need to work on meditation.
Try what? I'm sorry.
Bending spoons.
I
was told you can do this, so I
I
haven't.
don't know what that is.
You
Chase,
still don't believe that you can do it. That's the issue. You're waiting on it to happen as proof.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see.
Yeah, they say that a lot. Like you will, like people say, like, oh, I got to see it to believe it. But for a lot of things, it's actually the opposite. You need to believe it before you can see it.
yeah, I just wanted to put in there that for me, bending spoons or trying to bend spoons would be a waste of my time. Not that I wouldn't love to be able to do that. That's great. But what I, spent my time doing as a healer was, I could see like disease in the body, so I would reconcile it with with a physician, or we do some measurements to try and validate, because everybody wants proof, of this or that. And I believe as well that if you trust, and I do believe, Chase, that everyone has gifts and that everyone can sense and see if they develop it, like you said, meditating, doing practices which help you to develop mind training, and focus. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there, that, you can spend your energies in maybe a more productive way where, yeah, down the line, maybe, Chase, you'll be the one bending spoons, but we first have to develop to the point where, if that's what we want to do, we certainly can metaphysically.
And that's kind of a good point. It's like, how much time do I really want to waste trying to prove I can bend a spoon to myself when in
When you can
reality,
bend space time.
Hey, hold on a
yeah.
second. I just
You
want to
can try
invite
something
Kurte.
simpler. You can try
Kurte
something
wanted to
simpler with
talk.
your energy.
You there, Kurte?
Hi, sorry.
If you
Yes,
want, I can tell you.
Am I the only one that thinks that bending spoons with your mind is really fucking cool?
1 second. Let's get to Squiddy, because Squiddy actually hasn't said anything yet. I want to hear from her, and then we'll get to Kurt, and then yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll tell you what's going on. But don't quote me in the spaces which I don't like,
No,
the
we're not going to
UFO
hold you to
spaces.
anything. No one's going to be held to anything they say here. It's all just free
No, you,
flowing
you can,
information.
no, it's not about being held. I know the thing, I know what's going on, but I don't want to be misquoted in the UFO spaces. I've sort of distanced
Squid, you're
myself from
cool.
those
You're
spaces.
cool. You're all good. Don't worry.
I'm not quoting anybody tonight.
I know it's
No
a
I'm
quotes.
quoting
recorded space.
everything
No
I
Logan
quotes.
know.
says.
I heard you
You're
quoting
recording
me. Come
everything.
on, Logan. I
Anyway.
I'm
heard you
writing a
quoting me.
book and I'm not changing anybody's name, okay? That's it.
Okay, I'll tell you
I
what's
love
going
Lamp.
on. It started in 2012, 2012, and it intensified in 2020. So what's happening? We were all in the same reality with the same frequency. Now, after 2012, the frequencies, the reality started splitting, and the split was very wide in 2020. So right now we are seeing two parallel realities mainly. One is the 3D, one is the 5D. So the people who have spiritually awakened over this period of time, they are in the 5D, and the people who have still not awakened, they are in the 3D. And it is very difficult to communicate the same thing to both the groups and get the same understanding, because both of them are working from a very different sort of mental awakening. The people in the 5D are going to perceive and interpret the same information differently, take the decisions in a different manner as compared to those in the 3D. So this is what's happening on the planet, and the same problems are going to be tackled in a different way. So, for example, related to COVID, just think that people took their decisions differently. There are two main groups mainly. Then with the solar flares, what's happening with the solar flares? The people who are in the 5D, they are activating more of their DNA material. They are gaining more insights, more awakening, more superpowers. And the people who are in the 3D, they are finding it difficult because their body is not able to adapt to that level of Schumann resonance. As a result of this, they are finding it mentally difficult. They are facing a lot of anxiety, and they're having tachycardia. They're having all sorts of health issues. It's because their body's own frequency is not adapted to the current frequency of the planet. So this is what's happening.
Can you still activate like 5D if you've been vaxxed or?
I don't know what is the correct answer to this, but yes, it is not the end. It is not the end. The people in the 3D, they have just chosen to be stuck. If they really want, they can awaken and they can shift to the 5D. But I think it is their mental decision to be stuck, because I have tried to speak to people in the 3D. They don't want to listen. They think that the people in the 5D, they are crazy.
I think they're just unable. Like we're going through like cycles and cycles. Some people will ascend into the higher realms, and the people that are unable, that are just stuck in self delusions, cycles of self delusions, they're just going to keep repeating these cycles until they finally grow out of it spiritually and are able to just accept things and move to like a higher frequency. Is kind of is that right? Is that how you think?
I think it will be very difficult after some time. I think some crossover to the 5D is still possible right now, but after some time it will become difficult because the 3D will see the great reset and the 5D will see the great awakening. Both the realities are playing out simultaneously. They are both the realities are parallel. When the food shortage will come, it will become more intensified. There will be a lot of people in 5D who will have so much awakened DNA, they will survive without food. And the same problem when faced in the 3D, the people would be dying out of shortage of food. So that's
Now, this is
how
the fear
the
porn I'm
two
here
things
for.
will play out.
Look, 2008 was the first time that they turned on the Hadron Collider, and for me, that was when the reality splits started happening. That's when things got weirder and weirder, and I don't know. Maybe there's something to that.
Oh, you mean what they're doing out there in Switzerland or
Yes.
whatever, above Apollo's temple? Hold on,
Yep.
Kurt. We've been waiting to hear from Kurt. I know he had his hand up a while ago.
Hi. No, just interested in all this stuff. I was going to ask about people's uptake on DMT, and I wanted to touch base on energy. As for energy, we all like waste that energy, and what I found that helped me was that every 5 seconds to 5 minutes, check out what you're thinking, and I bet majority of it is negative. And what we're doing, we're spending so much time and energy on negativity. And as Squiddy said, hi Squiddy, great speech. 2020 has caused a massive divide, and through the 3D, 4D, 5D, yes, and people who are ready will ascend. But we can't judge others who aren't ready because it is a painful process, and I'm going through it at the moment. 2 years of hell, but things are working out, and the key factor of anything is positivity and gratitude. So, yeah, sorry, that's all I've got
Love
to say.
DMT.
I was gonna say, well, that is a lovely thing you said, by the way, and I totally agree. And we're in like the age of enlightenment, right? Isn't that what Aquarius is about? And like, I feel like we're all becoming enlightened now. Like, I would have
I
never
thought
just heard what you
Aquarius was water.
Yes, 100%. The age
like.
of Aquarius, it is a sign, air sign, so it's more about the mental aspect of living. That's why people are more active on these social media spaces, like these Twitter spaces, where they are exchanging their thought processes. And this
Mhm,
was not
mhm,
happening before.
mhm,
People are
mhm.
more about ideas. They're not about discussing people. They are discussing ideas right now.
Exactly. That's
Squiddy,
beautiful.
do you think that in 2012 you mentioned that And that reminded me of the time where they talked about the change of the Mayan calendar in December. I think it was December 25th of that year. Do you think that that had any effect on as far as what you're talking about as well? I mean,
I
people were
think
going.
Mayans just knew that after 2012, the relevance of time will be lesser and lesser for people. That is why they probably didn't continue with the calendar. Because if you understand, with the calendar, we're just trying to keep the track of time,
Dude,
and
the
time is an
times
illusion.
happens in cycles. That's why it didn't end in when it ended when that's why it was in a circle. Have you ever
Well,
seen Mayan calendar?
Time is an illusion. So they just knew that
Time is
people are going to
a human
awaken.
construct. It's a human
well,
Yes,
construct.
okay,
yes,
I was
So
100%.
bringing it up because she was talking
I
about a split, and there.
Yeah, that's thanks Chase. Too much over talking. Yeah, I don't want to have to go to hands. Let's just get better at that if we can.
yeah,
I
we're
didn't
all
mute
talk
everybody.
we're all we I think we're all talking about the same thing here, a circle. So I think we're good.
I think Squiddy was going to finish her point, then 3, and then Wild Eyes. I think I heard him talk.
Thank you, Winston.
Thank you. Go for it.
All right, I'll jump in.
Blow the horn. There you go.
No, I was just going to add a little comment to the cycle of time thing. From one perspective, we time is a chronological measurement of experience. So you can imagine if our sun was just an extra 10% slower, how the way we're describing time would be different to what it is now. And I think for me personally, I think it's like when you do something you enjoy and it feels like 2 hours is 2 minutes, or you do something you hate and 2 hours is 10 days. And I think that's the bit we need to understand about time. It's how we engage with that chronological measurement. When you go to sleep and close your eyes, you don't know what's going to happen until you wake up most of the time. And yet that time feels like 10 seconds, not 8 hours or whatever.
okay, Squid. I apologize for speaking over you just a few minutes ago. So go ahead.
No, it's okay. I just want to say that if we were supposed to be on some other planet other than Earth, which had a very different kind of orbit as we have around the sun, if it was a bigger orbit or a smaller one, and the speed of rotation was different, then the sense of time would be totally different from what we have now. So it's definitely a construct. It's just an illusion created by movement and nothing else. There's no time actually.
If I
So,
can jump in
Squiddy,
on
you
that real quick, um, I keep going back to the observer or perception. Time is irrelevant. Like Kent said, if you're doing something fun, time flies. You could go to, just say you go to amusement park, you're there all day. Then you look at your watch and say, oh, it's been 8 hours. Oh, I need to eat. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten. But no, you need to eat when you're hungry, not because of the time. And there's that island in the South Indian Ocean, I believe, where it's illegal to go there because they're not socialized with the world. To them, it's perception. It's similar to us. The farther we keep going out and seeing more and more planets, it's perception, and then time kind of like falls in that. So it's up to us. We can pick what perception we choose.
I was going to jump. One of the things that I looked at when I was sort of trying to understand time travel and stuff, and I think it lines up a bit with what Squiddy's saying, is I called it my theory of now, where it's not really past, present, or future. It's all sort of now as it occurs, like a traveling now. And maybe that's sort of where Squiddy and I probably align a little bit as well, that time itself is not really as important as how you perceive the now and how you use the now to progress into the now of the future. Yeah.
Great point, Kent. Wild Eyes?
Yeah, I just wanted to say about time. It's something that I really don't understand. I mean, the more I hear everybody talking about it and all the different things that happen, the nuances of it. But what I find very interesting is that since 2010, I haven't been able to wear a watch. So I have to wonder just what part of the time spectrum am I on and why that's happening, aside from maybe, electronically. I mean, it's really
The same thing
interesting.
happened to me, Wild Eyes. It happened to me in 2019. I tried to wear a watch. It would always fall down from my wrist, and somebody would bring my watch to me and say that, "Oh, you dropped your watch." And it was not just one watch; it was several watches, and nothing was wrong with it. There was nothing wrong with the locking mechanism of the watch. There was nothing going on with that. But I found it very difficult to wear the watch.
Well, the batteries
Well,
would go dead in no time. Okay. I mean, 2019 was a lot of downloads for me right before the pandemic, too. But between 2009 and 2010 is where it all started for me as well.
Yeah.
So,
So
yeah.
I guess
sorry,
it's
I
true.
want to
Like,
get to. I haven't heard from Exalter yet,
oh
but
yeah,
Logan's the host, so I want.
no, you're right. You're right. Go on.
He's got cool triangles too. So
Yeah, he's had his hand up for a long
Merkaba.
time. Has he not said anything?
also, if this
he
is
might
kind of
not be
a
listening
halfway
anymore.
open space, so it's like you can bust in if you need to. Exalter.
Yeah, come on, bring it.
No, I just wanted to let you guys finish up. Some points to hit on because I approach all this from like a scientific perspective because I have to break it down for myself so much in order to fully understand it before I can practice it. So I'm going to work backwards from where we were. And when you experience time, you're experiencing now as it's unfolding. But because we're so trapped up in our head and our stories, things feel differently because you're perceiving it from a mental perspective rather than from the frontal cortex, which perceives everything immediately. So when you increase your vibrational frequency in a lot of spiritual practices, when you change your vibrational frequency, you're vibrating faster and it's more frontal cortex type work. You're going to be experiencing something closer to now immediately, and your perception of time will change. It will feel longer because of the vibrational change. Let's see, what
Yes.
else? Oh, yes, DMT. I've actually studied that one a lot because everyone's had such a vastly different experience with it. So what's happening is I found a doctor over in California whose name is Mauro Zapatera. He's studied this extensively for like 20 plus years, and he actually has a very interesting practice there where he can help someone experience a very mild kundalini to help them heal themselves. But what he's found is that your cerebral spinal fluid accumulates over the course of a month in your spine and raises back up to the fulcrum of your brain. And when that happens, if it's a high enough vibrational frequency, it will push back the fulcrum of your brain and like activate your pineal gland and your pituitary gland at the same time. Yes, you do get a very small dose of DMT, and it's kind of like a euphoric experience, but it also enters the bloodstream, and you can heal certain parts of your body with it. You can utilize and control it to some degree, that he's found anyways, but I have not been able to figure it out. But you can experience this on a monthly basis, which is crazy, which I've had like 3 of them now, and they've all been really fun, to say the least. And back to bending spoons, actually, I do have some talk on that. There's a French, he's either French or German, but he wrote a book, The Hermetic Initiation, and the Barden Compendium, Franz Barden. He talks about touching physical matter from a point of the different realms. So if you reach up into the astral realm, and then you go to the mental realm, and then you go to the spiritual realm, if you can get your frequency high enough, and you can touch something from a different layer back onto, like, you're not touching the spoon so much as you're touching the formless conceptness that exists in the astral realm of the spoon, which is crazy to think about. But that's how psychic communication happens. You're talking to someone through their mind, basically on their astral frequency instead. But that's how you would also be able to manipulate matter. But you would have to have a crazy amount of study and do almost exclusively that for a long time in order to bend physical matter. But yeah, just wanted to hit on those things real quick. I'm actually at work, so let me get back to it, guys.
Sorry,
thank you.
just after talking about time and stuff, like I believe that we're an energy, so we live forever, so we haven't got time. We live in this the human body, which is our shell, I suppose, but as an energy, we live forever because you can't make or break energy. And the other thing, I've experienced ayahuasca, and what I took from ayahuasca is do it when you're in a good place. Don't do it in a bad place because you'll only just exacerbate the problems in your life. But what he showed me as well as a human, most of our problems always start from our childhood. So we've got to heal our childhood. I'm sorry I changed it, but I was just like letting you know my experience with ayahuasca and DMT. Health wise, I believe that I can heal myself. I've got a long term condition, multiple sclerosis. For the past few years, stress has taken over because I've aimed my energy into stress, but I believe that we can change things. As for bending spoons and all that, I think it's limitless. We are so strong, but we have been dumbed down so we don't know our own powers, but realistically, we are very powerful.
Thank you, Kurt. And you
Yeah,
know,
that's
I
awesome.
hope I hope you do heal yourself. Honestly, I think we can all say that here.
Did someone have their hand up? If not, I actually wanted to say something.
Yeah, go for it, Logan.
Like he touched on like being a child, right? And I think whether you believe in the woo or not, I think everyone believes that children are magical somehow. We just know it to be true. And I think as adults, we're just kind of out of touch with who we are. We're just out of touch with like our natural abilities, maybe bending spoons or whatever it is. Like we need to like remember like our innate gifts before they were just kind of like exercised from us by like this conformist society. Max Weber, he calls it disenchantment. It's just like that feeling of meaninglessness. It's the cost of like losing touch with these abilities. It's like these things are like not paranormal. Like they're normal. I mean, what we call paranormal is the way nature really works, and what we call normal is like what Ingo Swann said, some sort of subnormality. And that's why it doesn't feel right. It's because it's not the way nature intended us to be shut down. We're modern people, but we paid a cost to be modern. Which is like a very narrow bandwidth. And I mean, we're people that live in reality. We have to like focus. There's nothing wrong with that to survive every day. We're all very busy. We're challenged by lots of different things. So we have this very strong like focusing mechanism, but that doesn't mean that's all we're perceiving. That's just
Yeah,
all we've
we have.
kind of been
I
trained to
think
look
it's
at.
we have
Hold on,
photoreceptors in our brain.
you're right, dude. Those are like cones. And it's like some people have
Logan?
like a bunch of cones.
Yeah, just if you don't mind a comment on that, I think I was the next one with my hand up anyway, but
Doesn't
I
really matter.
think
Go for it.
I think that's one of the things that we've lost in by going to science for all the answers is we've lost that bit that there is a little bit more to it than just how many atoms there are and how many energy forms there are. Personally, I think because no matter what theory you go with, there always seems to be a gap, and it doesn't seem to be no matter what theory it is, there always seems to be something missing. And then if you take it to UAP and stuff like that, there always seems to be something missing. And I think that's what we're missing in our society is that humanity part for us, where we should be a little bit more down to earth for a while and not go into the woo, because the woo is actually just being more in at harmony with nature. That's just an opinion, but I think we could learn a lot from that. And I think just since I've moved out of cities and lived more in nature myself, I've just learned to appreciate it 100 times more than I ever had before, because I live in a village now, and it's just a sugarcane farm. It just looks beautiful in the morning when you go out to one.
It's easier that way. Like when in the city, there's lots of noise, and noise is like distraction. And if you can't like just sit quiet with yourself, and like when there's just too much noise, like you just can't kind of tune in with like nature and just be receptive to it, like
Yeah.
in the way you should be.
Well, I'm just down in Bangkok at the moment. I've got to do a bit of traveling.
Damn,
And
that's wild.
yeah, so when I'm in the village, it's like silent. All we hear is the puppies at night. But here, there's ambulances and police and that, and I can't sleep here when we're in Bangkok. I can't sleep. I sleep up in the village.
Hey,
That's
you can
awesome.
go ahead and talk, Squiddy and Wild
Squiddy and
Eyes.
Wild Eyes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I want to thank you all for being here and for having the room. I just wanted to add one other thing because I do have to take my leave. But what's missing that gap, aside from a little bit of information, I think, is the connection. We're all light beings, right? If you want to look at it from that point of view, and we're all connected. And there is such a huge disconnection for whatever reason. It could be mentally, emotionally, and it's like the me now movement, unfortunately, or the me, as opposed to the us. And I don't know if other people, but I know that from time to time, when I get messages, it's with regard to everybody. It's kind of like in the big sense, not so much individually. There are things we can do for ourselves, but I think there are things that are not being done for each other. And that's part of it because we learn. If you think about what in this space alone, we were sharing information and how much of that we're taking away, which we wouldn't have known if we didn't get together. Maybe down the road somewhere, a word would get in our head and we go to look it up. So, I think that's a huge part of it, though.
Yeah,
There's
I think there
more,
was
but
something. I think there was something that I read that said it was like repetition as well. Like you have to hear things multiple times before you actually even really believe it.
yeah,
So
and you have to put it to practice too. And unfortunately, I don't think there are many avenues to do that unless you are a scientist, a researcher. That I think Elder pretty much said it. He's aware.
we can only like kind of encourage each other to move on and help, or not move on, let's say, but
Forward.
pursue betterment in a way.
We could. It's just a question of caring. And I'll be honest, I don't know if anybody agrees with me, but overall, there's consideration in, that there should be for respect, for mutual respect and compassion. And that seems to be lacking as well. We all don't say that enough or feel that enough. We're so busy trying to get our lives together. Again, back to the me. So, we could
Speaking
do
of
better.
me,
If you don't mind me
I'm
saying so, though,
kidding.
we're forced into that position by society. We get stuck in debt from the minute we wake up, and then we spend our lives worrying about the debt instead of getting to enjoy life. Sorry to jump in.
That's righteous.
Squiddy?
Yeah, right, righteous brother.
You're right,
Yeah,
but that's an
I think he's trying to
excuse as
say it's
well.
not our fault.
Yeah, well, let's go get the guy that started all of that. No,
In
seriously.
my view, it's my fault if I don't fix it.
There you go.
So
Yeah, I mean, I
that's
don't just accept it. I spread like the word about the bullshit and like shine a light on it to try to make everyone kind of rise together and get over that bullshit,
because if we do this individualistically, it's never gonna work.
Right.
And I think we're all here together right now, right? Like even though we're all separated, we managed to circle back and still connect with each other and that's at the end of the day, that's really what we all want to do.
And we
We are all supposed to be part of the collective consciousness.
Right.
That's how the human beings were designed to be. Uh, all of our body, the same mechanism, everything is the same inside us. The individuality that has been given to us with different faces, different voices, it is just to make us unique in the crowd so that we understand our own uniqueness and sort of follow that uniqueness and not get lost in the crowd. It's just for that. It doesn't mean that we are not part of the collective. We are supposed to be the part of this collective consciousness. And I wanted to comment a little bit about science that we were talking. I think science is just a way of rediscovering the principles which are already there in the universe, just testing it out on a very small scale and trying to validate things for our own understanding that this is how it happens. But the problem with science is going to become larger and larger now, because the important principle of recording any observation is that the observer has to be identical. If you're having two groups to test a certain theory, you need all the observers to be identical. But now that we are in this shift, 3D, 5D split, a lot of observers have changed. So I may observe something else, Chase may observe something else, Logan may observe something else. So because of this different level of awakening, the science will have more and more difficulty in proving the things from an objective point of view. If they want to use the same principles that we were using, now that the things are changing, we will have to consider intuition as an important aspect of observation as well.
I
Thank
think
you,
that's a
Squiddy.
huge point. If I can just jump in real quick, they did a study, quantum computer, it like tossed for heads or tails. You know, in theory, you should get about 50%, but they figured out that if people were observing it, they could affect it to go 70% tails or whatever. So if you think about it, if the observers aren't the same, then every scientific, thing we've ever done, in a sense, are biased based on the observer alone.
They are, though, aren't they? The way you see something is the way you see it. Even if you observe an experiment, if you're observing an experiment, you'll see what you see, and you'll understand it in the context of your experience in the subject. So even people observing the same thing can still see different things or obtain different things from them, don't you think?
I agree.
Yeah, just like when people watch fights or in a fight, they see different things, or like see different things coming. That's the same kind of thing.
So fact has to play into it for the most part. That's why they have like what do you call that in pro sports, where they have to stop and go back and take a look at what happened. So, in a sense. And the other thing too is we need to get it together soon, because once we have disclosure on, the third kind and aliens are coming, that's going to be another opinion there placed out there, and something else that we'll have to kind of, take in, believe it or not.
So what does that actually entail?
Well, it could be a mixture of what we have already been telling each other, or finding out now and then probably putting it into practice. I think that for the most part, that's what I think is going to happen. We're more or less going, it's like Squiddy was talking about the dimensions. Okay. It's going to take those that are able or willing, for the most part, because I think if you you add that in to the equation, if people are willing, then at least they could be skeptical, but then they could be more or less coached, or they can be trained or taught. They could learn easier. They'd be willing to do it. So I think that more or
how do
less
we
is going to be put
teach
into practice. What?
how do we teach something like, well, here's what I value. Really, it's critical thinking. How do we teach people to think critically about situations?
It can't be taught.
I think you teach people to just more or less, relax, settle down, open their minds to other points of view other than what they were taught to believe, and only that. Okay, that's the first thing. Allow them to more or less tell them to give, or have them give themselves permission to accept other perspectives. People have not really been trained. I think people are not stupid. I just think that they're not willing to look at it. I could be wrong, but I'm just saying, if you think about where you're at, and
See, from my point of view, I think it comes down to, really, we have to. It comes down to how There's way too many variables, honestly, for me. I think it starts with you being a child, but obviously what came first, the chicken or the egg?
Yeah.
It's kind of where so we
You
just
did
have to kind
remote.
of
You did remote
reinvent the
viewing,
cycle.
right? Chase, you did remote viewing.
Yeah, I tried it a little bit. I wasn't,
Okay.
I don't actively practice it.
No,
It's
I
something.
understand. So the purpose of that is,
Well, the purpose at the time was to test. The purpose I would use it for now would be there's very few circumstances I necessarily need to. It's probably more now for fun.
okay. I'm thinking in terms, because when you're talking about being a child, there's certain things that we're taught how to look at whatever's going on, and then we have our own view as a child. You can't lie to a child because their perspective, perspective. I just remember those days, okay? And I was always asking me, why do we ask why? Why? Because we know. Sometimes it's not because we don't understand, it's because we know why, and we're waiting for that other, for the parent to say that's why, because we know different, we know better. Creative people, not everybody's extremely creative. They're going to have an added perspective or two, okay? There's no way around that.
I
So,
fully believe we can learn from everyone.
absolutely. I agree.
That's when
I'm
I
going
say
to go
truth
now.
is truth. So yeah,
And you have your truth, right? You also have your truth. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. I agree. I really do. And things change anyway. Unfortunately, change is constant.
that's something you
Can
can
I
count
ask
on.
you?
Something will
Can I ask
change.
you? I'll ask you a question. Whose truth is the real truth?
Nobody's.
Mine
You know, there's
specifically.
Society,
Only
right?
mine.
Isn't that the problem? That we agree society's majority is the truth?
Well,
yeah,
if we
that's
can
right.
all
reality.
agree that mine is correct, then it's the same, right?
You have to
Well,
compromise.
there's actually a psychological principle called cognitive bias where it's actually been sort of tested and statistically proven that when we have a strong opinion about things, we assume that like 80 or 90% of people will agree with us, and it's called a cognitive bias. You actually, the more strong your opinion is, the more likely you are to have this cognitive bias where you assume that the majority of regular everyday people like you will agree with you 100%. It's really interesting, part of the human condition. Most of us who are strong-minded assume that the majority of people will agree with us because we're right, no
Hey,
matter
Kent,
what.
I'm not sure I believe that.
Well,
I
no, I'm
think
just saying
truth is
it's
based
been
on.
Kent, let
tested.
me tell you why.
Yeah.
Because of my cognitive bias.
I think truth is based on each one's own individual experience. So if I talk about some psychic experience which somebody has not had, then that person might think that what I'm saying is totally false. So that's how people relate to things. If they have experienced something similar, they will believe it more quickly and they will see it as a truth. If they have not seen it, it's very remote to them that, oh, this cannot be possible. They will say that it is a lie.
Well, we were on a space with Jess about a couple of weeks ago, Go Kick Rocks Lass, and she's had a very strong um, event that she, like an epiphany, a vision, or want of a better word, that she's had. And she said that it had reinforced her belief system. And I said to her, okay, that's fair enough. But I've also met people from other belief systems that have also had a very profound experience, which has reinforced their belief system. So which one is right, if you know what I mean? Because if you believe in that one, then you're going to think if you've seen an angel, you're going to think, okay. And if someone else has seen their angel, they're going to think, oh, okay. But you can't both be right if one of you is wrong.
That's not true. You can be wrong
Why
and right at the
not?
same time.
No, but I'm okay, Logan. What I'm trying to
Logan,
say
you're
though
both
is
right and wrong at the wrong and right
Exactly.
time.
It's called an
I think
opinion.
I think reality is more like a lotus flower, if you see it that way, or onion, if you would understand that it has got so many layers. So it depends on
yes,
where somebody is at. If
yep.
somebody has reached the core, he's going to see the reality very differently and say that, this happens,
That's what
that
I love
happens in the
about the
universe.
Eastern. Yeah, that's what I love about that philosophy, Squiddy. Where are you? What's your background, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm a medical professional. I'm a neuroanesthesiologist.
No, I mean your belief system. Like, are you Hindu or Buddhist or?
By religion, I'm Hindu, but I don't like that kind of
No,
practice.
I understand. Yeah, no,
The spiritual. I'm more spiritual than religious. That's why
What do you think about
I'm saying.
cows?
I don't go into controversial stuff. I just stay away from that.
Are cows controversial?
yeah, they are.
Yes, if you
They are,
talk
Logan.
about cows in India, it's controversial. If somebody is listening to me in this space, they
Yeah,
may actually find out my IP address and try to kill me if they don't like what I say.
Yes,
Oh, well,
then
damn! I didn't
some
know that.
people. Yeah,
yeah,
really,
that's
Logan.
why.
Some people take it really seriously, mate. Yeah.
Wow.
No, the reason I asked was I didn't mean to be controversial. The reason I asked was you used the terms like lotus flower, and I found that I hope I'm saying it right. The more Eastern religions or belief systems are much more nature driven, and that's what one of the things I really love about it is because it's much more nature driven, and it's a natural, almost as if the philosophy and the spirituality is reflected in the nature of reality while it's growing, if you know what I mean.
I don't know. When I speak about something, you may just interpret it this way that I just get an image in my mind and I just try to interpret that image. And it
Oh, that's
happens
cool.
to me every time I speak. And even when I am treating patients in the hospital, I listen to the history and whatever symptoms they are telling. I get a picture, I get a visual image in my mind, and I just interpret everything from that.
That's natural.
Squiddy,
Very
That's how
natural.
I
it's kind
awakened.
of crazy.
It's natural.
Yeah. Also, I kind of
You,
like
you,
Squiddy that you said you're an anesthesiologist. Like the thought to me, like I remember being put to sleep for a little bit, and it's like, where did that like space of time go? Like I have no idea.
they're really scary when you get put under like that. That's the deep. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in, Squiddy, but yeah, I don't like getting put under either because that's a really deep. You can't get into your spirit. I can't get into
I
my Zen
liked it,
area with it.
honestly. I thought
Yeah,
it was kind of fun. It was a little
You
really.
wild.
know, I have been on spiritual journey since 2007, 14 years, and I am in the medical profession since 2020, 2000, year 2000. So that's when I joined my MBBS, year 2000. So it has been a very long time. I kept feeling this urge to sort of give up this practice, but it was very difficult because once you have taken 1 degree and 2 degrees and three, it becomes very difficult. I'm a super specialist. Just think about it. It's very difficult for me to step out of the system and be on my own. But at some point, I had to do that. I had a very strange experience in 2020 when I learned something about healing. I learned to heal cancer with nutrition, and it was related to somebody's health in my family. And I wanted him to survive. I didn't want him to die. So whatever we were doing, it was just deteriorating his health. So I learned something about healing with nutrition, and I learned how cancers can be healed with nutrition. So it just changed the whole viewpoint of what I was doing. I don't even like anesthesia now.
No. I mean, I was going to ask you, like, how bad is the substance abuse in your field? Because I think I heard that anesthesiologists have a higher incidence of like having to go to addiction, like recovery programs than other maybe medical professions. Is that true? Have you
No,
noticed
I've
that?
never. No, it's not true. It's not true at all. We are always, what should I say? um, we are always having that kind of exposure because inhalational anesthesia is commonly used. So in an operation theater, that kind of gases are always in the air. And when I understood about the role of vitamin B12 in 2020, I hate my own practice of anesthesia because now I understand that anesthesia depletes vitamin B12 in the body and predisposes to cancers. This is my viewpoint. I'm not discouraging anybody or encouraging anything here. So this is what I learned. So I sort of got a view that it is harming my own body. But I don't think the anesthesiologists do any kind of drug abuse. Obviously, we are doctors and we are supposed to treat those kind of toxicities. No, patients come with all sorts of toxicities with substance abuse, and we treat them. We don't do that kind of stuff. Absolutely not.
Don't threaten me with a good time. Like I'll go deep under.
I
Sign
would.
me up.
Can I just say something? I wanted, because you were talking about anesthesia and all of that. I don't know if anybody else experienced this. I had to take an MRI, and during the process, I wish I had brought a tape recorder in because the percussion sounds that were made that I heard. I mean, I had everything covered. Obviously, I thought I was almost in one of those sensory type, things.
You cannot block that out. I'm sorry, it's so loud. I've had so many done.
Excuse me?
I'm saying with the MRI, the sounds cannot be blocked out. Sorry.
Well, no, I obviously, but so it was really, and when I got out, I mean, I enjoyed it. People really are frightened of it or it bothers them, but I went through the whole process, and through that whole thing, there was this series of percussion movements and everything, and it would have been a great track for for a song, and
Sorry
I
to
know
interrupt.
that's
You're talking about that machine where you lay in and you're
yeah,
completely
An
surrounded by
MRI,
that.
was it?
yeah, and you can't move. You can't
Oh,
move.
okay. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and it was the operation. It was just going into different levels of sounds, percussions, and I'm like, oh my god! I don't know if they do that. Maybe they stick that in there to relax people, but but it seemed like it was going with whatever sequences that were involved with the machine itself, and where they were taking pictures. I mean, however it was done. So, but I just, I thought that, I don't know if I haven't met anybody yet that's experienced it that way. They kind of look at me side-eyed, want to run.
MRI machines make a lot of noise, so that's why we give a sort of masking headphone to the patients during
Yeah.
MRI.
I
It's always
sort of
like one of
thought,
the peak moments during a horror movie. Anytime someone goes into one of those machines, it gets really tense.
well, see, that's the thing. I wasn't, though. It didn't really matter to me. I just kind of went in there, but I didn't expect to hear what I was hearing. So I just thought I'd share that. Maybe somebody else. I haven't
How
met
did it
anybody
affect
yet.
you? Like the
Pardon?
noises, how did it affect you? Like when you heard the noises?
Did it sound like
Wild
music?
Eyes,
Yeah.
Wild Eyes, you might want to look up a thing called synesthesia. You might have maybe had that type of a reaction to the MRI because the MRI is a magnetic resonance imager. So it's a magnetic frequency. It's done in a circle, and that's what images it. But maybe your body, maybe you've got a small percentage of synesthesia, and it's where you see different frequencies differently to other people. So I just thought you might want to look into that. It might help you to understand that experience.
Yeah, I understand. I'm an artist myself and a musician too, so it came across in a way for I don't know how to explain. I mean, you could be right. I have pareidolia as it is. Okay, I don't want to go there. And it's really it's nothing major. I think it's wonderful in terms of if you're creative and you're out of ideas, you just look at a wall and you see things, in the texture of the wall. I mean, it's kind of like that. But no, this was a little different. I was hearing it. It's kind of like if you listen to your washing machine or your refrigerator
Yeah, I'm
or
gonna
the
go stick a
air
microphone in
conditioner.
one now.
Yeah. I'm just telling you, if you're musically inclined and you're looking for a track for any of that, it really it helps. I just want you to know.
It actually
Yeah,
helps
It
a
kind
lot.
of sounds like you're describing what I've never experienced it, but what people talk about, they hear like the clanking when they have the Kundalini energy, or maybe like the machine elves, and as far as anesthesia, they're doing like this DMT-X, where they're literally exploring the DMT realm like through an extended drip type of stage. So it could be related to that.
Hey,
Well,
Chase,
I don't
Chase,
do anything. That's the thing. I know I wasn't on it. See, that's the thing. I'm
Our
like,
bodies produce it naturally.
No,
yeah,
anesthesia is not doing anything with DMT. I can tell you that.
yeah.
We have
Hey,
Chase,
Logan.
you were talking, right? And I was hearing nothing but sounded like someone was like talking through like a tin can. Was it the whole room that was messed up?
No, I
Or
think
was
it
it?
was. There was a few different people talking at the same time. I think it kind of got conjobbled.
Were you
Like
talking just now, or was that somebody else? I thought
no,
it was
it
you.
wasn't me because
Oh,
I
okay.
hadn't been talking for a minute.
All right, sorry everybody. Oh, you have to unmute them. Wow.
It might have been on your end because there was like 4 people, but they weren't really talking over each other. It was kind of
Yeah,
a good
Squiddy
conversation.
was talking. Squiddy was talking.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
My bad, guys. That was totally me. I went to unmute mine and then I totally muted everybody. Or I went to mute mine and then I went
I
to
just
mute
want to say
mine.
quickly.
Let's
And
just
then I
carry on.
muted
Power.
Zaldor
everybody.
had
Let's
his
all...
hand up for a while before.
Go ahead.
It's in the
Okay,
power.
Chase can be forgiven, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's okay.
Say 7 Hail Marys.
Power monger. No, I'm just kidding.
Was that
Sorry, Pete, but
was
going back to the
Kirk or
MRI thing, I tried to channel it for healing, so I used the noise to try and heal myself. I've been in there 30, 40 times. But
Damn.
yeah, the sounds are amazing, and there's like roadworks and all sorts. But I did try and do meditation in there, and I always fall asleep because I'm in there for like an hour or so. So, just to put that out there.
That's a long. Wait, I don't think I've ever
You
heard
got
someone being in the machine that many times.
you
You
got to tell
practically
Gary
live in
Nolan
there.
about this, Logan.
About what?
About the
It's because of the
MRI.
medications that I'm on, and then need to keep an eye on new lesions in the brain and all sorts. So, you have your spinal MRI, your brain MRI. Yeah, it's just it's not second nature now. It's nothing big.
I get migraines. I've been through it. It sucks.
Somebody has background coming through to the mics. I can't hear what anybody is saying. I just wanted to.
Kurt has his kids running around in the back, I think. So
That's
Kurt,
okay.
I grew up with 3 younger brothers, so good luck. I don't know how many you have, but
Zaldor had his hand up for a while before. If he
Yeah,
wants
you
to
know what?
hop in.
At the
yes,
top of
thank
the
you,
room,
Winston.
I put open space, no hand raising for just in case people weren't aware. I didn't have to keep repeating it. You can just go ahead if you want to talk. I mean, if someone you feel is like on a point, just raise your hand so they know you're waiting on them or something. But just feel free to talk. It's open. So
Yes, we end up talking over one another, though, Logan. That's the thing. I
What
was
are you
putting my
talking
hand
about,
up for
Wild
an
Eyes? We
indicator.
don't talk over each other.
Okay.
okay, let's have a little vote, shall we?
Well,
All right. Say
we make a little jokes here. We have little funs.
who wants to go with hand raising? Say aye.
It's easy.
Nobody really likes hand raising, but at the same time, it's like when a person's speaking on something and then you strongly disagree, or they're just wrong or mistaken, or perhaps they got fed some disinformation and they're looking at it the wrong way. You kind of want to bump them. It's a little bit I don't know.
Oh,
Happened to me earlier,
I
and usually I'm
strongly
pretty polite about
disagree.
it.
So we had a dude. He hopped on the other day. I was listening to him, and he was. I was trying to figure out if he was like joking, and he was talking about flat Earth. And no,
Oh yeah.
I fully believe like he believes this, and so
Yep.
like you have
There are
to
believers.
Does that flat Earth guy
you have to
really
take
believe
them
in?
where they are.
No, there are believers in that. I was in a room with that, and I had to leave because I didn't know whether I was going to laugh or cry or, it's just, I'm sorry, that's me,
I think
Yeah, no,
the best thing
there's
we can do for people like that, though, is invite them in, have them ask questions, Because if you get them to start asking questions, they will start questioning.
I'm a flat
If I
earther.
could respectfully disagree with that, Dave, because I've seen conferences with them. I saw a documentary on it, and there's
Hold on,
2
Ken.
million of them, 2 million of them worldwide.
Screen,
And they
did you
have
say,
this
are you actually a flat earther, or are you just...
me. No. I was watching the documentary on it to try
No,
and
not
understand humanity.
not you, Kent. I know you're
Oh,
not.
sorry.
Yeah, actually, I am in a way.
What?
To me, it's
I
all
reckon he's
perspective, and
pulling
the
your
truth
leg.
is
Hey, Kent,
usually.
hold on.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Something I love about hosting is I can just mute everybody, and I will. Don't argue like that, please. No one wants to hear that. So
Let's let Screen talk.
Yeah, go ahead, Screen.
No, I was just saying. Usually, the truth is a little bit of everything, and I think maybe they don't understand what they're saying when they say flat Earth. But I just want to make the point that a quarter is flat also until you spin it. So it could, it's once we get the Earth kind of is flat until you get so far away, then the way our eyes work kind of take over. So it's a little bit of everything.
So, 1 second. Sorry, I had to cough. I took a really, really big hit of oh, what was it? Oh, graham cracker cookie. Oh, it's delicious.
Nice.
But I burnt my throat a little bit. So
I'm not a fan of
coughing.
like the dessert flavors. I like the more like fruity stuff.
It was actually no, it was
I
a
like
mix
them
of
all.
like a grape and like a. Anyways,
Have some more, Chase.
So I think from the perspective of a light particle, the Earth is flat. Now,
Oh, you're talking about
from our
dimensions.
perspective, dimensions are a little bit more. I don't see how it's flat. I mean, flat,
I see
is
what
a
you're saying.
relative term. It's,
But come on, guys. If you're saying that it's flat, then you're saying that when we've put satellites up and when they're taking pictures of the Earth, and when rockets go up and that's all bullshit. They're shafting us. They're giving us the big tosser every time they send a satellite up, aren't they? Because it's all flat.
Yeah, can't. I want to hear what Screen has to say, and I'm kind of managing the request to trying to filter people. So if I kick you back down, I apologize. I kind of want to hear what Screen has to say because I'm curious what he means when he says flat. So if we can just let him talk for a minute, I want to ask him a few questions actually.
Can we go to hands, please?
I'm down with the hands, just to keep order. But
Yeah,
no, yeah, exactly what you were just describing, Chase. Like that's basically what I'm saying. It always goes back to perception and the observer to me because it is flat while you're on it, but the farther you get away, like I said, the way light bends and our eyes work. So it's not like the satellites and all that are BS. That's something totally different because, from that perspective, it is round.
And so I was kind of also talking, if you want to flip that whole analogy on its head, if you were a light particle coming towards the Earth, it would absolutely be flat because time doesn't technically exist, so everything's like, I think, at the one-dimensional point in a sense, so it's flat, right? But I don't know, I'm not good with the maths. But I understand what you're saying, Screen. So
Yeah, even dimension wise, we would be stacked on top of each other, right? So, and don't they say the universe is actually flat? So, it's all perspective.
it is kind of all coming from a point. I think that's where it gets kind of wrapped up into a
black hole. It's like, what is? Yeah, I understand it gets weird. I think it's very, very useful to navigate the world as a globe. Info?
Hey, yeah, with respect to what he said, I really appreciate it, Screen, because that was well put. I would say that it depends on the perspective, and perspective at this point in science seems to be quantum. So the more you zoom out, yeah, but our current state is round. And why I would say that is just look at how much the Vatican tried killing everybody that said it was round, and they wouldn't have done that if it wasn't. And like in a really dark way, all the way to children. So it was like to retain these kind of ways, like I always get curious about whatever they try to hide, more so than even the U.S. government. So yeah.
Yeah, I learned an interesting thing about the Vatican, but that I didn't know. But Kurt?
Hey, I just wanted to take the time to read you one of my poems about time. Is that all right?
Go for it.
Okay. I wrote this quite a few years ago. So it's called Time. So it's tick tock, the clock don't stop. Man made time to keep us in line. Religion came along to make sure we don't get along. Technology slowly taking over our lives, which we don't realize. Is our life just a silly game being played by those living a different way? I know there's more to life than what they say. The truth we won't find out until the day in a coffin we lay. Sorry, I just had to take the opportunity to read that.
Brilliant, Kurt.
Truth to
Thank you,
power.
Kurt. Lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome. And if I could say just kind of one more thing to put it in perspective, what Info said about quantum. Things tend to change when you get in a quantum state, and I always talk about the fractal world and stuff. So if we're supposed to be two opposite spirals. So if you take two cones and put the small ends together, that's supposed to be like everything at its smallest point. So if you keep going in one direction, like smaller, it would be quantum, but eventually you would hit the other cone and things start spreading and getting bigger again. So it really all does kind of make sense.
Have you
It
read
weirdly
Flatland?
does.
Oh, sorry, I didn't raise my hand. Real quick, just I gotta go to work anyway. But Flatland, if I'll pin it to the top, and there's a moment at the end when he discovers his next dimension. If anybody's, it's just a really special book, man. So I'll post it at the top.
It puts a lot in perspective. Flatland is awesome.
Yeah, I just want to say it's good to hear from you. I don't hear much from you anymore, so it's good to see or hear your takes and perspectives. Thanks. Go ahead, Wild Eyes.
I think it's
with the respect to what he was just talking about, quantum and going from large to the small area. I just have to tell you, and you can believe me or not, I had asked about what it was like or what happens when something travels from one dimension to another, like an interdimension type of traveling situation. And that was the diagram that I got. It started with a full, what do you call it, object that just got smaller to the point of a thin line and then crossed and then would come back up to the original shape of the object. And, that was kind of an interesting thing for me. But I'm just, I didn't check it out completely. At the time, I wasn't really into, quantum was not in my vernacular. It wasn't something that I came across all the time, but nowadays it does. So I'm in the process of looking at all of that. But I just thought, that would be an interesting little anecdote, so to speak. And
I feel like
with
Theodore
that,
had some insight on that before when he was describing sort of like bending of spoon manipulation. But yeah.
Well, it makes sense. In order we figure how is that possible? And I remember years ago they worked on transporting matter from one place to another. I don't know whatever happened to that, but it would more or less just disintegrate into particles or whatever it was and travel. And I thought it was on a line. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't remember correctly, but I just thought that would be something to debate. Maybe I don't know if somebody knows differently or better.
I think they transferred a virus like that, like across the phone line off of vibrations alone.
No way,
I hope
really?
that's not
Source?
true.
What is that? What?
Yeah, I can't remember where I read it, but basically there was like one lab in Poland and another one in Australia. I'm making those two countries up. I can't remember, but they had
Yeah.
distance in between them, and just by playing the vibration from one side of the telephone, they were able to make the virus or whatever manifest on the other side.
That
I
means
can
I can
confirm
download
those
food.
countries exist.
I mean, maybe it was a computer virus, but I doubt it was like an actual virus.
Right. The
No,
electronic virus.
I
Is that what
believe
it's called?
honestly you could transmit a virus. At this point, viruses are really, really basic, quote unquote. I'm quoting because I say basic knowing full well it's not actually basic, right?
Dude,
Code.
no, it's true. Like I just saw an article the other day from Japan. They were showing
And
that
Ampho was blaring, and normally he has pretty good sources, so I believe it. Why not?
he's a deep researcher, that guy.
Squiddy's been waiting patiently with her hand up, by the way.
Oh yeah, Squiddy. Yeah,
Winston,
go
what
for
would
it.
we do without you?
Yeah, Winston is the
Um,
shiznit.
I just wanted to repeat again that anesthesiologists are not drug addicts, and I'm totally against any kind of drug addiction because I was muted when I was saying that. I didn't like that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, let's go ahead and clear that up.
Squiddy,
I was asking if there was because I had heard that there was possibly some people in the anesthesiology field that had more incidents of drug addiction than other fields, but I was asking her if that was true, and she said no. So like, let's just clear that
I,
rumor up.
I
It's
I
not
have
true.
not seen that in my experience. I have not seen that. If somebody is doing it, then maybe they don't tell me, but in my understanding, it's not true.
yeah, me and Squiddy discussed a little bit about drugs. We see them a little differently, and I do understand why because you're an anesthesiologist. You kind of have, um, yeah, um,
Yeah, the guy at the pizza store kind of gets sick of eating pizza.
yeah.
Is that what you mean?
I don't know. I think
I feel like it's
everybody
fairly
will
infrequent.
like if people want, if someone wants to do drugs, they're gonna find a way to get drugs. Doesn't
I think
matter.
it's like been like 2 prosecutions in the last decade, so I feel like it's a fairly isolated incident.
It's probably just as common as just about anyone else doing drugs. I want to
People are
welcome
people.
Dale. I don't know if Wild Eyes, you put your hand back up or if it was up from the last time and you want to.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm going to take my leave, and I want to thank you again for the space. It was really educational and entertaining. And thank you again. And I guess I'll see you all in other spaces, hopefully,
Yeah.
throughout the
Yes, we'll
day
see you
later
Later,
on.
Wild.
present,
Bye, Wild.
But
which
thanks
is
for everything. Bye, everybody. Take care. And one other thing, if he's still there, I mean, Exalder had the hand up. You might want to hear from him. He probably had something, interesting and informative to say. And with
yeah.
that,
I
bye,
tried to add him
everybody.
back up. I think it was having connection issues. So if he wants to request again, we'll try and get him back up.
I just
Take care,
sent him an
Wild Eyes.
invite to speak.
Cool. Take care, everybody.
Thank
It
you,
was such a
Wild
great.
Eyes.
It was so great to have you, Wild Eyes. You were a great contribution. I loved what you had to say. Thank you.
Enjoy it.
Bye.
Right. Dot is Dot's next or
I think it's Crow.
there's a crow? What do you
Crow
The
mean?
way it
Eye.
works. I just wanted to chime in
Oh,
with the quantum teleportation experiments. The what was actually being transported was information. It was being able to instantly communicate the spin of one particle in one area to an area as far away as the Chinese satellites. Um, and if anybody wanted a basic introduction of quantum theory, especially austere quantum interpretations that naturally lead to many worlds theory. I think that Sean Carroll's Something Deeply Hidden is a very interesting book to pursue.
So, do you think eventually do you think if these mini worlds exist, do you think they come back together at any point? Or do you think they just kind of branch off and like fizzle out?
I can't really say. I mean, I personally think there's quite a lot of interaction between different branches. But as far as the proof goes, that it's the austere theory suggests that absolutely everything is essentially one big wave.
One single electron?
Not an electron, a field, a field of energy. it, it ripples, it moves, and we move through it in a way that appears linear, but it is a shape. It's time is a thing.
James Webb seems to support that.
I just want to say Dot needs some money to help start a new job. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
So if anyone, is interested in doing that, I just wanted to make it known.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, we're all here for each other.
Yeah, we're here to support in any way we can. Financially, mentally.
I have it pinned on my timeline right now. I haven't been able to get anything yet, but even after I get things basically sorted, there's a project that I'll be wanting to try to fund that I'm very excited about.
I'll
I'd like
make
to
a
build.
contribution, Dot.
Thank you very much. That's hugely appreciated.
Perhaps Zaldor can expand on some of the things that you were mentioning. I mean, he went into detail about something before, but I feel like he kind of, perhaps if you could expand on that a little bit, it just sounded quite interesting what you were talking about there, with particularly with like the bending of the spoons and the methodology behind it. I believe you were talking about.
I know. Also, he's at work, so I don't want to interrupt him if you can't.
I'm at my desk. Can you guys hear me okay?
A little, kind of.
Yeah,
A
you're
little bit
sort of
louder.
quiet, but I can still hear you.
Yeah, if you're gonna get in trouble,
No, nothing like that. It's just a very open office space, but I can contribute where I know information, at least. I've ripped it back up a little bit. I do know quantum and super quantum has a big effect. Science is starting to put labels on these things that spirituality has understood for thousands of years. But think about when you're trying to manifest something through meditation. You could, per se, if you think about it too much, it's going to, relating back to science, it's going to collapse that super quantum particle, and then it's because your consciousness is putting too much energy on it, it collapses the particle. But then if you have, if you just believe something will work, like there go the secret per se, you could not interact with the particle, and you're more likely to manifest something, bringing back down from formless divinity into the mental realm, into the astral realm, back down to the physical realm. And then I actually had some insight on the portals. I think it was CERN. They had a whistleblower who wanted to remain anonymous, who worked on the project Stargate, and it was a square portal that looks literally like the Stargate movie, except it was square instead of round. And they successfully transported a gentleman from Alaska to Hawaii in the blink of an eye. It was crazy to hear him talk about it, but it really is like stepping through liquid and then you're in a different place entirely. Yeah, you may be able to find it on YouTube actually, which is interesting. This whole talk goes about 30 minutes.
I've seen weird square portals, so I'm familiar somewhat.
Hey, I just want to say, in case I'm kind of shy sometimes, so I won't speak up. But I really didn't hear anything he said. Did anyone else have that issue?
I heard him like 80%. But are you able to fix your mic, Zelda? Because that was really what you were going on about there was quite interesting.
It's a little scratchy, and just I think you're a
Just
little
move it
far
closer,
from the
bro.
mic.
Just move
I
it
could
closer.
read it.
I
So
have
what
my
he was
Bluetooth
saying.
headset on. Can you hear me better now?
No,
Yeah, that's
okay.
perfect. That's perfect.
Your headset. So if you can angle your headset towards your mouth a little bit more, it might pick it up better.
Maybe. Let's try that. Is that any better?
It's a
Yeah,
little
sounds
better.
good.
Yeah, that's fine, man.
Sweet.
That's good.
Where was I? So let's see. Backing up here,
Portals,
yes. CERN, I think it was, has a base in Alaska. A gentleman that was a whistleblower but remained anonymous posted a video with an interview to. It looks like the movie Stargate, but it's a square portal, and you can literally step through the liquid in the portal, and they successfully transported someone from Alaska to Hawaii, and it was just instantaneous. It wasn't even like, have to reconfigure the person. No, it was you're in one place and then you're in another. And you could watch that happen from both sides. Where the base would be in Hawaii, I have no idea, but it was very interesting to hear him talk. And I actually have a very well written out theory on where flat earthers come from, and there is some validity to their claims and why they feel that is correct. If you study the tree of life at all, the further down on the tree of life you go, there is a reflected version of the tree of life. And the tree of life, if you don't know, is kind of like a blueprint for not only the human body and the microcosm, but the macrocosm and the universe at large. And each sphere is representative of a planet and a different personality or reflection of divinity. But the reverse of that, the tree of life, if you go into a negative aspect of it, is much more dense, and you get into 2D and 1D and no D, and you have the opposite of formless divinity, which is kind of like, it is incredibly dense, but it is so dense that it actually does not interact with our physical Malkuth in any regard. So people who believe in flat Earth, there's some validity there. They feel that answer is right because their particles are much different from ours. It's a frequency that they can feel that there's flat Earth. So this tree of life is called the Klipothic tree of life, and it is incredibly dense, and that's where like the Fae reside now, and we can interact with them in subtle ways, and they can with us, but they choose not to. But that's as far as I've gotten in my studies, at least.
Zal, this is a direct question to you, bro. Just because I've had many visions regarding CERN, and I've studied CERN for quite a long time. I even had an opportunity to sit down with one of the scientists there. So I would really like to know, like, where you saw this video that you claim that you did, or where I can find it. Can you link it? Can you provide a source to it? Because, I mean, I'm just I can't believe I haven't seen or heard of this yet.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it again. It was someone had ripped it from YouTube, I think, and posted it on Twitter quite some time ago now, but I may have actually bookmarked it. I'll look back and see if I can find it for you and post it in the chat.
What's the video of exactly? What's the video
So
of?
it was a video of well, I think it was a picture of an article is what you were talking about, of a portal.
The video was a square portal that was allowing people to transport from one part of the earth to another, and he described a little bit more of the portal itself. But wow, just
so Exalter, was it an actual picture of the portal, or was it just like detailing the portal?
Oh, no, it was the gentleman explaining what it looked like. He said it really did look like the Stargate portal, except it was square, and it had runes and symbols on the sides as well, but they were very different from the movie.
Because I've
Did it
seen
look like
they
water,
were.
or was it like the portals in the game Portal?
No, it was like a liquid you could step through, which was interesting.
Did he describe the color at all?
I think he said it was like a blue hue to it, but he didn't go into too much detail. They were more interested in asking him about what the experience was like traveling or watching someone do such.
Because
Maybe
part of me wonders, because there are, we were talking, not, well, I say we, I wasn't talking to him. Logan, and a few other people were talking to an old disinformation agent, old, quote unquote. So like, I wonder like how much of this stuff is, you know, just manufactured to keep us off the trail, basically.
Thank you.
Low key, because the instant portal teleportation I find a little difficult, because the objects that I know people have are able to verify move at really fast, but not instantaneous speeds. So like I'm talking David Fravor Tic Tac. That's, you know, multiple perspectives on video, on radar. Like, you know, those things are physical and they move fast, but I don't think they're instantaneous, and they're not using portals. But I have seen pictures of portals, so I'm not against necessarily the ideas that there are portals as well. So I'm curious. I hear I don't know whose hand was up. Was
I think
Squiddy or
Squiddy and
Screen?
then Screed.
Wonderful.
I think portals are very real, but the way of understanding them is not quite what people think. If you see the time space as a sheet, as a continuous sheet, then the points where the frequency is going to be very different, those will act like portals, because the sense of time will be very different at those points. So that's how it works in my understanding.
Squiddy, may I ask what your background is in? Is it in physics or high level mathematics? Or
I already told you I'm an anesthesiologist. Whatever information I share is from my spiritual awakening. And if you ask me any question, I have this ability of clear cognizance. So I immediately download that information from the universe and share it with people.
have you ever used any of the anesthesiology drugs like on yourself?
Now, this is
Okay,
again a bad
I'm not.
question. I
It's
already
not.
told you, no?
I think he's
It's
just
I'm
not.
not a
messing with
drug
you,
That's
addict.
some
Squiddy.
You're
Mick
just
West
trying to
vibes
push
right
me
there,
out of
man.
the space. I'll just click the red
Squid,
button and leave the
you
space.
don't have to threaten me. I was just asking if that was.
Okay, we're gonna take a little. We're gonna slow down. We're gonna slow down. Three.
Yeah, what was
He
that
was
about?
she has answered those questions. We don't need to be calling people drug addicts. If anyone here is a drug addict, it's Dale.
It's definitely me too.
I'm kidding. I like. I'm messing with Dale. Hopefully, I think it's Screen's turn to talk.
Yeah, and off limits is
let's keep it
let's not talk
respectful,
about
guys.
Squiddy anymore. No more talking
Yeah,
about Squiddy.
let's not. That's not what the mushrooms taught me to do.
You
Just
have
for the
I was
record.
muted me on purpose. You muted me on purpose.
Squiddy, I muted everybody. I'm sorry.
For the record, like I feel like Squiddy was like pretty hard done by, but that's just my 2 cents. And it's all good. Like forgive everyone, right?
I mean, if I crossed the line, my bad. That wasn't
You're
my
good.
intention.
You're good, Three.
Jeez.
She
I feel like it was a
she has
misunderstanding.
a. I think there's a little just a communication error sometimes. I don't know. You know.
I feel
That
like it
could be
was a
it.
miscommunication, and I feel like you may not have read that she was getting quite affected by it.
No, that's
And
not at
then,
all.
and then she
Like,
got mad. I muted her. I'm sorry. No, this is my space. Well, not my space. It's Logan's as well. But
No, it's yours. I
We're
gave it
all
to you.
adults, yeah, so let's
who are
just talk
you talking to
and don't
me?
apologise.
Well, look, you know, the thing is, things like drugs, no drugs, you know, Ganga thinks you don't have any drugs, and other people think other things, and Matt and people like Matt and me and Tupa go the other way, and then you got politics and people are arguing and unfollowing each other and muting each other over fucking politics. Apolitical is the way to go, and a lack of opinion on these topics is the way to go. And once we dig ourselves into trenches, then we fight across trenches, and that's all there is to it.
Bro, like there are some drugs that anesthesiologists like have access to that can take you to altered states of consciousness, like that I've studied, like ketamine. I mean, some even
No, bro. I know. I dated a doctor. I know what some of them get
Yeah,
up to.
well, I also
I know the
I
story.
talked to Squiddy before. She had a visceral, I like Logan's word, a visceral reaction whenever I brought up my mushrooms experience. And so I think
Yikes.
also me meeting her helped. I wasn't trying to push her out.
Yeah, same.
I was trying to keep everything flowing nice and smooth. Kurt, do you have any thoughts on that?
As for the touchy subject and religion and all that, this was all man-made to obviously put a distance between us all, because they don't want us getting together because we'll be strong. That's not what my point was. My point was to ask about the portal. Like, do you think that when we go to sleep, like in these deep dreams, we go into different dimensions? Because why is it that when we wake up, we don't remember the dream? Like, we remember a little part of it, and then the rest of it disappears. It may be a really good dream, a message, but then we forget it. Is it because we're in a different dimension?
I can tell you that this is absolutely a trainable skill. You'll remember most easily when you first wake up. If you begin to journal as soon as you wake up, and especially if you set the intention as you go to sleep that you will be remembering your dream.
Continue, Dot. I think it was an accident.
Okay, sorry. You will be remembering them in detail, and you will be writing them down the second that you wake up. You reread these things every time you decide to go to sleep again to have a remembered dream. Eventually, your dream recall will be quite robust indeed.
Thank you for that.
If I could add to that real quick, when I did that, it was hard for me to keep up with the writing and what's going through my head when I first woke up. So I switched to the audio version so I could just say what I remembered from my dream.
So were we talking about spoon bending? I jumped in here because it said spoon bending. So how deep into that have we gotten?
No, we didn't get deep at all.
Well, no, we got kind of deep. I think I realized I was doing it wrong, so that's the first step. That's deep, right?
Oh yeah, actually, no, you're right. We did
That's
get a
pretty
little deep.
So
Forgot about that.
who can bend them? Like, can
Well, Dale knows. He has a golden
Well,
spoon.
yeah, Dale. I think you were the one who sent me the videos. I watched one of the videos. I didn't watch the other one, honestly, because I think I got the point with the first one. It's just like
exactly.
doing it.
It's pretty easy. I've seen kids do it.
Yuri Keller does it.
Yeah, well,
I was gonna say
some people can do a nut. They've been having PK parties since the 70s.
You said a nut?
This used to be a thing.
Could you bite it between your teeth? That would be my question.
Well, no, it's the laws of physics apply, but it gets a bit weird the way you can twist them around. Some women tend to be really good at it. The no bend, I think it's 1 in 20 in an average class. At the Monroe Institute, they charge you $195. Everyone does it. Like when you go to the class, I haven't been in a Monroe Institute one, but everyone I know who bothers to try to do it. Some people, it took one guy we know, it took him months, but then one night he spun the thing right around. But it's not hard. Anyone can do it.
I think the point I was learning earlier was that I don't currently believe I can do it, and that's why I haven't done it, partly. And also, I don't think I've applied yet enough energy, but that's also just how I
think about things. I don't know. Kurt? Yep.
Yep. Sorry, I was just going to say thank you so much for this space. I've really enjoyed it. I've got to go. Please do follow, and I'll follow back, and let's share this knowledge. It's priceless, and love to you all.
Hey, we'll catch you later. It's good hearing from you. You take care.
Yeah, it's good to meet you. I followed you just now for sure. Good shares. Anyone
Dale,
have anything to say?
Dale, I'm gonna
I
figure
can
out
just.
I'm gonna figure out. Well, actually, no. I already figured it out. What do you mean?
I feel like the best person to ask there would be Saldor if he wants to hop back in, because I feel like you and him could probably have a good back and forth about it.
So
If I could talk about the portals real quick, there's that one up in the mountains. I forget, it's in Peru, where Amaru Maru or whatever, he ran up in the mountains, hid for a month, then left through the Stargate. Those always look like doors within doors within doors. And to me, it seems like maybe it's the cavity structure resonance that everything is doing. So, just kind of like amplifying a sound. Maybe they're taking this one small, tiny point and just like expanding it so they can fit through it, something like that.
Yeah, I think there definitely are ways to stretch and bend space in which you can make. Yeah, who knows? Honestly, at this point, clearly, if you make something too dense, it turns into a black hole. But is there ways to? Okay, here's what I'm working with. Yeah, we're all a fabric of this reality, all energy, all information. Much like the ocean, you can look in the waves, you see the big waves, you look kind of closer at them, you see little waves, and then you look even closer on the little waves, and you see even littler waves, and so on and so forth. And I think this kind of wraps around in itself, right, in some sort of weird fashion. And I think that is that fluid that we are all talking about, that we are able to manipulate, is literally the fluid of time.
Plasma.
So, just on the topic of portals, I'm a little bit just behind on the conversation as well, just because I'm working and listening. But with regarding portals, I've had numerous visions regarding portals for some reason. Um, I've gotten visions my whole life. I had a Kundalini activation when I was really young. When I was in college. Uh, I like to say I suffered a Kundalini activation just because it really shook me quite a bit. But many of the portals that I've seen in my visions, and when they open, have to do directly with CERN. So of course I put a lot of my research there, and the very last vision that I had, I can share it here in this group. Like it was it was about 4.5 weeks ago, and basically just a if you can imagine like a sort of uptown area, like there's some small buildings, there's people walking around doing their thing, and this portal just opens in the sky. It's a big circle, black hole in the middle, silver lining around the circle, um, and out of the black hole, or just hole, it these little gargoyle like demons start to come out of it, and they start to latch on to the people walking around in the shops and the stores. And a guy, of course, horrified by this, just floating there watching, and they're latching in. They've got these little like stingers that they stick into like the spinal area of these people, and they use their legs to kind of like wrap around them. They're black, like night black. And the thing about it was that these people, as they were being possessed, and it was indicating to me that they were being possessed, as that was happening, they had no idea about it. They just kept going on about their days. And then I was showed about the the big thing that was pushed recently. It starts with a V. I won't drop that here, but I was shown that in that was technology that allowed these demons to fully possess a person, and in a full possession, a person would have no control whatsoever with their actions at all. Whereas a partial possession, a person would be sent different thoughts, and then they would perhaps act on those thoughts and not know where those thoughts were coming from.
Would you liken this at all to the story of Pandora's box?
Yeah, I mean, because only because I think with CERN, I mean, it goes in different ways, because I think CERN, NASA is run by high level esotericists, and I think they were given sort of instructions. You know, they opened a smaller portal and they received contact of some kind, and they were told, here, build a bigger one. I found out after my last vision 4.5 weeks ago, the day after I had my vision, it was released in an article that CERN had turned their collider back on, and at the highest amount of power. So yeah, I do think that the veil has been thinned, especially using that tech.
Well, I think that's certainly a possibility, especially if you're pumping a lot of energy into a singular point. You're going to make a ripple that's relatively significant. I don't know what the math would be on that, because I am terrible at math, but I can see it mentally. So I think, I don't know. I've never had dream premonitions or anything like that. So I find that kind of interesting. I do remember a lot of my dreams. Um, do you think you can almost like? Do you think you're getting information from this, or you're just detecting that something is happening?
I mean, Chase, I think this is the first space that we've been in together, but I've talked about this a bit. I I am definitely getting these visions as a sort of warning. Before the, I mean, again, like, I don't know, it's weird. I don't choose for this to happen. It just does. And uh, before before the pandemic like really hit its peak, and right before the lockdowns, this group calling themselves the quote ascended masters, they started coming to me, bringing visions, and um, it it got scary. Like, it was, I mean, the CERN vision was probably the scariest I've seen, just because it was so visceral, and it felt like I was really there and watching these people. It That was scary. But the Ascended Masters, they kind of layered. They came to me 8 or 9 times, and each time the vision sort of progressed more and more. In the first vision, they were. I mean, if you can imagine, like, being in a small room, and there's a window in the room, and this sort of, it's almost like this fog made of stars, like, comes into the room and it fills the whole room, and like the fog is made of just pure intelligence. Like, it's just it's so intelligent that you've never experienced anything like it before, and the only thing that you have to do is pay attention, because it's so smart, it's so evolved. And so then I start to see, I am brought to certain locations sometimes, and most of the time I'm just floating there watching. But it's not something I control. I started speaking sort of publicly about this just a week or so ago when I started entering these spaces. But the first thing that these ascended masters told me was to prepare, um, and prepare in like getting food, storing water, just like medical supplies, stuff like that. And then the second thing, and this was, it was highlighted in in a very direct and very important way. And this was before they were really talking about the thing that starts with a V. Like they weren't, they hadn't gotten there yet because the lockdowns were just starting and people were really scared. And so so yeah, the second thing was to, under no circumstance whatsoever, no judgment to anyone who's gotten it here, but under no circumstance whatsoever was I to get the V. Um,
And what is I'm sorry, I know you're saying the V.
The vaccine.
Okay. Was it specifically the Pfizer one or something like that, or?
No, I have no idea, man. God, that's funny.
Okay, well, because I got the first J&J, I was like, okay.
I'm sorry, man.
Have you
It
seen
is what it is.
those like clot monsters that they pull out of people's out of nowhere? Do you
Oh
know what I'm
yeah.
talking about?
Yes.
I posted a picture of it on Twitter, and they fucking suspended my account for a day
Yeah,
and
bro.
made me delete it.
That's why I was so careful. I didn't want your space to get shut down. That's why I was so
Yeah,
careful about saying that word.
I appreciate it. I was gonna say that. I appreciate you saying V.
Yeah. See, now I'm caught up. So thank you. Yeah. I don't worry too much about that. There's already so many chemicals in the water. Like, that's just one other thing to add to the list.
Chase, you can look towards just some cleansing protocols. They do exist. There's a couple doctors that have come out and started to speak about it, and I can't remember the name off the top of my head right now, but there is a cleansing protocol that he recommends, and I've heard it's pretty good.
Yeah, I think there's ways to do it. I think you can basically change it. I mean, I'm talking like kind of Wim Hof method here. I think you can
It'll be
breath
gone
work it
within a
out.
year.
Sorry?
It'll be out of your system in a year.
Yeah, it's been over a year, so like it's been a minute, and I haven't gotten any of the boosters or anything. So I'm not stressing, honestly.
That's good. I hope you keep it that way as far as boosters.
Yeah, well, it doesn't make any sense when it doesn't even match the, and if they're okay, we're gonna, yeah, not get shut down.
Yeah, let's just
Okay.
go ahead and
Okay.
switch topics. And I'm just gonna say before we stop talking about it is I okay. What was I gonna say? Uh, oh, that's what I was gonna say. No, I forgot it again. Hold on.
I
Okay.
see
Carry
Josh
on.
just popped in. I hope he's having a lovely morning.
Yes. Good morning, Josh. Yeah. How you doing?
Welcome all.
Brian, I want to say thank you for hopping in. When I was first joining spaces, and the host would call me out, I would almost feel obligated to stay. So Brian, I'm calling you out,
Hey, dude. I just noticed you changed the
and thank you for
title.
listening.
You changed the title, right?
No, that was Josh.
Wait. What? Because wait, no. You have to be like a host to be able to change the title, don't you?
Yeah, I think so.
A host or co-host?
But Josh isn't a host.
Host or co-host?
Yeah, but he's not a
Hey
co-host
Josh,
either.
can you
Oh,
tell
okay.
us how you did that?
Who, me?
Yeah. How did you change the
No,
title?
I didn't change the title. I see. Should I be worried? UAP time travel? Is that the
Are you
title of
fucking
it?
with us, Chase?
You're the time traveler, right?
Maybe. Who knows? I
No,
don't even
I
know.
changed it,
No.
Logan. I changed it, Logan.
Okay.
Brilliant.
Perfect. I
Cool.
love it.
Logan, I love you, man.
That was well done, by the way.
Everyone was thinking Twitter's on to us for 30 seconds.
Hey, by the way, this is not my. I don't own this space. This is not my space. This is your space. I'm just the one that's being forced to regulate it sometimes. So this is
Yes, we
everyone's
should be
space.
worried. We should be very
So
worried.
don't
We
accuse
should be worried
me of
about
owning it.
dinosaurs coming back from the past and eating us, like in Jurassic Park.
The dinosaurs never left.
That's a documentary.
Does Do No Harm
seen
want to
an
come
alligator?
up and speak and talk to us?
An alligator.
Birds aren't real.
How dare you?
What's not real?
Oh, Dot, no, you're real. How's it going, Dot?
Nikola Tesla like date a pigeon and get information from a pigeon?
Dude, Nicola was a very interesting human, though, if you want to call him human. But no, he spent a lot of his time with pigeons, though, in New York. He would at the end of his life, he used the last bit of his money to live it out of a hotel, and he would walk to this little square and he would just feed the pigeons. But and now in New York, there's Nikola Tesla Square. It's literally this tiny little square. It's so sad that, man.
I'd have to say Tesla was into the woo. I think he did talk to pigeons. That's something common in the cult. Also, he used to circle buildings. He used to circle buildings 9 times before he went in, and that's something else to see the supernatural.
That also might be just OCD or something too.
Static electricity.
Hey, I got to run, people. So have fun.
Dale,
later, bud.
Have a great day. Hope you see some orbs today.
Every damn day.
Are they orange?
Hey Dale, tell him I want him to come over and say hi.
Yeah, the big ones are orange. Usually they're white, but
Maybe okay. Actually, I did see a weird orange thing at one point in my life. I don't want to say it was something it's not because I don't know, obviously, but that's interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't see them when I was young. I do now, and it is. I've got no idea what they are, but I see them a lot. But anyway,
I've seen 3 distinct types.
Good night, goodbye, all, and have fun.
Good
Hey,
night.
thanks for coming. Good to see you.
Have a good day.
I forget he's in Australia, so it's
Night.
I guess winter time over there.
I worry about those orbs giving off radiation.
It's like 11 p.m. in Australia right now.
So he's going to bed a little early. I don't go to bed till
it's almost 12.
I didn't sleep at all. It's like almost 7 a.m. I haven't slept since yesterday, I guess. But
Logan, see, I'm with you, man. I'm having a hard time sleeping.
yeah, I don't really sleep. I sleep like for a couple hours at a time, at different times throughout the day, and that's good enough for me.
I sleep for really long, extended periods of time. I will literally sleep from 10 a.m. till 10 a.m. No, not really, but I'll sleep for 14 hours seriously sometimes. It's weird. I don't wake up. I don't know. And then I don't
Because you haven't slept for a long time?
Both and neither.
Hey,
That's how world works.
Just FYI, guys, the Twitter algorithm, it reads the title and it'll serve the group based on the title to different people. So if you change it once in a while, it'll serve it to new people. Just
just to let you know.
We should actually all collectively brainstorm a fantastic title.
I would love that.
Can you make it
Anybody
orange orb discussion?
I let Winston name it one time when I named it the spoon bending one. That was Winston's idea.
What was it? Bending time and space and spoons.
Yeah.
You said orange orb?
Yeah, like orange orb discussion or something like that. You guys ever seen orange orbs?
Only on the pictures.
Not sure.
I have some on video that they were in my mom's driveway. Like her Ring camera captured them. They're like doing maneuvers and stuff.
Oh, I love those like when like random cameras capture like things moving throughout the sky, like the Ring cameras or like just security cameras. I love that.
It is bugs a lot of the time, but yes, I've seen like a few like pretty
compelling.
Yeah, like fairly like obscure ones.
I've seen that one where it's like this lady has like fairies in her front yard that she can see on her Ring camera. I saw it on Paranormal Caught on Tape.
No, don't put my name there.
Ooh.
I don't want it
Check
associated
out the
with
title, guys. Tell me if it attracts the eyes.
I kind of operate as if I don't really think about the fact that there's like a portion of the Twitter app, where there's like spaces and you can go to like whichever ones you want. I've personally never been there, so I don't really know what you're talking about, but I understand the idea. I kind of just operate as if I'm just hosting a little room where like I'm talking with like my friends and like occasionally people pop in, but I don't really look because I'd rather not know who's listening because I'll just get like nervous and shy. So I kind of just operate as if I'm talking to a couple people personally. I don't really think about the rest of the shit.
I think there should be a whether it's recorded or not. There should be an option. Isn't it an option?
What's an option? To turn it off? No.
To turn it off, no, but to record it at the start, yeah. But you can always go back and it like saves it for a few days, I think. So you can like save it if you really want to, or record it basically. So
It only lasts a month.
Yeah, we should just assume anything we do on our phones is permanent.
Yeah, I do anyway. I don't really think about it. I've done like a lot of recorded spaces. There isn't a single one that I've gone back and listened to. I don't do it for myself. I mean, have you ever gone back and listened to one?
I've listened to one, and then I listened to a little short bit because I was curious, and like when my voice came up, I was like, "Who is this guy talking?" Like, he's pretty smart, and it was like me. I was like, "Oh, you."
Did you just say you were listening to yourself talk and you were just like, oh my god?
Yeah, I didn't know it was me. I was like, "Hey, that sounds like something." I'm sure it's like, "Hey, that sounds like something I'd say," or I was just saying that. It's like, yeah, because you said it yesterday, you idiot.
That sounds familiar.
Without watching that video that Zelda referenced before, can you expand on like what that guy was talking about with portals? Like, can you sort of like add a bit of detail to that? Like like he makes a description of a portal.
So at least my idea of a portal, the one I saw that was kind of convincing was a picture. It was a portal that was, I don't think, human made. If it was real, and honestly, I kind of think it was. It was like white, and it kind of looked flowy, almost in a way, kind of like a plasma. Someone said plasma, and it very much kind of resembled a soft fabric plasma. It looked like kind of moved. That's the only real representation I have of that. I don't know. I've never seen a portal. Does anyone have any other thoughts on portals?
No, I've never seen one.
I would continue speaking on it. I just don't feel it at this time. I might a bit more later.
Yeah, there's no one here that's going to be offended if you're worried about that. Offend away.
No.
What's up, old vet?
Hey, what's going on? Just waking up and getting ready to take my weed and coffee to the river.
All
Hey,
right.
Oh, I'm
do you take
jealous.
edibles? Anyone take edibles?
Not when I'm out here. I don't
They
want to
hit me kind of weird.
I don't want to get raped by Sasquatch, bro.
Oh yeah, that's a thing. I read a story about a guy that was raped by a female
Wait.
Sasquatch.
Yeah, that's a thing. Plus, the edibles I don't think
Okay, well,
would work as well. I mean, could you? I don't know, man. Taking an edible and being in the mountains. I go out by myself a lot. I may never come back.
That's
and
true.
honestly, it's really easy to actually like slip and break your ankle and you're lost, or it's like actually a lot easier to you know die in the woods than you think sometimes. Um, but smoking in the woods, like if I was gonna die, I will say that's not a bad place to go.
That's true. That's true. But shit, I about broke my ankle tripping over my own leg trying to go to piss last night in this dark ass trailer.
Oh shit! I forgot my mic is on. I'm just like,
Hey, Logan,
sorry if
how
you
do
heard
you
that.
change the title of the space?
Yeah, you just gotta reload your like pull your thing down, then pull it back up.
For me, I just click on it and I can edit it.
Well, yeah. No, you can edit it. Did you see it, Logan?
See what?
So, like swipe your thing down, and then swipe it
Yeah.
back, and then click it again, and swipe it up, and it
Are
should.
you on an iPhone?
I'm on an iPhone, correct?
No, yeah. I was gonna say like, yeah, mine doesn't work that way. I don't swipe
Oh,
down.
okay.
What is it displaying as the chat right now?
What do you mean? You mean like in
The space title, sorry.
All he sees right
What,
now is Grinder.
Winston's orange orbs.
that's what I see.
Yeah, I was trying to change that.
Oh, that.
I was just fucking around.
He does Tinder as well, okay?
Oh, did you hear what happened to Grinder? That a bunch of priests actually like use it, and
Shocking.
Grinder sold their data to this third party
Oh, I did
company,
hear.
and that company's data ended up getting leaked, and then they traced all the priests back to where they are and outed them. Fucking gnarly.
Wow.
That is, yeah. It was like one of those little, I guess, group of people who do that shit on their own. Yeah, they used everything that Grinder had pretty much out there, which it wasn't as secure as it was. And I guess they tracked it back to a bunch of people, not just priests, though. A bunch of people. You know what I'm saying?
Like how much? Think how easy it is actually to hack things. It's insane. Like,
But who gives a shit? Who you care to love, man? Who gives? That's just stupid.
honestly, and why?
You know, doesn't it about blow anybody's mind that people are more interested in the fact of who you want to have sex with than the fact that there's probably aliens probing your ass?
Possibly farming us, like
No,
you're
that
worried
made me
about
laugh.
what I do with like my pea stick. Like, no, doesn't make any sense.
No, it
I
doesn't.
think it's insanity.
Hey, when I came in here, you guys were talking about orbs. What'd I miss? That's my baby.
Have you ever seen an orange one?
I've seen an orange one. I got a video of an orange one. Why? Who's got one? Are you talking about straight orange?
Well, we were talking about orange orbs for some reason. Oh, Dale's in here talking about orange orbs, and so we named it orange orbs, and then you came in. So it seems like kind of like a whatchamacallit, synchronicity.
Yeah, actually, that's up until 2 weeks ago. Orbs is all I saw, and then it started these craft. But what's crazy is I'm not the only one seeing the craft. I think I posted the other day that lady in the UK literally described it the same way I did in our space. And then Zach, who lives in Seattle, this is odd. As soon as I give him my phone number to text, he's like, dude, I just saw it. And he describes the exact same thing me and that lady saw.
Oh, we might have to exchange numbers then.
Yeah, you're not gonna get infected with the UFOs, bro.
That's all right. I've already made that choice long ago.
That's what you say now.
Actually, that's one of the reasons I want to do a PNW meetup, though. Shit, maybe I'll get lucky and these things will tag along.
I think this stuff you just have to go like forward into it. The fear is smart to listen to, but should not be overwhelming.
You mind if I ask you a question? There's this lady that followed me. She says she's the real 11 from Stranger Things. You know that girl? She says she's like the real one. I
She's
guess she's
certainly not.
Bro,
is that
bring her here.
That's crazy.
I played
She
out.
could easily have an interject, even if, it's not her.
Especially if like she's been through trauma-based conditioning. Wow, that would be interesting to hear about.
Wait, Logan, I'm confused.
Yeah.
I just want to mention Zelda had his mic unmuted before. I think he was going to say something.
Yeah, feel free.
Sorry to keep dragging you into it, man, but yeah, I feel like every time you go to talk, people are always sort of talking to each other.
That's just kind of how it goes with the spaces. Like, they kind of need to work on their timing a little bit, and like I think the audio like cuts into everyone else. I don't know why they can't overlay it a little bit better. I feel like it should.
App just sucks, bro. It's a terrible app.
It's like really convenient too. Is the thing? It's like why am I always on Twitter? It's like, is there not a more convenient like Discord maybe? But I also I don't like the layout of Discord that much.
Yep.
What were we just talking? We were talking about orange orbs, and then Old Vet was saying he saw a craft, and that craft was also in Seattle.
Is that what Dale said?
Dale
Okay,
sees
so
orbs.
This is what kind of how it happened. So I've been recording. I just put one of my orbs in the link or in the thread. I'll put another video in a second, but that's usually what I see all the time. Like, to the point, like I'll walk out of the back of my house. This is usually how it happens, and it's hovering. And so I go record, and it'll take off, whatever. Then in the last couple of weeks, things have changed. This has been about a 2-year experience of recording shit. And then I'm like, well, I'm seeing things. This is so crazy. I'm pointing them out to my wife and kid. They're seeing them. This is how, and this is how I explained it to him. I said, I can tell you that's not, right? And then I discover a link on UFO Twitter, and I'll post it in here real quick too. And this lady in the UK is doing what I usually do. I've taken night photography. That's how I stepped on stiff. She's describing the same exact thing. I'm talking to a T, the way I did in the space 2 days prior, the way me and my wife saw it, and then the way Zach kind of described it after I gave him my phone number. He's from Seattle, and we were going to connect for some PMW thing. And then he was headed to LA, but after I gave him my phone number, he's like, dude, you won't believe what I just saw. It describes the same thing. And so essentially what it looks like is elongated craft. I'm going to say cigar shaped. This first craft I ever see. They're way up there, upper atmosphere. And you can see them. You know it's not satellite because they go back and forth all across the sky, right? West to east, east to west, east to north. Doesn't matter. But lately, what's new is I've always been able to see these dark. They're just dark. They've got like a little light source, maybe that's it. But they're everywhere and they're fast. Well, lately, they've been putting on crazy light shows. This is the shit that spooks me because the light shows, they send pulses through the entire thing. Like, that's how I figured out it was cigar shape. But it's random. So, like, if it goes from north to west, let's say, and it's shooting across the sky, it'll pulse, let's say, 3 times in that span, different lengths of time. On its way back, it'll pulse once. Then it'll go another direction. Won't pulse at all, and then I'll be looking for it, and then not a pulse, but like almost like a flashlight hits me, and then, oh, there it is. So I'll go to do the same thing. Well, was it 2 nights ago, for the day before I came here, I'm outside and I'm watching this by myself, and that's when it actually hit me that it wasn't 1, it was like 7, because they all started lighting up. I watched them darting across the sky dark, and it's really hard to see or follow. So if people ask, why don't you video them? Shit, you could barely see them, and then when you're in the city, it's really hard to see them, right?
And it's
Sure
not going to
shit.
convince them.
Nope, it's not.
Like,
I've got 2 years of video of the same thing. Is my point. I could keep recording it and it'd be the same thing, but they've never done. Had I known they were going to do the light shit, there's no doubt in anyone's mind had they seen what I just, was the way they were lighting themselves up. It's ridiculous because it's all random. So by random, I mean you will never see the same amount of light, the length of time, and then the number of times it pulses. And I can't think of anything that does that. And when I say light, I don't mean safety lights, like little blinks on a. I'm a combat veteran I can discern that shit, right? No, I'm talking the whole fucking craft from front to back, whoosh, real quick. And then I can't figure out what does that. And let me post that link. Someone else take over. I want to post the link so you can see her describe it as well, like that too, in another video.
Logan, you should
Can you change that title real quick? Can you change it to Orange Orb Appreciation Society?
Oh, wait, hold up. You're co-host. You can do it.
Yeah, it won't let me. I've tried like half a dozen times now.
Chase can do it.
Orange Orb Society?
Appreciation Society.
I got it.
Okay.
Sorry, I just got back to the chat, but I wanted to touch base with whoever was mentioning the details about portals. I know of 3 type of metaphysical portals, and I have theories on how 2 of them work, and I know how 1 of them works. If you want to DM me, I can go into detail for you later.
We should definitely if you'd actually follow me, I want to DM you a little bit about those too, because I'm curious. I'm not great with math, but I know some people who know math.
I'm terrible with math, but you have to know at least a little bit of math to understand that. It's more physics, really.
Oh, yeah, I understand it. I think enough, maybe, but maybe not. I don't know. You know, what do I know? Honestly, old vet, I don't know what you were saying. The cigar
I went
shapes
ahead
are
and put.
interesting.
Sorry, there's just a delay. I didn't realize. I was gonna say I put that thing at the top though. The Stranger Things 11 girl that followed me. Do you think that's like the real girl?
Well, she has a lot of fun. Well, that's it seems like she was saying that she has abilities. So you might follow her and see, like, I don't know, check it out. I don't know, you know. When was it made? The account.
I don't know. Let's see. Why?
Joined October 2016, so it's been around for a while. I typically use just like time because it's kind of hard to get older ones, I think. Maybe, I don't know. My math could be way off.
It's harder to get older. What ones?
Well, like if she was around, she'd probably have an older account because she's older. I think she was saying she's the real life version of 11 in the show Stranger Things, but she's not actually 11 in Stranger Things. That makes. Maybe we're just complete. I don't know. Maybe we're just confused, and I should stop talking.
Working by time doesn't work as well as it used to. It's become very standard to steal old inactive accounts and just rename them and everything.
Interesting.
That's also a real possibility, yes.
There are new people in here. I just looked. Hey, if anybody wants to, come up here and say something, feel free.
Hey, Rebecca. I was just looking at your profile and your timeline. Oh my God. Would you mind it? I mean, if you can you step up and talk about some of your experiences? That would be really cool.
I did invite her to talk, I think.
Yeah, and guys, if you guys are seeing purple orbs too, like we can talk about those as well.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
So yeah, you guys see that post I made of the
Shadow
thingy in the
people?
doorway?
I'm watching it right now.
Okay. I have no idea. I mean, it tripped up my Alfred camera motion, so there was definitely something there.
Alfred is an app that you can put on your
Alfred's
phone and use
it's
as
like
a
a
camera.
camera app, yeah.
Rebecca, I just have a really random question. Does that evoke fear in you?
A what?
I haven't seen what Logan was describing, but I just had a random feeling to ask you. Is that does that make you feel afraid?
Yeah. Maybe not afraid, but now I'm kind of expecting it, and it freaks me out a little bit. I don't know if that makes sense.
You mind if I ask? You have a video where you say, "I don't care anymore. Go ahead, you can laugh at me." But what is the video of exactly?
So I've posted some pretty far out things before, and I guess some people laugh it off and say it's too fuzzy, or that's a bird, or anything I post that's just.
What's a bird? I don't see anything. What's in the video
I
that's
mean, if it was a video of outside, people just say my videos were ridiculous. So I'm saying you guys could laugh at this one, but there's definitely something in
so
my
is it kind of like a joke, because there's actually?
Yeah, you can laugh at it or you could take it seriously, but maybe
So
it's not
what
funny.
is in the video? Because I'm having a hard time actually seeing anything, and it's not that I don't believe you see something, or
So I
that
can
something
post
isn't
in
there.
It's in the nest. I put it in the nest already. You can just scroll up and look at it. But Rebecca, really quick, may I ask if you how long have you had a history of these types of experiences, and was there a beginning point at which the experiences started, and have they happened your whole life?
It started at 16. Uh, I was in the woods in Big Bear with my neighbor Laura. Her parents took us on a trip to a cabin for the weekend, and me and her snuck out in the middle of the night. We called it an adventure walk, and we were walking together, and all of a sudden, these wolves came running towards us, and a phone booth appeared, like the accordion door style ones. And we ran inside of it, and these wolves were trying to get in to the phone booth for hours. And then they just ran away all of a sudden. So we get out of the phone booth and we walk quickly to the cabin. And there was a glowing shape of a person standing there, just kind of lighting up the doorway to the cabin.
I
No
see it.
facial features, but that was the first time.
So the phone booth, you're walking in the middle of the woods, this phone booth appears. I mean,
Yes.
what?
It was
Sounds like
pitch
some Doctor Who
dark.
shit.
So
It was pitch dark and there's nothing out there, but then it just appeared.
Wow. Okay. So going on. So the figure in the doorway was a shadow, and do you think it followed you home from that point, from
I
the
think
cabin?
it was a light being of some sort. That weekend, my one of my really close friends had killed himself. And I don't know. It's been a while. I'm 35 now. I kind of felt like maybe it was him saying goodbye to me. That's what I thought all these years, but now I'm starting to feel differently. I'm starting to feel like maybe it was like a being, like an angel being that's attached to me. But yeah, I think it did follow, I guess you could say, follow me home.
Well, my condolences to your friend that passed. So okay. So you were in your teens when it started, and then you're 35 now, and so it's been. Has there been a pattern of events? Like, does it come out when every single
Trauma.
night, or does it?
When there's
What
trauma.
do you mean?
like right before something
When you're in a
traumatic
state of
happens.
trauma,
Right before something
right
traumatic
before something
happens, it'll
traumatic
appear.
happens.
Oh, it's like the Mothman.
Whoa.
Can it
Very
prevent the
interesting.
trauma from occurring?
No, it's kind of like a heads up, I guess. It shows itself, and then I'm like, okay, shit's about to go down with me. Like that's just how I interpret it this whole time. Yeah,
Would you say
it's
it's
going off
benevolent?
the hook right now, and shit is going down in my life, but
Hey, Rebecca.
yeah.
Have you ever tried to get like a tri-field meter? And have you ever tried to like do any sort of analysis or like an infrared camera with lasers that where you can just try to access or see like if something else is going on, like if it's emitting an EMF signature?
I haven't. No, I haven't. I should.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the problem we come to is like it would be great, if everybody could buy their own EMF radar signatures. I'd love to buy an infrared camera and go videotape what, vets seeing up there, and like just imagine the footage we could get if you actually had a team dedicated to go find the stuff and get it out. I like the picture you have up top here in the daytime. That's really strange. It's in the closet, right? Am I seeing that right?
Oh no, that's in the doorway. The thing that's blocking the closet in the dark video is a Gatorade bottle, right there, and then the lamp. I could take a picture of like how it's set up, so you could see where it's setting. Here, it's on my iPad that I'm using.
So, what are you seeing in that light picture right there? What is the most important aspect of that?
It's like
Can you
there's
send
a
that
face
picture to the
there.
nest, please?
Yeah, I see the one in the nest. I see a spot to the right. It looks a little hazy, almost in the closet in a way. It has like it looks like it's almost like an orb of some sort. It doesn't look like stuff because it's hanging down below where the shirts would go. I don't see anything particularly in the doorway, directly in
Well, there's
front,
one
but
video where there's
I could
nothing.
be mistaken.
Hey, you know what? I'm here. I have a suggestion. When I
Mhm.
have something in a picture that I want someone to notice that maybe they won't, I go ahead and I point to it or I'll outline it with like like I'll paint on it. So I'm be like, this is what I'm talking about right here. You know what I mean? Maybe
Okay.
are you able to do that?
Yeah. Let me.
Hey, can I make a suggestion, Rebecca?
Mhm.
It's something that's super easy to do, and the only reason I suggest it when I was trying to capture my experiences, I was trying to figure out a cheap way to do IR without having to go the full on psionics. Well, there's this camera company named Wise, and they sell their IR cameras are second to none, $35, and you can get a moving, rotating one. And if you set that up anywhere like that, you can set the motion trigger, and that's a cheap way to attempt to do this without you being there and using IR. And just a suggestion, this is one of the things I discovered. You can't afford the psionics at $700, so 35 or 700, take your pick.
Yeah, they're like
Yes,
$20
yes.
cameras. Yeah. I'll look into it. I've had one before. It was a while ago though. Okay, let me
The new ones
outline
have
it.
something called Starlight. It's called a Starlight camera, and it's just a super high end IR for what you're paying. So if you get, it's cheap as hell. You know that you already had one.
Yeah, they are cheap. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and post this to the Jumbo Tron.
Right. You know how to do it, right? You just share it to I guess space.
Yes.
Are you putting it in the threads or in the nest?
Well, I'm uploading it first to my
Oh, okay, right.
and then
I
posting
think I
it.
shared it. Is
There it
it
goes.
there?
Oh no, she's gonna post something that she outlined it, right? So that way we're like, oh, that's what she's talking about. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Okay, it should be up now. I posted the camera is my iPad, and then I posted an outline of what I'm looking at. And you could see the Gatorade bottle too on the outline picture. To the right of it, you could see the G in the Gatorade bottle there that's sitting. So that's nothing there. And then to the other side is the lamp that you see. Is it up yet?
I see the lamp.
And then
I
scroll
can see
to
your
the
drawing.
right, and you'll see the drawing.
Huh.
It's behind it. I'll share it again here.
Yeah, honestly, I have no idea. I would try what
Oh, I see it.
that was saying and see if you can get a cheap infrared camera and maybe like test it. Yeah, because I mean, I fully believe you. So I just can't see it because my eyes aren't patterned for that yet. But you clearly, I guess, know what you're talking about. I think Logan might see what you're talking about. I don't know what. So I know, like,
So if you
the
go
only
to my
theory I
Twitter
know
page
is
and
the
click on the
floats.
picture, you could see it, like the whole thing. It's right there. Even the videos. It's blinking and it looks like it has a wand.
Yeah, Chase, I'm sending you the picture. I just edited it a little bit to make it even more obvious, just because you can't see it for some reason. Here,
Rebecca, you said
Yeah.
that it looks like it has a wand. Okay, that's the. I mean, that to me, that's extremely strange that you said the word wand. The whole lore of a wand, like a magician's wand, comes from um these beings that use these sort of sticks like wands that they use to change the vibration of certain objects, and they'll use them, they'll like touch a door to move through, it'll change the vibration of a door, and so they can move through it. They can also, I mean, it's rumored that it has other
You're giving me chills.
it has other functions, like it can put you
To
into a
sleep.
trance. Yeah.
Yeah. The one at my
Yeah,
window did that
that's
to me. The one
Hey,
that I
can I?
post. Yeah, go ahead.
so
I'd
that's
like
why,
to
like,
add,
the
Chase.
the men in
Sorry.
black also the men in black also use that same wand type thing. It's the same idea.
If
But
you
go
look
ahead,
in the
Ted.
videos, it shakes the wand at my iPad.
Sorry, I'm just gonna reset it real quick here, guys. There's quite a few of us, so I think I know you guys were talking. Sorry, I was kind of. I'm just trying to look and see Rebecca's thing real quick, so I apologize. I want to let Shane talk real quick, and then I want to talk a little bit more about what Rebecca's seeing. So let's just, yeah, we're great. Thank you guys.
Yeah, let's focus. I only have 11% left.
Okay, Chase, what I was going to say is actually what you were just talking about, spot on. If you guys can remember, I'm almost positive that there was a point in the Lonnie Zamora case where he actually talks about when he approaches it, they got out with pointed a stick at him and it froze him. I don't know if you guys remember that.
I don't. That's awesome though.
There was a part in the
No,
story.
I do know what you're talking. I roughly remember kind of what you're talking about, because they use some sort of control mechanism to freeze the nervous system, basically, so that way you don't. So they have a technology that's, I guess, encapsulated in a wand-like feature, which might explain Harry Potter.
Can I just ask Rebecca quickly? Do you get a sense like what is your sense about like what they look like? Like, are they wearing like? Do you get a sense like they're wearing like clothing or suits or something like that? Like, or a sense of personality as well?
They're very translucent. You can see they're very like hazy, like almost like a fog. So I don't really
Rebecca.
notice clothing. Yeah.
Do you know
I'm so
Winston
sorry.
personally?
I've had this happen as well to me. I did a similar thing. Well, it started with an intuition. Like, I just I didn't know what I was sensing. I just
Yes.
sensed something was wrong, or just I don't know, something was off, and intuition came that I should grab my camera and start taking pictures,
Hmm.
and it was just the dark, like in the dark. I turned the flash off, and I just started taking a bunch of pictures of just the room everywhere, and in the pictures after this was a long time ago, after I looked at it, was this being I never could figure out like what it was. It wasn't a gray, it
Hmm.
wasn't a gray, but it was translucent, and in its hand it had an effing wand, and it was using it. It was like, I mean, I lived in a house with glass doors, like the sliding ones, and it was putting it into the glass door to move through the glass door.
Hmm. Yes. This one was shaking the wand in the video, and it fuzzed out the video. It turned off the camera. I
Do
posted that.
do you get a
Put it.
sense like they're benevolent, or
I think that they're observing me. I feel like they're just watching me. I don't think that they're like really tampering or like doing, I don't think anything bad, but I do feel like I'm being observed.
They're neutral. They
Yeah,
don't
but they
they
were
don't
definitely chosen to be like
to watch
seeing
you.
these things. Yeah, to be
Yeah.
watched.
Yeah, that's the same thing that I felt as well, was that they were there to observe and take notes, take notes proverbially, but like just to analyze you. And like, can I just ask, are you sensitive to energy? Have you ever had a Kundalini activation or any of those things?
I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sensitive like with like intuitions and stuff. Definitely like have that feeling like, oh, I should grab my camera right now, or feel like something's wrong, get out of here. Like I get that intuition big time. So
If you
I feel
could,
like if
if
they're letting you see them, maybe they're measuring your reaction to them as well.
this last, well, not this last one, because the last one was in the doorway, but the one in the window that was probably a few days before this scared me half to death. Like I just pulled out my phone, started taking videos and pictures, and I was too scared to even look at the pictures. And I glanced at the thumbnails before it put me to sleep, and I knew there. I could see a figure there, and I just put my phone away. I couldn't look, and then I passed out. It put me to sleep.
Rebecca,
Zelda has just got his hand up.
just really quick. I just followed you. I'd like to talk about some things in private. If you could follow me back, I'd like to DM you maybe later, but I'll back off the
Okay.
mic now.
Okay.
Thank you, three. And Rebecca, thank you for sharing. I know that's really hard, especially, when you get idiots like me who can't see what you're talking about necessarily, but I'm glad
You're
you have
good.
people like three who know exactly what's going on, and that's why I love these spaces, because normally there's someone who knows something, right? I want to get to Excalibur. Exalter?
Hey there. Yeah, it's Zaldor, but that's just my that's my adopted wizard name. But in any case, I can kind of explain a little bit of what's going on here with Miss Rebecca, uh, just from my studies in the metaphysics and relating them back to science. If you have a very powerful third eye, that would be specifically your pineal gland. It will not only increase your ability to see energies in some regard, specifically higher frequency more than likely, but it does increase your ability for intuition. So when you have a gut feeling, what happens is your third eye chakra, your ajna, connects with your sacral chakra to give you a gut feeling. So you can actually feel that something's going on or something's wrong in the situation. But in terms of wands, they usually have a very specific function. So, say for example, a modern Wicca or everyday wizard like myself, I have a wand of selenite. It has a very specific purpose that I use it for. But I have another wand that's made from an almond branch, and it has another purpose, and it has its own functions. But higher entities, when they have wands, they have different crystals and materials they can interact with, so they can do things like alter frequency at will, and why they're probably perceived as translucent, because they're on a different frequency from us. They're not totally physically here. They're in another plane, and we could just see bits of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I had to add, really.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with that.
You can exercise your third eye chakra if you change your diet to specific foods and always answer to the intuitive instincts within yourself. It will start to arise more, and you can cling on to that feeling much more easily the more you do it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Does anyone here actually eat healthy? I'm curious.
I am a quote-unquote cheating vegan.
I do.
I don't. That does. 3 does?
No, I don't. I'm a junk food junkie.
It's like
I eat exclusively rice pudding.
I eat healthy, but I used to be a junkie.
Well, I know Logan, just from that statement, is a gray.
That's true.
And maybe he was put here to spy on Bet. And that's the orbs you're seeing. It's actually Logan.
Keeping tabs. I'm watching everybody.
No, that's honestly kind of wild. I love, I at least really agree with the idea that they are frequency we can't quite see. I kind of like, what would a being that has, twice the frequency of us be? Would it be twice as quote unquote dense, full of energy?
No,
And
it'd be the
then
opposite.
it'd be less dense.
Less dense.
Mm-hmm.
No, it'd actually be more dense. That's what we in Hermetics call the clip-off. They're the remnants and beings from a time long, long ago when the Earth was just forming, and things weren't quite as stable back then. So they're more dense with us, but they're so dense that they don't interact with our specific frequencies on the earthly plane.
And yeah, and since time exists not as a linear progression like we think, but necessarily a solid structure, in my opinion. Is that, am I making sense there?
In some sense, time is kind of an illusion, especially the further you get to higher entities and their realms. Time makes less sense to them, and they would wonder why we measure our rotation around the sun and such.
The higher beings always kind of fascinated me. Not always, actually. Recently, actually, I mean to say. I was reading something, Just My posted. It's about Dorothy Isaac. I know Logan, Old Vet know what I'm talking about. Winston, definitely. They were saying that these beings essentially, when they come into contact, have to slowly climatize you basically to their energy wave. Otherwise, you'll get horribly irradiated and burned, and that seems like it's a lot of power, whatever it is.
That's correct. That's why, like a lot of abduction stories you hear about, it takes place and feels like a dream to them, because the closer to higher frequencies you get, the more dreamlike states the human mind enters. In Hermetics, we call that entering closer to Yesod and Tifereth on the spheres of the Tree of Life, but that's just the fourth and fifth dimensions. For them, that's their normal, and they have to acclimatize themselves to us so that they can interact with the physical matter.
I wonder what it would be like for them at that point. And I wonder how many different layers of beings there are in between, because you can get like, let's say 3 beats within one of our beats, or vice versa. It can get kind of interesting, and I think it could explain a lot of why you see some entities that can shift phase and go through something. You just have to you don't have to necessarily find the exact vibration of the material. You just have to find the vibration over a given time. I don't know. What do you guys think? Nethla, I see your hands up.
I think if you think too hard, you're going to go super quantum on us.
I'm about super quantum. You know what I mean?
Oh, I got you.
I'm just kidding. I don't subscribe to any one belief necessarily. Nethla, then Screen. Okay, Screen, then Nethla, if she's available.
I'd just like to point out we were talking about flat world or flatland earlier, and we were talking about more dense beings. What's more dense than the sun? And those little mini orbs are like mini suns. And they're often in rows or in formation. That seems like a higher being to me, or what we can perceive of one, anyways.
Yeah, there's certain layers to the sun. That's a good point. It would be interesting if plasma is conscious, basically. The way I see it, what part of us is necessarily conscious? Is it the electrons that's moving through their head, or is it, the actual stuff, quote unquote? And I think it's both and neither, maybe.
It's a
I don't know
combination
what I
of
think.
both, but it has to do with the plasma I was talking about earlier, and this gentleman just mentioned. And your consciousness could be labeled as the electrical signals in your brain, because they touch just not only the physical realm, but they have an astral aspect to them. So your brain could be said to exist on multiple planes, and you pull inspiration down from the same place. But your plasma can hold, like even water can hold a frequency and a charge to some degree. But plasma, being that it contains more elements, can hold much more frequency. And it's crazy to really think about, but I could get beyond here all
No,
day.
yeah, I see what you're getting at, because if you had well, basically you can make water into plasma, and that's the 2 hydrogen molecules that you basically get the sun, quote unquote. You're making a lot of sense there. Not sure exactly how to say your wizard name, but I think it's dope you have a wizard name. I need a wizard name, honestly.
We all need a wizard name. But before okay, so I got invited to this. I signed up a while ago to this. Everyone knows Dolly, right? There was like a sub-shoot of it called Crayon that everyone's been using for their AI art, right? But the main program has been invite only for a while now, and I just got into the program, so I haven't created anything yet. But I wanted to ask if anybody had any ideas.
I'm not familiar with what this is.
It's the same thing as Crayon or like Dolly.
It's like a more
just,
refined Dali, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the same thing, but just better. Yeah, more refined.
Dolly? I guess I'm unfamiliar with what Dolly is.
It's like an AI program that like you tell it like Mick West holding a seagull, and it'll
Oh,
do
it's
that.
one of the art AIs. I see.
Mhm.
Cool.
Yeah, how about you start off with that, and then make that the picture for this space?
I wish we could do that. How do you make a picture for space?
I think it's just a picture, and then you put it in the space.
Oh no. Okay.
I did a couple of AI arts, and I put like UAP and UFO as the words to see what it would create.
Are you saying you did that already, Screen?
Yeah, like I spelled them out like unidentified aerial phenomena, and then see what it would come up with. But the one he's talking about is like super advanced. I was just using some free version.
Are you using it
Well,
right now, Logan?
You better think of some clever things to ask a robot to paint.
I almost
Can you make it draw the portal that Zelda was describing before?
sure. Okay, but you need to can you send me a text with a description of like what to tell the AI specifically, and I'll go ahead and get it.
Hey guys,
Literally tell the right in the chat the AI, the portal that what's his name saw. Who saw it?
Screen name? Was it screen name?
Or actually, no, just say that guy. The portal that guy saw and see what happens.
I only get
Yeah.
I just think it's cool that it looks like water. Like I wouldn't have thought that it would have looked like that.
guys, I just had this done by Tesla bot. He's just
point out that
done one for me.
I only have so many credits that they give you during the trial period for Dolly, so it's not unlimited tries. So that's why I haven't created anything yet, because I only get a handful of chances. So I want to make something cool. That's why I'm asking.
Does Nelta want to speak, or is she AFK? She's had her hand up for quite some time.
Yeah, I thought she would have spoken by now. You can go ahead and speak, Nelta, if you want to.
Just hop in and interject.
I think Roy wanted to say something. I want to give Roy a chance.
Yeah, for sure. Anyone that wants to say something, go ahead.
Yeah, guys, I just recently had this done by Tesla bot, the AI. It was requesting that people give descriptions of things for it to draw. So I gave it one on my my theory, dilation theory, and it drew a really cool picture.
Do you have a ability? Did you post it down either in the? Could you post it down in the chats below or up above?
I wouldn't even know how to start to do that.
So you go to the picture and you can click on it, and then you just do add to the space. You'll see the Mick West and Anomalous Seagull Sighting Society.
Oh yeah, I can see that bit. What ...
Yeah, and I want everyone to think about Mick West today. He's going through a hard time. He's really getting beat up by the UFO community.
Yeah, but he reaps what he sows.
All because he can't, I don't know. Why do you think he's hung up?
Look, he's kind of telling the truth about saying puppeteers, because it's like, aren't aliens puppeteers of humanity? But I do think that claim is a ridiculous reach.
Thank you. I knew there was a reason I was making fun of him, and it was because of the puppet theory. Oh my goodness. Like,
that's such a reach, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's his angle. And is that the Australian incident where all those kids saw it all from Australia? They're all
Zimbabwe.
And there's another one. And then I think someone was referencing a bunch of less renowned ones.
Yeah. I mean, that's well documented, that one. I mean they're
how
all
would
adults and they're all saying the same thing now that they were then, as kids.
And why would kids lie? Another reason, especially a big group like that, one of them would go and be like, nope, we didn't see that. But I think it would be traumatizing if you saw that. So there's no reason you would even go back and say, I didn't see that, unless
I think
locked it out in your mind.
The African one is really interesting because of the culture there. I mean, these kids didn't even have any idea what a UFO was. They didn't watch Buck Rogers, these kids.
Yeah, and Mick is saying it was a puppet.
Traveling puppeteers.
I was saying Mick is a puppet for the ETs, I think. That's my theory.
What if that was like
it's just another angle from the government side.
What if he was actually admitting something by saying they're traveling puppeteers? Because that's how you would describe an extraterrestrial, would you not?
Avatar.
I was thinking that.
Yeah, avatars. In a way, yeah, they are puppets as such, aren't they? Aren't we all though?
Maybe he's I don't know, trying to give that away and like trying to make it, I don't know.
Well, like if the stories are to be believed, we have like they kind of mess with our genetics in a way, right? So like it's possible, right? Right. I might have gotten
Possibly.
lost on what the conversation was going
Just
about. I
jump
might have been
in.
in my
I'll
own
vet if
little
you
world.
don't worry about hands.
I was going to say, I'll join back up in a sec. I'm going to pack my weed and gear and go do some prospecting and listen to this space. So go find me some gold.
You're gonna go search for some gold?
Yeah.
I love it.
I'll holler in a minute.
Enjoy the gold that is life and weed.
Yeah. But I'll join back up in a minute. This is
The
one of my
yellow earth.
this is one of my non-roughing spots. So this is literally by Rainier, but it's a resort. So you can walk around with beer. They got Wi-Fi everywhere, and then they got a hot tub right on the river. I mean, I'm roughing it right now, bro.
Man, what a rough time out there. I wish you the best of luck. Yeah, no, I'm glad you're here. Anybody have thoughts on Mick West?
I like the idea of him trying to bring awareness to the fact, that angle that he's trying to bring awareness to the fact that maybe those are just like consciously controlled vehicles for them or something, not actually them.
It's a good point. The consciousness aspect of controlling the vehicles has always kind of somewhat intrigued me as well. By somewhat, I mean by when I have been able to actually think about it. I want to welcome actually Lacey to the space. She has her hand up, so I want to give her a chance to speak real quick, and then we'll continue this.
Yeah, thank you. What disturbed me is that Mick West said the puppets were traveling in a van around these children.
You think you'd be able to determine if there was vehicle tire marks on the scene?
Yes, and you know the story, everybody's in a van, come here little kids, and that just seems so weird to me.
Yeah, you're right. I am more worried about what if that was people, like what is going on?
For real.
That is a bigger concern for me.
Thank you.
I don't know. I feel bad for Mick. I think he's in denial.
And
I
he's
think
fine.
we're going to have to walk him through it.
Yes. That's it. Thank you.
And welcome to the space, Lacey. I remember you actually, your accent. You know where Hohenwald, Tennessee is?
I sure do.
My grandfather used to live there. I was there. I spent a lot of time there.
Oh, wow, that's cool. That's not too far from me.
Yeah, all those thrift shops. I spent 90% of my time when I was there in those places.
I love that stuff. Yeah, I'm a country girl.
We couldn't tell, Lacey.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was gonna comment before. Like, I really love your like a strong accent. It's really cool. And I
That's
also
tough
want
to
to
draw.
apologize. I wanted to apologize for being gone. The space was dying. Like, I only had like a couple percent left on my phone, so I had to go grab another phone and sign into the space on a new phone. And I tried before it died, and so yeah, that's what I was doing. Sorry.
Thanks, guys.
Thank
What
you,
were you guys
Lacey.
talking about?
We what were we talking about? Well, we were
Chupacabra's
talking
in the
about
house.
Tennessee. No, I did go up to town. Apparently, there's like Bigfoots or something out there. Do you
They
see?
are
Have you ever
everywhere.
seen anything crazy, Lacey?
Oh, shoot, yeah. I've seen a lot of stuff in the woods around here.
What's the scariest thing you've seen?
Something that was, it was like a Bigfoot. It was a funny color though, but it was kind of whitish grayish, and it was. We had all took all our horses one weekend to this area where nobody was, and we'd been riding, and everybody was camping out, and there was caves and creeks and all kinds of stuff through there, and we were camping out, cooking out, and somebody came up on a four-wheeler. We were riding it around. I was on the four-wheeler with two of the kids from one of the families, and the kids are the ones that saw it first. Look, look, Aunt Lisa. Go, go. They were scared to death, and so was I, actually, when it stepped out.
Well, when you see something strange like that, that's a weird. I bet you a weird feeling.
It really was. I think we disturbed its peace.
So you think it was hiding out there then,
I think
or
it
resting
lived
out there?
out there or up in there somewhere, and it heard all of us down in the valley and came to see what we were.
See, I've had a couple different conflicting stories about what kind of like the Bigfoots are in a way.
Uh
Because I
huh.
think there's a couple different types. Some of them seem kind of advanced in an aspect, and then
Yes.
and then the others seem less so. Is that something you might have noticed? Do you think there's like different types?
Not that I've really noticed, but in my head, I think so. I think some of them, like, I don't know if they shapeshift or come through a vortex or something.
One of the guys I was talking to said it had an invisibility cloak, and the reason he knew that was because it had cloaked in front of him.
Oh, wow.
But that's just one guy, and I know nothing else about that. So do
I
not.
know that they can get gone real quick from right in front of you, so that's kind of amazing.
It's very possible. I do want to also welcome Zem. Zem, are you kind of? Is it kind of like Invader Zem?
Oh, yeah, let me hush, and y'all.
No, Lacey, I'm sorry. I jump like a rabbit with my ADHD, so I apologize. I don't mean to necessarily cut you off. I just do that for some reason, so I apologize.
Hey, my last name is Zimmerman. I've always been a Zim. The Mick West stuff. I think the idea that it was fake to these children is a possibility. But there's 100.
So Zem, your speaker's real quiet. Could you get a little closer to your speaker or the mic? Yeah.
If that was my choice to want to debunk it, I think I'd try to talk to somebody that was there. The idea of some traveling puppet shows being some better. That's all.
Yeah, it seemed like you had to jump through more hoops to get to that theory, which than you would just to have like it seems more likely that it's just aliens came down, landed, and said, "Hey, clean up your world." It's clean up your mess. Basically, it's like your parents come down saying, "Yeah, hey, clean this shit up." Logan, you have any thoughts? You still there?
Yeah, but I was wondering what happened to Chupacabra. Like, is he in here?
Well, I still see him down there. Um, you know, I think he's getting ready in the morning. I bet you he's working on. Yeah, there he goes. He's working on films. Guarantee it. He's editing or working on the timeline.
Oh yeah, he's
What
hustling.
up?
What's up,
Yeah,
Playboy?
What's up,
I am
Sam?
getting ready in the morning. I'm just sipping some coffee. Got the dogs out.
Oh, what kind of coffee do you drink?
Just regular ass, big ass bucket of Folgers.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm
So
not too
coffee.
picky about coffee, like at all. I like creamer. You know what I mean? I'm gonna need something in there. I'm not a big fan of black coffee.
Best part of waking up, Folgers in your
That's what they're
breath.
saying. That's what they're saying. But it's like, you know what I mean? It's like $12 for a giant container of coffee that'll last me maybe like a month. That's pretty good.
It's
Get her done.
solid coffee for the
Oh yeah.
price. I grew up drinking that stuff black, so it was.
Oh damn.
Yeah,
You know all about
yeah.
it.
It's delicious. Love it.
Yeah, I got a little bowl going. Yeah, I'm just showing. Listen to you guys. The Mick West thing is bananas. The puppet thing. I mean, guys, a puppet? Is he being serious? Was there a traveling group of puppeteers out in the bushes? Because if so, like if there's really like reason to believe that, I'd be like, well, that's very interesting, Mick. But this just seems like a stretch. I mean, even
Why are they hanging out in Zimbabwe? Is my question.
it doesn't make fucking sense. Like, there's two things that he's done that have just been like that's strike two for me. I wonder what strike three is going to be. But like the first one was when he tried to give like a little what was it, a disclaimer for all of UFO Twitter that Lou Elizondo, when referencing the allegory of the cave, was not suggesting that humans evolved in caves.
Oh right,
Like
I remember that.
he thought we would have assumed that or something after reading Elizondo's post, that we would have thought that maybe humans evolved differently than science told us. Instead of assuming that Lou Elizondo was using the allegory of the cave as an allegory, like Mick West, you think that we're retarded? Like he really thinks that we're like we barely could turn our phones on. You know, like we landed on Twitter just on accident. Um, just
It's because we have such crazy beliefs in his eyes.
yeah, it's got to be it. It's got to be. I would love to talk to him earnestly about it one day. Like soon would be really cool because like the dude needs to clear the air. he needs to clear the air.
Probably better sooner than later before strike three. You know, he's going to be saying, you know, the Tic Tacs, you know,
A real
I don't know.
did
What,
Fravor have an actual
like,
Tic Tac in his mouth during the thing and then he spit it out?
yeah.
Is that more likely if there was a Tic Tac flying around in the cabin? Like that would be strike three for sure. I think strike three. I hope is when aliens show up and he's like, still fake. And I'll be like, you're done, dude. Get out of here.
No, dude, I asked the dude on Mick West's post. I was asking him because I was like, what's it gonna take for the aliens to be a plausible explanation? Because I told him, like, what if we have like a note, a movie UFO style, clear as day, doing impossible maneuvers on camera, no, nothing ambiguous, like you know fucking what it is. I was like, in that moment, are you still gonna say that Mick West's explanations are more plausible than suggesting that it's extraterrestrial or whatever? And they still say yes. They would go for the prosaic explanation, even in that example.
So there's one. They're not actually being confronted with the visual evidence. So when they actually see the visual evidence, it might be a little bit different. They might not be able necessarily to ignore it. That's at least my thought. But
He's your
Photoshop,
litmus
bro.
test.
Photoshop.
yeah,
You,
but
you
I
said he's
guess
your litmus test, right?
I agree though. Photoshop, you know, that's very very difficult now. I don't think they'll ever believe anything that's a photo. I think they'll have to see it for themselves, basically.
Guys,
Yep,
I
yep,
think that
yep.
it'll have to be like a complete thing. So like, for instance, right, like the craft sightings and stuff, that's got to go. That's not going to count. Those are great. Those are awesome. The reports are awesome, but it's not going to count. no one is going to believe anything that anyone else saw. And then unless it's recorded by multiple people at the same time, no one will believe it. And then unless they land and then get out of the thing, no one will. People will say, "Well, that's not an alien. That's not a UFO. That's ours." It has to come with a full like taxonomy, like it has to show up at his door complete. Like science has to come out and be like, "Oh yeah, these are the Zurons, and we found out that the Zurons are from like this, and their ship is from this, and this is why it's made of this because their planet has an atmosphere of this, and like we've sent a probe there, and they're here, and they've explained like they would have to come like that. Like science has to already be like into it for someone like Mick West to be like, oh okay, cool." Like his religion is science. His religion is academia. It's his faith is in his own logical thinking. So like you have to sideline that 100% by
And it
saying
goes against his own belief in that scientific debate, because see, you have people like Gary Nolan who are coming saying, "Hey, you're wrong. Like that's not."
Oh, absolutely. And I'm curious as to Mick West, like how smart he really is, because and this is going to sound arrogant and cocky or whatever, but like if you're creative, I don't think that Mick West has said anything that like can't be proven true by your own experience. Or not Mick West, sorry, Gary Nolan, right? Like Gary Nolan's like science and stuff that he's suggesting about creativity, intuition, um, and the way that he's sourcing this in terms of study of biology and study of specific parts of the brain. Um, how could you go against, like, how could you start to think that what he's saying is crazy just because he mentioned a case from France where some people took a picture of a craft and it didn't look like what they thought? Like,
And then he was trying to put stickers on a sunroof saying, "Oh, I debunked it." It's like,
oh, that'd be really fun. That'd be
you
really
think
fun.
you think the scientists wouldn't have thought to check if it was a sticker on a sunroof?
Well, that's
Like,
again where like Mick West is like thinking that he's like gonna save the day, because there's this saying that like the more PhDs that are in a room, the dumber the room is, because like they assume they know everything, so they can't really accept new knowledge. So I imagine that Mick West is in the mix, like thinking that he's like really the only one thinking logically because he's not thinking uh, in fantasy or in faith based. Like, oh, we want to believe in aliens. He's coming at it. He thinks probably as the smartest guy in the room because of his perspective, even over people with PhDs and masters and all this other stuff. Like he probably thinks that he's still smarter, um, based on the fact that he doesn't believe that they're aliens. Um, but that's faith. I don't know. He's exposing himself. He could have played it cool and like still been like just a cool guy, in the back. Like, nah, I don't know, guys. I don't know. We should think about this. But like throwing weird jabs at us and put him on the outside for real. And he must be doing that shit on purpose.
hey, at least we got Gary backing us up.
He's such a strong weapon. I wanted to ask Tupac, but before I forgot, I wanted to ask this the other day actually. Have you ever thought about doing stand-up comedy? Like, have you ever done it before?
I've never done it. I think about it all the time. When I was a kid, I used to watch like Comedy Central, like in the '90s, and
Oh, for
like
sure.
I got so into like stand-up comedy. Like by the time I was like 10, I remember that I could like predict when sets were going to be done. Because in the '90s, like everybody's set was the same. I don't know if you guys know that, but like if you ever watch like Ben Stiller or like uh, Ellen DeGeneres or Janine Garofalo, these like really old school comics, like they're really hilarious, but all of their sets were the same. But
It's
yeah,
because they
yeah,
have like a formula.
the formula was always, it was cool. As soon as they had a callback joke, right? As soon as
Mhm.
towards the end, if they have a callback joke to something that said in the beginning or in the middle, that's their last joke, and they drop the mic and they're like, "All right, guys, thank you, Philadelphia," and they'll just walk away. So like, but beyond that, I think comedy is super good, but it's so hard. I always think that if I ever got up there, I'd just have a panic attack. Like
Oh
bombing would be
yeah,
the worst. I think bombing would and they talk about it. Comics talk about it, like how like it
you have to do
really
it.
you have to do it, and it like you have to do it a lot. But it's the worst feeling in the world. And like for a person who's like on stage, dude, just bombing would be like a slow death.
See, if I ever did something like that, I would have to do the first one, because I feel like the first one, I would knock it out of the park. For whatever reason, you got that beginner's luck. The second one, it would be terrible. I guarantee it would be a disaster. I
You'd
could
like
see Sam.
overwork your jokes and stuff, and you'd like, yeah,
You try too hard, it's like
yeah.
okay.
I
And
can't
then
believe
maybe I
like
guess you can make a joke about trying too hard, you might be able to recover it. But
should have
For
been on
oddly,
real.
like
you have
last
your
comic
hand
standing
up.
or something. Hey,
I want to hear
oddly
what you
basis or
got to say.
whatever.
What? Sorry.
Oh yeah, oddly, dude. What's up, man? I think you were around last night.
Actually, this is about stand-up comedy. Hilariously, so I live in Ottawa, Canada. We have like a million people in town here. Um, it was the weirdest thing, just out of nowhere. Louis C.K. played last night, and I went, and like this guy was doing Madison Square Garden before, right? And like Ottawa is the capital of Canada and everything, but he was playing in like a small theater, and it was the weirdest experience, man. No, there was no,
Dude, that's awesome.
yeah, there was no advertising for it. There was no like my wife and I go see anyone that comes to town. Like we saw Chris Rock here, we saw Kevin Hart here, we saw everybody. Like we love going to comedy shows, and it was just really weird because it was a small room. Tickets were like relatively cheap, and I guess he's trying to like make a comeback right now. Anyway, he was friggin' hilarious. Like yeah, like the show was incredible, you know. So it's just crazy.
That's so awesome. I mean, like comics do that from time to time, I think, for like, just to get back in touch with their roots. But like when you're rebuilding your name because of some cancellation or some thing you did, like you're gonna like,
Yeah.
there's gonna be a lot of great opportunities to see Louis C.K. if you're still think it's funny, which I
Did,
do.
I
I
forget.
think the guy's so funny.
Did he do something?
Yep.
I don't really follow everything like that. I kind of after UFO Twitter, it's like okay, aliens is what I.
He didn't really like as far as like things that people do wrong. His was more hilarious. It was still wrong, but it wasn't really wrong, you know.
For those who don't know, Louis C.K. joined the Taliban as a joke, and it didn't go over well with
Totally
everybody.
natural, totally healthy.
He got caught beating the monkey over the phone. Didn't he make one of his, I guess, some lady stand there and watch him jerk off?
Okay, so
Yep.
like making them do that, I think is extreme. He would be in jail
Yeah,
if that's the
it's not
case, right?
making. You're not right. He was in a position of power, offered it to her, and she's in a position of power. She didn't say no. And how awkward is that at work the next day?
Pretty weird. I would imagine that must have been weird. But yeah, prolific monkey beater, I think, would be the case there. But nothing
Yes.
really intense. Like no one really. I don't think no one pressed charges or anything crazy. Like I said, he'd be in jail if he assaulted anybody. But like it was just kind of a shameful act. I'll put it that way. And But
So
he
is a
does make
Monday for
light of
me.
it. Oh, you guys are great. You guys are great, dude. I just opened.
Shane, how are the mountains?
They're mountainy. Actually, so I was gonna go to the river and smoke my weed, but I started listening to you guys and I forgot I was going to the river, so I just smoked my weed. Now I remembered I was going to the river, so I'm gonna go to the river.
Describe the smells of the outdoors to me, because I haven't been to a creek in too long.
It smells like beefsteak and sweat socks out here. No, it's just I can't even
That's
describe
nature.
it, dude. Yeah, no, I can't even describe it. So I used to be a city boy. After I left Wounded Warrior the last time, I think I went camping in the mountains first time in 2019, and man, I was hooked. Now I'll come up here. Actually, I come up here by myself 98% of the time. It's either because my family can't stand me or vice versa, one of the two. But I come up here quite a bit by myself, and I love it, dude. The fresh air. It doesn't matter how stressed I am, because I got that news. I'm going back to Wounded Warrior, I think next week, maybe, if I get that date. So I was like, screw it. I'm going to have a vacation before my vacation.
Honestly, and then you need a vacation after your vacation.
And guess where I'm going for that? Vernal, Utah, Phenomenon, September 9th through something.
Nice. The what Comic-Con?
Yeah, talk to us about Phenomenon, dude.
Phenomenon Comic-Con?
Yeah. So down in Vernal, Utah, that's where I went to the UAP Disclosure Symposium. But Vernal's also the place that's famous for Skinwalker Ranch is there. So is Blind Frog Ranch. And here's the cool part. I have a friend that I met down there last time named Ray Willis. I shouldn't probably say his last name, dumbass. But he has property right on Skinwalker Ridge. And so I'll go over there, do some psychedelics and, that kind of shit.
You're going to see a fifth dimensional being on psychedelics be like, hey.
By psychedelics, I should have said he actually has the options. You got the regular ones, or he also has a series of, I can't remember what he calls it. Paul Hynek is the one that showed it to me when I was there. Me and Paul used the machine.
What do you mean real ones?
Well, there's psychedelics, and then there's a machine with LEDs and this music that's been developed.
EDMR?
Yes. Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah.
Ray does either, right? And so Paul Hynek come and got me. He's like, Shane, you got to try this shit. So Paul put me in a room, man, and I tried that LED shit. That was a crazy trip. Crazy.
Good times. Honestly, if you can trip without having to take like anything, it's like, why not? That's in Utah in September.
Yeah, it's Vernal, Utah, September 9th. It's like 3 or 4 days. And if it's anything like that Disclosure Symposium, it's just a good time, man. It's about the community, 100%. Josh could tell you when he went to down there in Alabama, I guarantee you he'd tell you the same thing.
So yeah, we need to maybe I should set one up here in Texas or something, or find one in Texas and midway point. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, I missed that. What in Alabama? What I might have noticed?
When you went to your UAP convention, the community, some good people, bro.
Oh yeah, there were a ton of really good people. It fascinates me because there's a ton of entertainment industry people in ufology. I was surprised at how many movie producers and TV producers and stuff like that I met. I think because sorry, just a few thoughts on it. I think because the phenomenon itself is so intriguing, right? There are so many possibilities to it, but also the stories of the people who have been involved with the phenomenon are so fascinating.
Hey, so Josh, you're
Right?
cutting out just a little bit there. Cutting in and out. Just want to let you know.
Human interest, and that's really what a lot of our media is about, is the human interest side of things. What makes a good movie if not a good character? Right? A good story is a good character put into I was yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Josh. I hear you.
Wait, did you hear him?
Yes, it's just registering.
I think he was just being nice.
Yeah, no, that's all. That's it. I just had some thoughts.
Josh, dude, it is good to see you this morning, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Getting some stuff done at work, and I wanted to pop in for a little bit here. By the way, all I really wanted to say was I love the title, Mick West Anomalous Seagull Sighting Society. Whoever came up with that, you're a gem.
Oh, that's good. That's gotta be Logan.
Was that you, Logan?
No, that was Winston. The cat guy.
Winston came.
I didn't hear Winston talk, dude. I thought that was I saw.
Oh,
him.
he was
like,
talking.
Oh my God.
I think maybe he's just shy around you, Sam. I don't know.
Yeah, he started talking this morning. I was like, I never heard you talk before.
Yeah, right. I just see. One day I was just scrolling down at the bottom or through the people that were in the room, and I saw Winston. And the next day I saw him too. And so I was like, oh, then I made up an award for. A lot of people had pet profile pictures. So I was like, oh, who's got the cutest one? And I gave Winston the award. So that's how I know him. He never said anything.
You're gonna say that with Josh's cat in the picture, right? Right now.
Somebody talking smack about cats.
Yeah, I blew it. I don't think Josh was in the room that night when I gave out the cutest pet profile picture award. Otherwise, it would
I
have
think
been
you've
you,
done
Josh.
that a few times now to him, the same guy.
Yeah, I'll give it to Winston every time now.
Yeah.
But he didn't. He never says anything. Now I know that he can talk. But as soon as I popped in, he dipped. He dipped out like.
Well, it's
All
because
right, Winsty.
you're a chupacabra. You know, he's a cat. You know,
Hey,
it's
before
instinct.
anybody gives anything away, okay, Chupacabra, just from what you know about Winston, wh- who is behind the picture? Male, female, age? What do you think?
Oh, I mean, I think that it's a dude who's 36 years old.
Oh, dude, you nailed it. I think you're right. That's who he is, and he has like an English accent. So
He does? Okay. English accent's helpful.
he sounds about our age. So I
You
figured.
Winston,
always
if you're out
respect
there
somebody
listening to
with an.
this, dude, the
Go
name
ahead.
Winston's pretty good. I like the
Doesn't
names
everybody
the
have an
older generation.
accent technically?
Yes. Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a
So
British
what
accent
Josh was
carries
saying
authority.
was respect everyone.
It does. There's certain accents in certain cultures that have authority. Like I wonder if the American accent in any culture carries with it authority. Like what? Like
Yes, it
Hollywood,
does. It
right?
does
Like
because other countries they get American TV, but all they hear from their community is their own accent. So when an American comes over to their country, they're like, "Oh my God, you're like the person I've seen on TV," and like you're kind of elevated, you know?
oh, so like we're the TV versions of things. That's awesome. Because like when I
Yes.
hear a British accent, I'm always like, oh my God, you're like the classy version of us. Everything you
Yo.
say sounds so classy.
You probably drink tea.
Yeah.
I know Jules is down there. I was making fun of him for being British. So.
Oh, what's up, Jules?
Hey, here's a funny story
Dude.
about English in other countries. I went to my wife's time in Thailand, and we got there, and people would be like, "Oh yeah, I speak English," and they would proceed to speak English to me, and I'm like, "I'm sorry, I can't understand a word you're saying. That's not English." But yeah, it's kind of funny. It's funny.
Nelta, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say it also depends on whether they were colonized by the British or not, and that relationship. So yeah, I need to ask. Did someone say aliens were seen in Zimbabwe or something? Sorry for taking you back.
Yeah, Aerial School.
Oh yeah. Oh, that one. Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
Yeah,
I'm
thanks
from there.
for.
No, if it's if it's a recent sighting or that's like the old one.
Yeah, are you from Zimbabwe?
Yes, I am.
Oh, so was like that sighting like really big there?
Eh, not really because it kind of happened. Uh, Well, we had one TV station and like four radio stations, and I suppose the radio one was where they played classical music. Probably that's where they aired it because it aired mostly in areas where white people lived. So I would know.
Yeah, that's I think actually you bring up a really really good point. As a lot of people don't have access to the same type of informations we do, and so I think it's good to acknowledge that like these people don't have the ability to even really know about this stuff, and so we at least have the ability to know about this stuff and make fun of British people. Thank you, Nethala. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, I would love it if you wanted to add anything too. Nice to have your voice.
No, it's yeah, it's good. It's good to have that. Now people have access to information because of the way the internet has gone and stuff like that. And well, your phone is your like your computer and stuff. So people have access to a lot of information. But we also have information that's not out here. Like our spirituality is foreign to this part, so sometimes it's very hard to share that because it was mostly suppressed again due to colonization. So when people talk about like some things that sounds like foreign or what can I say, alien sounding for us, it's like, oh, that's normal. We grew up with our grandparents talking about stuff like that. So yeah, so it's
Well,
just part of yeah.
yeah, thank you for your perspective. That's awesome. Yeah, I find it interesting how different cultures react because I have a couple buddies that grew up down in South America. I'm not sure exactly where, but they are very, very much on board with there being sign. He's the only one that's liking my UFO posts. It's like on my Facebook. It's like everybody else is ignoring it. They're not ready for that conversation. I wanted to give Jules a chance to defend British, the British, the Queen. Jules, how you doing, man? You all right?
I'm okay. I'm okay, thank you. I'm going to put on a really posh English accent for you all now.
Yeah.
I actually want to know why you think that a British accent commands authority. It's just been making me laugh.
Hollywood. So in Hollywood, like all of the entertainment we see, because we're not exposed to English people a lot at all. So we only really see other people through entertainment, and like the way the British are always portrayed in our entertainment is
I always
always.
find, Sam, that the British are portrayed as the bad guys, and that the British accent with Americans is always slightly sinister.
Yeah, well,
And I
it's
think,
almost like the Empire, right? Of Star Wars. It's like you guys represent the Empire, and
yeah.
like that's what it kind of is. It's authority. It's like
But I
our
mean,
roots.
stories like Star Wars are based on the Empire, aren't they? There's a lot. It's
Absolutely.
I
based
guess
on.
so. Yeah.
Yeah, but
It's
it always
literally.
makes me laugh that whenever there's a British character in a film, we're always really sinister.
Right? You guys always got it going on, like in the back of your mind. You always got some different stuff happening, and that's
I
just the
think.
way that's the archetype that our entertainment system is built for. That's where
So,
you guys
Jules,
fall.
what do you guys think of Americans over there?
Well, I lived in America. I was brought up in America. My father worked for Rolls-Royce, and we went out to Miami when I was 4.5, and we came back when I was 16, just to do my last year of school here. And I went to an elementary school and I was just starting high school. And we lived there for quite a while. So I'd got loyalties to both countries, to be honest. And when we were in America, there were things that we missed about Britain. And when we've come back here, there's things that we've missed about America. But I mean, generally, British people, on the whole, I would say, well, the ones I know and the ones I live with, would say that Americans are very close to us and closer than they'd like to admit. We live the same kind of lifestyles. We get bugged by the same kinds of things. We do the same leisure activities. We go to the same restaurants. We drive the same cars now.
Well,
There's
the
been
way I kind of view it is like Britain and America, fought kind of like big brothers fought for a little bit or something, and like your younger brother's like, now he's like, he's doing his own thing, but you're like, okay, I guess you guys are cool now. We're all right now, That's just, I don't know. That's a weird way I see it.
I
can
think
see it as like a parallel reality.
We've always been all right, though, really, haven't we? I mean, look at the colours in your flag. The two
Well,
flags. The
it's
story
like,
behind the Star Spangled
really,
Banner.
when it comes down to it, I've never really met a person I dislike. I think some people have like, I mean, there's people with brain issues. You have, you're a psychopath. It's almost like you can't help it. But most everybody I like, I've all around the world, honestly. Maybe a bit annoying, but kind for the most part.
I think America tends to forget that it's got a close connection with Europeans. I think over time that's being forgotten. But I mean, America was born from the European people that set sail on their voyage of discovery, wasn't it? I mean, or stolen, but it's the two countries are very close. We live very close lives.
Speaking of stolen, have you guys watched the new Predator movie? I don't want to ruin it or spoilers for anyone. So
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it.
you just said like I thought of the natives because it's about natives. Pretty good. Yeah, I think
If you want to talk about it, I'll plug my
No,
ears for a
Logan,
minute.
it's okay. I don't need to talk about it.
Okay.
It's totally all right. I'm more just bringing it up because it clicked my mind because Jules said, yeah. I don't know. I kind of. Anybody have any thoughts, conversations, ideas? I don't know. I'm gonna open it up, see what you guys want.
Yeah, I was saying earlier about the English. Like, isn't it funny? Like, he's asking us why we think it sounds like from authority or whatever, but from their perspective, we're like the same on their side. You know what I mean? Like reversed. You know what I'm talking about? I think I'm explaining that weird.
The British accent commands a little bit of like if the dude was like if I was on like a business team or something, and the boss had a British accent, I feel like I would listen to him more. Yes.
Oh, that's true from our perspective, but from their perspective, that's normal. So maybe we would command more respect because we're the British to them, reversed. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
I
no,
don't know.
I'm the British.
How we view them is how they view us over there. Is that easier to understand, I think?
Let's hear some Americans doing British accents.
Oh, what? You want to do a British accent? Ah, God, that's terrible. That's like Australian almost.
You can do like a hello, governor. Is that British? No.
It was
Bad?
fairly convincing, young man.
You want to put?
What's something really
Put a
British to say?
coffee? No, you guys drink tea. Oh, I don't even know. Yeah, I can't after that point. Sorry.
You say like you want some no, I don't know. Fuck. What do British people say?
I'm gonna go put the kettle on.
No, I'm going to put the kettle on and make a cup of tea.
I got to go to the store and unload
No,
my
we
bonnet.
don't say store. You see,
Go to
that's
Woolies.
something we say shop. I'm going shopping, or I'm nipping to the shop.
The shops.
I'm nipping to the shop for a packet of fags.
I used to say, "Can I bum a fag off you?" Just because I thought it sounded funny. But people over there
You
didn't
don't
think it
want
was
to
so
know
funny.
what Trump means. It's just hilarious. We can't believe that you've got a president that's named after an expulsion of air from Uranus.
Wait, is that what that?
Yeah,
In Britain?
it's a word that children use when they fart. Oh, I've trumped, you know.
Well, actually, that's
And
hilarious.
the number of people that have giggled at Donald Trump, President Trump, it's just like President Fart.
I wonder if he knows that. Maybe that's why him and like.
He comes to Scotland, so yeah, I should think so.
I wonder if he's hated overseas as much as he is here. Is he?
I think they like him in kind of India, from what I'm aware.
He's not very popular in Scotland.
I know in Australia, all I see from Australia are videos like supporting him.
Not very
You know what I'm
popular.
talking
Yeah.
Sorry,
about?
I think
In
I
Africa,
said
he's
it.
not very popular.
No, it's not very popular. I live in Ireland and it's not very popular here.
Wait a second. No way. Okay. So you're the second African person that lives in Ireland that we know now. Why are you guys going to Ireland?
Because the Irish came and told us Ireland is amazing and they were part of the British convoy. So we came to see what's fun about Ireland. We followed the missionaries
Do you know
I
Zile?
love it.
to Ireland.
Zile? You know Zile?
No, I
She's
don't
on
know
Twitter
anyone.
Spaces, so I think that's how he's making the connections.
Well, yeah, she used to hang out in here. I haven't seen her in a couple days.
I think I saw her like the other day. But yeah, she I
I
don't
think
know.
Chupacabra was kind of not Chupacabra, but she was she didn't feel real comfortable in the spaces because she's like people aren't believing me and like they just don't
Oh
want to
yeah,
accept the truth.
I went hard on her one night. Zelia said
I
something
Well,
thought I
because
about
you
didn't think
were
you were
just
going too
asking
hard.
her where she's pulling her information, and I think she had kind of a little difficult time kind of telling you exactly where her information was coming from. Like, when I'm
yeah.
getting my information from just wherever I pull it from my head. Like,
Yeah,
I
like
can't
the
give you
room was,
sources.
it was pretty obvious. The room we were just talking about, like our theories about certain, like a certain mysteries, right? Things that really can't be known, but things that we love to talk about. And then she popped in and was like, "Oh, it's because of this," and it was like a whole system. And I'm like, "Oh, you must have read this somewhere, like, because you're describing, you're saying this is not like what could it be." So I'm like, well, "Okay, so where are you sourcing this from? Like, what's your train of thought here?" And she was like, "Oh, like just from like you know." Um, knowledge, like eternal knowledge, like the universe, and then like a channel from Bashar, and then some mixed in from oral tradition. And I'm like, well, I, what? You know what I mean? Like, I get it, I
Yeah,
appreciate it, but like it was hard to present it to in a group discussion
And
about
I
like the
think
what
I think
ifs.
what her argument, from what I'm aware, is that and I think that she was trying to at least talk about, but like it's kind of difficult, I guess, was like I think she felt like we were being super super scientifically dogmatic, and that we weren't really open to, well, I think she was saying like you might not be able to prove some of the stuff, but I'm saying, you can prove some of the stuff to an extent which satisfies your curiosity. You're never going to be able to 100% prove anything. Let's be real.
I mean, I guess we could go back and forth for a long, and we could always will be able to go back and forth about like what is evidence and what do we really know and what is knowledge and like what's solid and what's kind of still plastic and unknown. I get that
But you
totally, and
can't
people can
really
come.
expect someone to believe just because you pulled it from some source
That's
somewhere.
what that's what it appeared to me. That's what she thought, was that like as long as she said it with authority and said it like as if she was what was it, like in her bio was, and I'm not talking trash about her at all. I just don't know her that well.
Oh
And
yeah, I like her. I
when
think
she
she's
came,
very
I
nice.
like her. I like her a lot. She was super cool. But I'm just saying like that like led me to believe that, oh, she's like, she's really trying to create like a following. She's looking for people who are searching and seeking for answers. I need someone to say like, hey, this is this. She wants to be that to people, which I think that's great because people need that. But it just wasn't the vibe of the space at the moment. So I was like, oh, okay, like just maybe read the room. You know what I mean? Like we're not in here seeking a leader. We're seeking answers for ourselves. We're seeking, answers out of curiosity. But we're not in here seeking someone to tell us what is what. And I think she misread the room and thought she was going to help us by basically sharing her knowledge and what she thought was real, but presenting it as like this is the way it is, and it's that way because of I was told that from the ancients, and that's tough for a room. That was going
And
on.
with my background that I think some of you guys are familiar with, don't necessarily trust anything that is just said because an authority figure said it. And I don't think we should necessarily do that, especially when these beings are known to be tricksters.
Sam's very much the authority figure with the spaces, though, don't you think? I mean, do you feel like an authority figure, Sam?
He is whether he
In
likes it or not.
spaces, yeah, I feel as an authority figure in a space. Like if I'm the host, then I have the authority to dictate kind of the pacing of the conversation, and like the tone of the room, and like I try to pay attention to those kind of things. But I don't feel like I'm an authority on any subject at all. Like there's so many more people that are smarter than me, especially that come into my rooms or my spaces and talk. I just know that like to create a group setting, you have to really be able to read the room and to create a setting where like it's consistently supportive and consistently draws in people and allows for a certain thing. You got to kind of curate that and figure out kind of like how you like your own personal space and how you like to have other people around you in your space, and like people who don't really have that authority of even their own space and their own like stuff. It's like rooms will kind of dictate where they go on their own. Chats will kind of move around and migrate from topic to topic and stuff like that, and that's great. But
But
like
you're one of the biggest people that you're one of the biggest guys that people are flocking to at the moment, though, and you've got that authoritarian voice and air about you as well. I mean, I've never seen anyone flock to spaces like when you're hosting spaces. I mean, it's like
I think it's something to do
people
with
are
his
coming to
voice.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's definitely his voice. It's definitely his voice.
I appreciate that, and I think it's consistency too. Like, you know, I have a job that I, you know, just video production, video editing. I make my own schedule. You know, I'm in my own. I'm basically a private contractor, and so like I have the
1099.
time to be on it. I have the time to like do it. Like I'm editing, you know, bam, I can be on a space. You know what I mean? Like I'm building my out my website right now, and I'm on a spaces. So it's this ability to multitask too that allows me to kind of be in the mix more often. But I think, you know, I'm not going to sell myself short. Like, you know, people my whole life will kind of like I can set the tone of a room very easily because I can read the room very easily, and I feel like excited. I get dopamine hits, like when you know what I mean. Like some people get that when they look at a math problem or when it all kinds of stuff. But in social situations, I find the dynamic and the dynamics of social groups very interesting to me.
What are you like
Not
as
in
a
a
person
scientific
away from
experiment way.
spaces?
Yeah, I like to engage. I like to engage a lot.
Are you fairly confident?
Yeah, in spaces, I'm pretty confident. But as a person, sure, I have self doubts like everybody else. But like, you know what I mean? Like, I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve in terms of my own self esteem and my own self confidence. I have a lot of defenses. I think people don't usually have.
Can I ask you a personal question? It's not an intimate personal question. I'm just curious about your ethnic background because I got the impression until I looked through your profile and saw some of your pictures that you were a black guy from your
Okay.
voice. And then I looked through some of your pictures and I saw some pictures of you walking the dogs with your kids and things. And I was like, oh, he's not black. Have you got mixed heritage?
Yeah, my dad is like he's Tongan, so he's Polynesian, but it's from one of the darkest parts or whatever. So like, my
Uh-huh.
dad is Tongan. He looks like Apollo Creed, and then
Uh-huh.
my mom's Italian, Norwegian. So I got like I'm a mixed bag.
Right. I was
Hey,
just
who had the deep voice? Your dad? Did your dad have the deep voice on his side or the other side?
No
Or
one.
did your mom have the
No.
deep voice?
Yes, but yeah, no one can tell my voice from my mom's when I answer the phone. They're like, Lori? No, I'm playing. No. My dad has a kind of a deep voice, but I'm taller than him, and you know, what I mean, he's he's an interesting dude. But yeah, I think maybe it might be from like my mom's dad's side or something.
It's a very distinctive voice. It's a voice that you won't forget. It's like it's very much sort of a deeper Morgan Freeman to me.
Oh yeah.
Dude,
Yeah, you should
I always wanted to
seriously.
do voice acting. I
I
always
was
wanted to
just
do
gonna
it.
say that you should
Yeah.
do voice acting because I think they'd snap you up. I think you'd get a lot of work doing that.
Oh yeah.
Dude,
Oh
that'd be
yeah.
so funny. I'm gonna
David
keep an eye out.
Attenborough, who?
Right? Like
I think
because
chocolate
I could narrate
adverts.
narrating natural history, like you know what I mean, documentaries and stuff would be really really fun. That'd
You
be a
Oh,
gotta.
that'd be
blast.
so dope for you.
We need you to get out there and do some like UFO documentaries.
Oh yeah.
That's what I want to
I'm
see.
working on it, guys. I'm working on it. So like you know these I made that film after making a series of short videos, and then I got kind of picked up to do a lot of different other things. And so like I've been trying to tackle those things and knock them out before devoting myself to another like big run of videos. But like you know I'm sitting down and I'm chopping up like part two of that
And honestly,
Shadows of
Sam,
the Invisible Sun.
you gotta do it at your own pace. Otherwise, like it's not gonna be the quality you want.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's got to be done that way. But like I was gonna say, like while looking at because the stuff I'm working on now is kind of editing clips together. But I'm a filmmaker. Like I go out and shoot, and then I edit. You know, I'm a director. Like directors is what I've been doing forever. People know me as an editor only because I haven't gone out and shot any UFO footage or any UFO doc stuff myself. But that's what I'm hoping to change here pretty soon. So I'm looking to kind of like schedule out like a trip where I could go and interview some people, just get them on camera. like I can get to Stanford, I can get to anywhere in the States pretty easy. But I'm gonna map that out, and I think that's gonna be my next project because like it's just so much better to have your own footage to ask your own questions as opposed to picking little pieces out of like another podcast and stuff. And I think that this community needs, in the world needs, to have high quality, level-headed interviews with that's edited and shot right, so that looks and feels like a mainstream doc without presenting it as some kind of woo counterculture fringe, like outskirts of society spooky thing. Like someone should talk to Gary Nolan and Diana Pasulka, and like it should look like a regular documentary. It doesn't have to incorporate scary music and stuff. But that's what I want to bring to the table. I think that's what's still missing. So as long as that vacuum's still there, I'm gonna be making attempts to do that. So I'm gonna start plotting that out and getting those things scheduled so I can get out there and like record people.
Yeah,
Let's go
love
to
it.
something new there.
Nelta, what was that?
I said, I'll take you to Zimbabwe and you can film something new there.
Pretty awesome.
There we go. Yeah, we go find some
Dude,
of the other
yeah.
the students. I'm about that. Nora, you turned me into a newt.
I was just gonna ask, did you guys already discuss the traveling puppets? Did I miss that combo?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we waited against the duck, and we think it's a pigeon. That makes about as much sense as Mick's theory, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was looking at that last night and this morning, and I'm just like, what? Like, so a random, unscheduled group of traveling puppeteers showed up, and then what? Like, they telepathically told these kids to save the Earth? Like, I was like, okay,
Oh, I
wow.
didn't even think about that aspect, did I? The telepathic telepathy.
What happened was Josh and Artemis had a show the other day talking about this, which was just hilarious. So I guess Mick caught wind of that and started talking about it. I mean, he saw how hard Josh and Artemis got it for bringing that shit up. So I'm surprised he decided to take it on.
I think he does it on purpose because it's like, what's that saying? Like, all even bad PR is still good PR because you're getting
Yeah,
attention.
I agree. Go ahead, Erickson.
Yeah, two things. I'd be interested in knowing people's view on the Skinny Bob video. And also, are y'all aware of being able to film UFOs close to the sun and capture footage?
So I am aware of the Skinny Bob footage. I think it's interesting. I don't know why necessarily it would be fake. Like it seems actually really, really well done. So my suspicions are honestly that if it's like not an actual alien, it's probably a puppet based off of one. Or I don't, sounds.
Puppet, you say?
Oh
You're right.
no.
Actually, no, you're right.
I got a pretty
We
strong
can't. We
opinion
can't.
about
We
it.
can't. We got to be smarter than that.
Wait, the Skinny Bob video, that's the one where he's like wearing a black turtleneck? Is that the one we're talking
Yeah,
about?
basically.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I just
Brandon
think it's
Fugal
weird
likes
that
that outfit too.
it's released. That's the only thing. It's like, why is it released?
Brandon Fugal.
I almost feel like they wouldn't release that. Maybe they would though. I don't know.
As a filmmaker and someone who studies like CGI and stuff, like I could say that it has all the telltale signs of a CGI. Um,
This is
a
why I need.
recently done CGI thing. Like
This is,
I actually think it's one of the most well done ones. But like there's just so many telltale signs in there, from like the way the camera really is, because it's kind of like it's not just what is presented on the screen, like what the subject matter is. It's also like how they present it to you. So sometimes things are recorded like off of another screen, for instance, and that helps make it look older or make it look real or make it look established. Like It's almost like the Blair Witch Project, or these what started from that, which is the found footage horror movies, right? And so like they present it as like, oh, it's like this found footage thing, and then that format that alone has a lot of authority to it. So there's all these little tricks that you can do for CGI to make it like sell and make it feel real, or to at least take the critical eye of the viewer out of it. And and Skinny Bob uses a lot of those. There are some artifacts too where like it's like, okay, that looks like CGI, but it's obviously like recently done, and then aged and made to look like it's on an old film, and that makes it really hard to determine, like, instinctually from your gut, like, oh, this is fake. You know what I mean? Because you can't really see
And
it.
what I was like triggered, or not triggered, I guess, but what I noticed the most was the movements almost seemed unnatural in a sense. So this is why I'm glad, we have someone who knows what they're talking about when it comes to film, and because I would have zero idea how to determine that.
It wasn't recently done though, was it? It's quite old. It was posted to, was it posted to YouTube? It's a few years ago.
The guy who did Paul is the same guy who built that puppet.
Dude, okay, so Paul's really well done, but Jules, you're right. But recently, I guess that is subjective, right? So like, it wasn't that Skinny Bob didn't come out in the 90s. Skinny Bob came out after the CGI was available to create something like Skinny Bob, is all I meant. And if it came out in the last 15 years, someone could have done it in their own house.
I think it's real.
It's from 2015 or 2016.
Yeah,
I think it's real. I know. I'm probably gonna. I'm probably gonna.
There's no proof either way, right? So I can't say either way. That's why I said it just, to me, has the telltale signs of.
Shall I tell you what makes me think it's real?
Please.
The way it moves. If you look at its fingers and things, it twitches and sways when it's standing in the way that like a person would. And when you're looking at CGI, even recent stuff, they've not quite got that yet. I mean, if you look at Love, Death, Robots on Netflix, some of the CGI that's being done in that is really convincing, and you can almost mistake it for reality, but they haven't quite got it right. There's something about movement that doesn't register correctly with me, and you can tell it's CGI.
And maybe we're having a hard time distinguishing its exact movements because it's a weird proportion, and so anything we view, we might view its movements as weird regardless because it's a weird proportion.
You guys both brought up really, really good points, and I'm not here to say it's fake or anything like that. I'm just giving you my opinion as a filmmaker. But like Jules, you brought up an amazing point, like the way this thing moves. To me, that's the most convincing thing too. Yeah, you're right, but that's not a CGI issue. That is an animation issue. If a skilled animator wants to go ahead and put in more points of movement, they can. But in a movie, and sometimes in these quick and dirty jobs, they don't bother with it. And so what you get is like one joint moving at a time. That's animation. If you have a skilled animator who can really put the work in and make all these little movements happen, or have something like called motion capture, which was available at the time this thing was made, then you'd be able to like really add in a lot of these subtle movements that a human would do simply through motion capture, like capturing the motion of somebody else. But like when you have like CGI, and like this is the second point that Chase said, which is really, really good. We've never seen an alien move, so we don't have any point of reference as to what they would look like when they're moving. So there's two like things that really lend themselves to the video, which is that like we've never seen anything like this before on film, so it's new. So how can we say it's fake or real based on what we're seeing if we don't have a lot more control, experiment, whatever? If we don't have a lot more samples, right? So then,
I think some of the stuff in the background with it convinces me a little bit more as well. Like there's the section of the video where it's being height measured with a very old-fashioned stick and ruler type height measuring device that we used in hospitals for a long time, and it's also sat at a table, and it looks like it's been given one of those boards where you have to put the blocks into the correct like you've got to put the circular block into the circular hole, and the star shaped and the triangle, like the kind of thing kids do, and it's obviously sat doing some kind of test, and I just thought that would perhaps be similar tests
No,
to
I think
that people would
the
do on something.
totally. Like that's like a really interesting aspect of what they included and what they, or let's say what is included in the frame and what isn't. But I'm going to say one last thing on this. Please look up a filmmaker by the name of Chris Cunningham. Okay, if you find any work of Chris Cunningham, just check it out because he's a British special effects expert, and he's young. Like he worked on the Alien film when he was like 17, or Aliens for James Cameron when he was 17, as like a prop CGI guy. So then he went on to make these music videos. He made some Aphex Twin music videos. He made a lot of music
Rubber
videos.
Johnny.
Yes, and
Yeah,
so
Rubber
if you
Johnny.
look at
Yeah, I've
if you
seen it.
look at just look at Rubber Johnny, look at other films and other videos that he's made, and look at the date they were made. Look at how convincing the CGI is. Look at how 100% photorealistic it looks, and the year that he produced these videos. You would be surprised to find out how he was able to do it and how he pulled it off. So like photorealism is hard to achieve, but Chris Cunningham is one person who did it with minimal means, and to me it sells still to this day. It's some of the best CG I've ever seen, and I think if he did the Skinny Bob video, it could actually look better. But I mean, like when I looked at it, I always go like, well, have I ever seen anything this good before? Because I'm not a skeptic like that. Like I want to believe, but I will like, but my film knowledge is my film knowledge. You know what I mean? So that's why I was like, okay. So just look at Chris Cunningham's films and see if there's anything similar that you've seen. Because I think for me, it expanded what I thought was possible at that time.
Yeah, that's great, Sam. Thank you. I think Lacey, and then I saw Erickson had his hand up. So I let Lacey get in because I think you want to add to it real quick, and then get to
Yeah,
Erickson.
I was just going to say that I found an article and it was saying that Skinny Bob came out on the internet in 2011. And there's some information, and I posted it down in the comments in case anybody wants to check it out.
Thank you, Lacey. Erickson, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm convinced the powers that be have leaked either a video or an image on the internet of a real extraterrestrial, but I just don't know which one it is. And then also, I'll repeat my question if anybody has knowledge about videoing close to the sun in order to capture UFOs.
So I know you'd have to block out the main part of the sun. You'd have to get, I know, like probably what is it called? A shield that would block out almost the exact radius of the sun. And then you could really get a really powerful telescope to look at the edges of that and see potentially, but that takes a lot of equipment, if I'm aware. It's a little hard to do. I know that. What do you think's on the sun or around the sun?
I've captured them myself. And what you do is you put your video camera underneath the eave of the house. So the camera's in the shade, and you video as close to the sun as you can get. And once you capture the video, you take it inside and slow it down. And I've tried it, I think, 3 times, and every time I've captured them.
Oh, and what do they look like, just for reference?
There was one particular one. I did this a long, long time ago, but there was one particular one that actually looked like a spaceship of some sort. And actually, Channel 7 News in Austin, Texas, came and did a story on it.
Interesting. So yeah, I guess you're in Texas then. good to see a fellow Texan. We're surrounded by some. I don't know where everybody else is. All right, there's people from all over the place. Love it. What? Anybody have any thoughts or ideas on what Erickson just said?
No, I just raised my hand just to say that I have a Celestron telescope. It's only a 4-inch telescope, and I got a solar. They sell solar filters that you plug into the cap where the mirror is, and then you have to use the software on your phone. Which, thank God, they finally developed that, because otherwise you'd have a
Dope.
laptop to slew to the sun. Because I captured one of the planets. I don't know if it was Mercury, when Mercury went across the front of the sun. I captured that with my handheld camera holding up to eyepiece. But Celestron makes a little. I mean, there's an input for a camera too, so you can use a real camera and then record the entire session as your Celestron telescope slews the sky, follows the trajectory of the sun. That would be the best bet. But you probably, to see some object go across the sun, you probably need a really big Celestron scope. Probably, I would say the 8-inch or higher. So you're looking at a good investment. You're looking at, like, maybe if you have a good DSL, what SLR camera rank, probably looking close to $6,000-$7,000 if you wanted to take that chance. But yeah, it's possible to look at the sun with this filter that they sell for the scopes, because if you point the optics right to the sun, it'll burn out the things inside it. So that's all I was going to tell. Was it Eric? That'd be my suggestion. And you can, a lot of times, you can even go to local observatories, like out here in the Bay Area, and in Oakland. There's Chabot Observatory, and they have, sometimes on the weekends, they'll have solar telescopes set up so you can look through them yourself. So you might want to go to an observatory and ask an astronomer what equipment they might recommend, or if you can just borrow some of their stuff and take time on it.
Could you view the sun in a similar way to when people look at the solar eclipse with those sort of
Yeah.
cardboard cutout things?
Yeah. You wouldn't use. I mean, it's just like, it's a thin piece of film, and it basically blocks out all the light. So when you hold it up in the sky, everything's black. But when you move it to the sun, you see this white sphere. Probably about the size of a 50-cent piece, right? So, and then you put that on the telescope, and then you can magnify that, right, and make the sun bigger. But it's you could use that to use. It's protective, so you can look directly through this piece of film with your eyes, and you're safe.
Yeah, please don't stare at the sun, guys. It's not healthy. I tried it once. I don't recommend it.
Well, with this filter, you can do it. It's safe. But yeah, not with your naked eye. Definitely don't stare at the sun. Let's not pull a Trump here.
Yeah, please use a filter. Yeah, that sounds about right. I know it's pretty hard to really get a good view of the sun like that. I have a little telescope, but it's only good for viewing things like the moons and stuff. So Erickson, I would love to see any images you get, because that's kind of crazy. I'm kind of curious what do you think these beings are that are kind of out there?
Yeah, no, I have no idea, man. I think I was on one of these spaces yesterday. I think it was Vets, and I'm still of the Jacques Vallée theory. I think the dude seems really smart, and I don't know. I just think this trickster. It's like, I think there's so much information out there, man. Like, different alliances, different forms. You got Bigfoot, you got paranormal. It's all over the place, man. It's like, and there's no solid evidence that, I mean, I think that we're privy to. So I have no clue, and I'm so done with that. I just want some information, like real data coming out and being released to scientists, so we can make some headway into whatever this phenomena is, because we're spending a lot of time talking about, what could it be? What is their intention? Who cares? Let's get some real data. Otherwise we're just wasting our time. It's
Yeah, and yeah, Thank you. It was only a few months ago I was like, Bigfoot? No, you got to be kidding me. And I'm over here still thinking of UFOs. It's like now things are different. Things are weird.
What if we never get the answers as to what it is because it doesn't want us to know?
That's what I think ultimately is going to be the case, my man. I'm with you on that. I think it's meant to deceive, and it's way brighter than us. And
So if
it's
it
like the
deceives
ultimate edge
though,
lord. It's the ultimate edge lord.
if it if it deceives though, can't we get like a negative image and invert it, and then from that kind of understand it in a way? I want to get to oddly.
Yeah, this goes into speculation. Fuck it. Sorry, guys. I find speculation so much fun. But have you heard of the Silurian hypothesis?
I'm not familiar. No.
So the Silurians, it comes from Doctor Who. So the Silurians were like an ancient race, and I guess there was some scientists who were trying to determine whether or not a previous civilization, like I'm not talking about, Egyptian or Younger Dryas period. I'm talking about, a million years ago, or,
Dinosaurs.
yeah, whether or not we would be able to detect a technological civilization here on Earth now. And you guys should read the papers about it, man. It's pretty interesting. It's like so basically, what they were trying to apply this to exoplanets. Like if they identified an exoplanet, whether or not through chemical means, like through spectrometers, chemical means, they could see evidence of previous civilizations on exoplanets. So they applied it to Earth, and what they discovered is that it wouldn't take very long at all for a technological civilization to be completely wiped, like the history of it completely wiped. All if it was concrete, that concrete would be long gone. If it was stone, that would be long eroded. And it's pretty interesting too, because I hear a lot of talk about Graham Hancock's work on these spaces and Randall Carlson's work, and like through the slow, steady grind of erosion, plate tectonics, and everything, we could have had a technological civilization on Earth here. We're certainly not looking for it. Like there's a base level under the Earth that we're willing to go to look for your archaeological remains. So even if there was some sort of structure or chemical signature, we might not just be digging far enough to find these, weird isotope ratios, weird evidence of nuclear power or chemical signatures. That's just what I've been looking at recently, and I thought you guys would find it interesting. So if you are, it's the Silurian hypothesis.
There were some unusual readings found in the Younger Dryas layers, though, weren't there?
Yeah.
Where there was sort of strange peaks in carbon dioxide and carbon and stuff that they couldn't explain through climate change at the time.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you look at parts, there's a lot of evidence with out of place artifacts that there's been someone here before us.
Yeah, it's those are out of place artifacts, right? UPART is the acronym for that.
I think they're artifacts that are right where they need to be.
Yeah, I just found that going into what you guys were just saying, like, will we ever know? The other thing that I found funny too is imagine it's a Planet of the Apes scenario where this technological civilization was like, well, we got the power to explore the stars now, and took off. And because of time dilation, from millions of years ago, they took off at close to or the speed of light. And what seems like, millions of years to us was fractional, was a lot less
Well,
time.
I
They're just Sorry, go ahead.
I was told about some like pockets of time where time, runs a little bit differently. So you step in it and you step back out, and that's suddenly, a million years, something like that. Maybe not a million, but I think it goes right to your point. So please, sorry, continue.
Basically, I was just, throwing My tag is oddly specific, and that's the way my brain works. So I was just chucking some speculation out there.
I love it. I love speculation. So thank you for that.
Can you tell
Lacey,
me the name
I
of
see you
that
got.
again? Sorry, I just jumped right in. Oddly,
No, it's open space. Anybody's feel free to jump in. You know,
I just couldn't understand what he was saying. Like cerulean. How do
Oh,
you?
it's a Silurean.
It was from an episode of Doctor Who years ago. He actually thought that dinosaurs had um, developed far enough along the evolutionary chain because of the amount of time that they were here that they actually were able to develop technology and leave the Earth. And I think they did it in a Star Trek Voyager episode as well, I think, where Captain Janeway hypothesizes what a dinosaur that was walking on its hind legs would look like through evolution. I think it's but it is quite valid in a lot of weird ways because there are lots of out of place artifacts that have been discovered, and
Yes.
there's strange in ice cores and ground core levels that they do.
Oh, this is very interesting, and I agree. I think there have been civilizations before us that we know nothing about. You know.
The thing is too, and I think about this a lot, is when you think about how quickly humans, you know, relatively, right? How quickly humans went from hunter-gatherer to this point, right? That's a drop in the bucket time-wise on this planet. So, if there was some previous, uh, I don't know what they would look like or do, but if there was some previous, technological society, look at what they could achieve in a short amount of time, theoretically, right? So if they were like, all right, let's go explore the galaxy, of course they'd come back and check out how their home planet was doing, right? Of course. And again, I've been thinking about this because of Gary Nolan's comment of like, whose planet is this really? you know?
And you can imagine them like a few billion years ago leaving the planet when that meteorite hit that killed the dinosaurs off and deciding to go somewhere else and then coming back and having a look and seeing, and they're like, oh, the mammals, those little rats and rodents have developed into something.
Definitely, yeah.
now they're like, we got to go down there and deal with these things, and then another 200 years goes by, and all of a sudden now they have nukes, and it's like, wait, we got to go back and I guess go. I don't know.
Maybe that's the connection with these reptilians that people talk about.
I think that's what you were talking about Tupa's spaces recently, and I think that's what I enjoy about them is I have no one in my life that I can talk about this stuff with. Everyone that I bring this stuff up with, they always, laugh or, and admittedly, I'll laugh too because what's coming out of my mouth sounds so crazy. But that's what I love about these spaces, is it's kind of like a free spot, without judgment to say these ideas. And yeah, so thanks, guys. It's really cool.
I do. I appreciate you saying that because when I initially joined Twitter a few months ago, I think Tupa had just started doing spaces, or I don't know, maybe not, but they it was only a handful of people for a little while, and I felt the exact same way. I think I said the exact same thing too. I was just like, it's just what you said. I just felt so happy to finally be able to like talk about it with somebody. So
Yeah, I will say my friends do not understand at all. They do not get it. A couple of them take it kind of seriously. Um, and the other ones are like, okay, Chase, yeah, sure. Um, yeah, and it's interesting. I don't think a lot of people take it seriously at all. Which sucks for especially people like old vet, you know.
How far do you think the phenomenon is aware of our curiosity about it?
I wonder that too.
It's a
How
number on a. Well, no, I guess it depends on the entity.
do you think they're like watching us and like, oh, they got all these theories. I wonder which one they're gonna go with, you know?
I
Well,
often
you
wonder
also
if.
have to kind of say like what is watching us too, because like they could be watching us as a whole or much more individualistically.
Do you think if they're technologically more advanced than us, that they've got the ability to drop into our spaces and look at our internet feeds and things and see what we're looking
Oh,
at?
for sure. There's no doubt in my mind they can do that. The question is what information. Well, they probably have an AI system that's going to pull information and data out for them. So I guess it depends on what their AI system does and then what they determine to do with that information.
Is there a way that the internet could detect something from somewhere else that hasn't connected to it the same way as we would?
Well, think how easy it is for them to drop down. You know, they could connect from the internet just about anywhere. It would not be hard to. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But I do understand what you are. I think I understand the idea. I think maybe Sam has an idea.
Yeah. Also, I missed what the idea might be about. I was giving my son a bath, and then I almost dropped my phone in the bathtub. So I didn't get a chance to chime in on the conversation about the ancient history of could there be a civilization around. That's one of my favorite subjects too. For real. Like I am so fascinated about it. I've thought about this for a while, but I want to bounce back to that. But I didn't catch what the question was about. That's my bad, Chase.
No worries. I forgot what I had asked too. Well, I think it was actually what Jules asked.
He asked if oh
Sorry,
what did he ask? Oh, shit.
I said
Got me too.
it's like the Silurian hypothesis. We were talking about the Silurian hypothesis, then we went on to reptilians, and then I said if whatever it is aware of our curiosity about it, you know,
Oh,
does
and
it
then I
know
went to
that?
the AI system, and
Yeah,
it's
does it
definitely
know that we're
monitoring
really
it.
curious, and can it? Do you think it's got the ability to drop into our media and TV and everything and see what we're talking about? You know, I
I don't
mean,
think it would really care. Honestly, it'd probably be hard to understand. Probably watches it to an extent that it has to. But
if
I
they're
don't know. I want
sitting
to hear
there
other people's
somewhere
thoughts.
saying, "Oh, the humans have sussed it," or "the humans are talking about us again," or having a good laugh at what we think it is. They, you know, they think we're dinosaurs
Well,
from millions of years ago or something.
according to Ganga, they do potentially check in at some point, so they are aware in somehow, some way. I'm just not sure to what extent, and they probably don't want us to know the extent. But that would, I don't know. That's my thoughts.
I think they could. They'd be checking in on us, for sure. What's the definition of the Cyrillian hypothesis, by the way?
What's the what? Sorry.
Well, what is the Cyrillian hypothesis? I might have
It's
missed that.
basically that it was first started like in an episode of Doctor Who from a long time ago, and then it's been picked up and sort of emphasized through science fiction. It was on a Voyager, a Star Trek Voyager episode with Captain Janeway, and basically it was they hypothesized that because dinosaurs were here. I mean, we've only been around for a few 100,000 years as we are now. But they hypothesized that dinosaurs had been here for millions of years, and at some point they would have had the ability to have developed into a humanoid figure a bit like us. I mean, there were a lot of dinosaurs that walked around on their hind legs, and they had, like, you look at a T-Rex, it walks on its hind legs and it's got tiny little arms, hasn't it? But they sort of said basically they could have developed into something that looked a little bit like us. And the hypothesis says that something along the lines of, because of the planet that we live on and the solar system that we live in, the galaxy and the universe the way it is, the rules of the universe, it'd be quite likely that beings would end up walking on hind legs and having a similar layout to us, with like their brains close to their eyes and, you know, hands that they can manipulate things with. They basically said that this dinosaur based race that was very humanoid left the Earth because of some catastrophe, where they could no longer live on the Earth, and it was based around that massive meteorite that hit millions of years ago, and that they set up home somewhere else and have been coming back to look at us because we're the little rodent mammals that took over the planet. I mean, there were only sort of small mammals that survived after dinosaurs became extinct.
And just to add, Tupa, there was an actual study done. I think it was an astrophysicist named Adam Frank at the University of Rochester, and they proposed this while looking at exoplanets. So if you look up the Silurian hypothesis, you can see that there was an actual thought experiment and paper done, I think in 2018.
Yeah. This was like so
Yeah.
they can figure out like through spectrometry or spectroscopy. I fucked that one all the way up. They can determine if a planet had life, not necessarily, or had like civilized, not necessarily had
Well,
current, but what would it take?
whether we'd be able to detect like a previous technological civilization specifically.
Yeah, I think that's super smart. One of the reasons why this fascinates me so much is because the numbers check out, right? Humans have evolved in a very short amount of time. Mammals have only been around a fraction of the time dinosaurs were around. We all know the number 65 million years ago, suspected that something happened and yada yada. That's 65 million years ago. That doesn't mean that they're 65 million years old. They were on the earth for hundreds of millions of years. And there was of course great die-offs and stuff like that in different periods of these dinosaurs. But I'm of the belief that the dinosaurs that we see are probably like the livestock of the dinosaurs. Like they're, you know what I mean? There could have been, a reptilian or avian species on the planet. Why wouldn't there have been? The numbers are there. The fact is that not everything fossilizes. So to believe that we would find fossils of like humanoid reptilians or something, absolutely not. The places that we and like to be at, right, where you need a civilization. Civilization, number one is population. So you have a ton of people that you need to care for at one time. You need to be by water. Okay, so every population is by water, by the ocean. So it wouldn't take much for that to fuck all the way off. And then you have like the fact that not everything fossilizes. If they were living in forests, if there were villages, if there were early stages of this intelligent thing that we call like civilization or whatever, then they'd be wiped out. The ground would consume them. It takes a certain condition to fossilize a bone and to replace that bone with minerals, right? It's a process, very specific, and a lot of the things that people do, right, don't leave them around to be fossilized. That's why places like where Mount Vesuvius erupted and buried that town in ash. It's like that's one of the only places we have where people, not just the stonework that we did, are there. I think that that's the case, and I want to propose something else to the group. Have you guys considered, right? Because we look at like life and our way of let's say ascending would be through technology, and then we would leave the planet physically and all this stuff. Tom DeLonge proposed this idea that like every civilization that's ever been on Earth could have reached a technological revolution, and he referenced that at the peak of that technological revolution could determine that like physics, the physical world, basically offers a way to escape time. Like there's you could change your frequency. He said something as simple as that. Like you could change your frequency, change your channel, be in a vehicle like a submarine, and change your frequency, and then arrive at a new time, but at the same place. Because all these different times are essentially the different dimensions that we think of, and they're all layered and they're all happening at the same place. They're all going on concurrently, right? So the idea is like what I'm suggesting is that if a civilization reaches a technological peak a little bit beyond where we're currently at, they might be able to escape the physical world completely. So you wouldn't necessarily have to have them die off or have to have them go visit the stars. They could essentially escape time and become a race of people who are just bouncing around or learning or picking up all the stuff they can learn, and they would become godlike in a blink of an eye to us, because they would be traversing time always. Like, I don't mean like time traveling like Back to the Future, but like more like, transporting to different dimensions that offer different perspectives and whatnot. So, consider that like maybe once we reach a certain peak of intelligence and consciousness and evolution, we might not even have physical bodies anymore. And I think the dinosaurs were around long enough to have experimented with that.
Do you think any of Einstein's theories about time and relative dimensions and all that, they actually say in some of his theories, and Stephen Hawking picks up on this as well in his stuff, that if you actually left the Earth at the speed of light and looked back, you could see Christ being born and things like that. And they've proven that with atomic clocks, that when there's an atomic clock on the ground and an atomic clock at the top of a building or in a plane, it's actually ticking faster. Time goes faster with forward momentum. The Silurian hypothesis thing. If you want some ideas on it, about evolution and stuff, have a look at Melody Sheep, Life Beyond, chapter 1, 2, and 3 on YouTube. It's brilliant.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll check that out. With the theory of relativity, I mean, I'm starting to lean towards a temporal situation versus a physical space situation, because of how incredibly hard it would be to traverse these distances that we have between ourselves physically, us and another star system, for instance. So, like, I'm starting to really conceptualize the Earth as a rubber band ball of all these different timelines of every different moment that's ever happened and could ever happen, wrapped around this sphere like a rubber band ball, and every rubber band represents a different, moment or a different part or a different thing that you could traverse to. And there would be like, all these rubber bands in a very small, tight area. And through that, like when you tune yourself to a different channel or you teleport or you traverse a dimension, you're essentially bouncing from one rubber band to the other one, probably within proximity. Closest to you would be the easiest one. But through this bouncing, you might be able to get really to some really bizarre points in time that might be way in the future, way in the past. And it would be akin to traveling to a different planet, because there might be several different species on the Earth that become hyper aware and conscious and sentient and develop technology. And it only took us, less than 500, 600 years to get to where we are right now. And if you really look at it, it only took us about 100 to get to where we are, with like computers and stuff like that. So like it's not far off to assume that any animal that would develop intelligence on the Earth from the beginning of time to the end of time would get to this point that we're at, and might go beyond it fairly easily with studies of field theory and stuff like that. So like it would be interesting to see, in the larger span of time, how many different species became sentient on the planet. Could an insectoid do it? Could a mantis do it? Could a reptilian do it? Like, and then think about like all these different animals or body types we're seeing or that are being reported on ships and in contact scenarios. All of them appear to be different animals from Earth that have reached, so that have gone through their own evolutionary process. So it's interesting.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, you're good. You're good. So it's interesting to me to think about like that. Like, so now I'm looking through the literature a little bit and looking for different like things that are like, wait, is this a physical being? And why is there a mantid on the ship with the Nordic? And why is there a gray standing around, a bunch of tall white, like tall? It's just so weird, right? So I'm always thinking like, what is going on there? And certainly some of these, like let's say the Mothman, that seems like a jinn or something totally non-physical. But some of the more physical things appear to be like different species on Earth that have developed their own, had their opportunity to get really smart. And I'm just curious, like, that's where that time thing kind of makes sense, because like, let's say when you leave the physical space, you're in this like tertiary zone or a non-physical place that's still real, where you can still interact with other beings. But what other beings would be there? Probably every other being that figured out that technology, or some beings that maybe evolved to be in that space just to be there. But I'm just curious, like, you know, could
The
all these
universe,
beings be, could they be collaborating because they're in the same space? Like,
the
go ahead,
universe
Erickson.
is the universe is not hard to travel through if they're millions of years technologically ahead of us. I believe extraterrestrial life does exist. I think the ancient texts, the ancient cultures, and the ancient sites around the world are strong evidence that this is true. And I also think since some of these civilizations, extraterrestrials, could be millions of years ahead of us technologically, they could even be billions of years technologically ahead of us. So, would it be so far of a leap to think that the extraterrestrials created the reality we're living in?
I don't know if it's a leap. I think that like some version of an extraterrestrial could totally be responsible for creating the system that we're in right now, as far as like the physical world. But like, could some of the, yeah, but a specific alien, or could that mean that there are no other aliens? That I don't know. But Eric, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, so that's an interesting thought for sure. I think I could see it being like like them genetically modifying us to either suppress or change certain traits, maybe enhance. I don't know. I want to get to Lacey. She set her hand up.
Okay, when you guys were talking about wondering if the aliens like checked out our stuff on the computer, that made me think about the Black Knight satellite. Do you guys remember that? Apparently, they found it when they started putting satellites into orbit.
So there's a guy named Bruce Fenton, and Sam might know a little bit about who I'm talking about. He has an interesting theory that I kind of like, and I think he has a paper on it too.
Hmm.
So it involves a silicon tektite meteorite. My dogs are German Shedders, so they're also barkers. I apologize. They're not killer hounds, I promise. Uh, but apparently, this thing's made of silicon, some rare earth metals. There's a chance it's like honestly an AI system built way back when by some
Right. That's,
civilization we don't know. And
we're
there,
talking
the
about another
likelihood,
civilization, so they could have put it up there, right?
yeah, if it fell down, well, they might need to build another one up there.
Cool.
You never know.
Right.
I think they're doing a
Anybody else?
lot of research.
Jules?
Sorry. They're doing a lot of research at the moment into finding artifacts, aren't they, that could have been left over from old civilizations in the universe.
Well, I know there's they hid some of the temple stuff, which is kind of interesting. I wonder how they, I know we were talking about I forgot his name, but
Dolan.
I have
No, is it?
some kind of breaking news. You want to hear some crazy shit? Like New
Father
Zealand, somebody
Christmas.
yes.
uploaded somebody uploaded somebody uploaded anonymously to New Zealand. Okay, a 109-page document from New Zealand to the United Nations on galactic spacecraft was uploaded anonymously to the Rafosnet Megadrop, and it's a great disclosure slash leak apparently.
Can you ping up top? That up top?
Yeah, for sure. It's gonna take a few minutes.
If you know, I don't know. I'm not good at hearing things. Oh, my mind's everywhere right now, Logan. It's been a
Is mine?
long
Can
night.
you hear me?
I think it's lagging a
I'm
bit,
talking
and
to you.
also Twitter Spaces has not been acting normal. Something's been
Yeah,
weird.
I had to send Nora. Oh yeah, I had to send Nora the link to get back in again. Like it's acting up. And no, I don't think Mick West blocked me. If you can hear me, Nora.
Yeah, I can hear you. I was
Why would
just
you do that?
wondering if he blocked
Why
you
did you?
because I sent him a DM to join this space, and then he replied, What are you guys talking about?"
Oh, you silly goose.
And then I told him we were
I would
talking
love to
about
talk to Mick.
puppets. So.
We would have a serious conversation. We could actually talk about things, I think.
Yeah, I want him to join. Actually, I hope he does, but I don't know if he will or not.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, it'd be you know, maybe a little heavy. I'd be a little bit nervous. It's not, you know.
I mean, I just want to
He's
talk
like
to
the
him. I'm not.
boogeyman
I'm
Okay,
not
from
gonna
yeah,
like
I
Cincinnati.
disrespect him or anything, or like
we just walk through it step by step, you know? We
Yeah,
just start at the beginning.
right.
Yeah,
Saw Sean
well,
pop
first of
in
I
all,
and
would
like
out,
you
love
have
to
that
just
talk to
puppet.
him.
poking his head in.
Everyone,
Shane, are
everyone,
you still
DM
there?
him.
Mick West did have me blocked for like I don't know, like a week or two. But then he unblocked me for some reason.
Yeah,
I don't know
I'm
why.
down by the river, bro.
Story checks out, Shane. I can actually hear the river.
Are you in a van by the river?
He's just playing river
That's what I was thinking
noises.
too. Oh no, I was thinking the that song. Good Charlotte song. Okay, maybe not.
I was thinking of the SNL skit where they're like, if you
That's
don't do
funny.
well in life, you end up in a van down by the river. And now, like as millennials, I'm like, oh, that sounds actually pretty nice. I would love a van by a river.
Yeah, what kind of a state of affairs are we in? Where like now all of a sudden that's like super attractive. They used to think that was like bad. To me, that sounds good.
We got to handle this dead air problem, guys. Can't have it. My mind goes
Oh, was this
nuts.
dead air? I thought like my fucking thing was
That
like fucked up.
that was dead air. I was messaging Mick. I'm gonna try and get him on. So I
Dude,
apologize. When
Dude,
I'm typing, I can't talk for whatever reason.
oh, it is all good, dude. All
this
good. It
space
takes a
will blow the
while.
fuck up if Mick comes in here.
I,
This is
you
true.
know,
This is
I don't
true.
think I don't think he will. That's just my personal bet. I would love to be proven wrong, but he hasn't really proven me wrong yet.
I'll be more free in about maybe an hour, and I'll be able maybe 2 hours, and then I'll start a space up and see if I can get him in here if he doesn't come to this one, because I
Yeah,
would
I got about an
love
hour,
to talk to him.
and then I only got about an hour before I got to run real quick, and then I'll be back in an hour. So that's like calculated.
There we go. Maybe I can invite him to a space at noon, and then we can have like a little showdown. You know what I mean? And then
High noon.
high noon showdown. No, like I just want to ask him, where does he get off? No, I'm playing. What gives you the right? No, yeah, I want to know what his perspective is on this. I'd like, obviously, like people probably will want to know if he believes in aliens or not. I personally believe he does. I think that he believes that there's a big chance that they're there. I just don't think that he trusts the methods or the evidence presented so far. And I think he might be trying to get us to like think about it in a much more critical way because he finds religious thought probably dangerous. A lot of people do. A lot of people in today's day and age find religions themselves dangerous, and I just disagree with it. With that perspective,
Do you know
whether
Mick
that
West?
means
Religions are
Do you know his
dangerous,
early
or
history?
that
I was just declaring.
Okay. I'm sorry. Do you know Mick West's early history?
Yeah. I mean, as far as his professional history of like his work on like video games and
No, I mean early, like as a child.
no idea.
Okay, that plays a big role into who he is today. And
I
so
mean, I would hope
if
so.
you don't know that, you see a piece. So here I'll let you know. It may be true, maybe not, but I'll leave it up to you to make that judgment. So as a child, he was terrified of ghosts and aliens. He thought that they were going to like abduct him and do like weird things to him, and he really believed this. And when he got to like a certain age, he realized that someone had like made a fool of him, and he like believed this nonsense for no reason. He was scared for no reason, and so I think that plays a huge role into his motivations today, into fighting back against that now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, kind of like a fool me once, can't fool me again.
Yep.
Well, it sounds like you're suggesting that he's like fighting his childhood fears by by his actions today. And he's kind
Yes.
of fighting that battle. As an adult, looking at it and saying, there's nothing to be afraid of. Like, and he's celebrating that with every post, maybe.
That's exactly what I think.
Well,
Where did you
clearly
learn
your
about
son is
that,
not.
Logan? Did he like talk about that on, or how do you know that?
He's talked about it a few times in different places. The ones I know about, at least. It's not like a huge secret. He's let it be known.
I could definitely see
I've talked
that.
about it before.
Oddly, do you have something to say?
Oh, I was just going to say in regards to the fear that you were describing. Like I've heard, there's been quite a few posts about the food chain and whether we are food for them, etc. And I was just kind of like, how much of this sort of staggered disclosure, whatever you want to call it, is happening because of human arrogance. And I ask this, I'm not on either side of the fence, so please don't think that I'm calling anyone here arrogant. But we're actually not at the top of the food chain here on Earth, right? Like we're not an apex predator. The majority of our food comes from, crops and farming and etc. And anyone that's done sort of like any backcountry camping or gone way out there in the wilderness, it knows that fear that you're not the top of the food chain out there, right? So how much of this do you think is being delayed by the fact that we can't sort of think past the fact that we're still targets, we're still is that fear holding us back? Do you think subconsciously we're all sort of aware already that we're not the top of the food chain and we can't handle any more above that? Just weird thoughts. Sorry, guys.
That's I think a very, very valid point, because we don't like anything we don't know, and we don't like anything we can't control. And what's scarier than, something that's smarter than us and a hunter like us, or predator like us, basically. I mean, we are a predator. We just are not necessarily, I'm not going to bow up to a bear.
Yeah, I just kind of want every once in a while I sort of have to reset myself and realize that, this topic, we talk about it all the time on UFO Twitter, but I'm thinking about like the people at my job or, my wife when I talk to her about it, she's just like, this terrifies me. Stop talking right now. You know, so when we talk about readiness for any sort of true disclosure, not to UFO Twitter, but the world, um, I think there is a lot of fear there, and that there may be a huge portion of the population that, you know, wouldn't be ready for the realization, especially if there's any sort of malevolent intent, you know? I was just thinking about that, and we're kind of like a special little group here in that we're all crying out for disclosure, but, you know, people
Well,
outside and who don't know may not be.
what kind of fear do you think it'd be? Do you think it'd be fear like when there's a spider in the bath because it's something creepy that we don't like, or fear that everything we know is like, I mean, it'd have a big effect. A lot of people are talking about
So I think fear.
religion.
I kind of go back to something Ganga said because I actually like it. He said fear was just a useful signal to listen to, and that if you get caught up in the fear, you don't end up actually going anywhere. And so I think the fear is to alert us that there is something off and something we need to pay attention to. Um, what that means beyond that doesn't necessarily mean it's good or bad. Um, you know, a lot of people have good experiences. You know, they see these beings and they have positive, kind of affirming experiences, and then other people, it's like, you know, like the old vet. You know, it's like you're kind of like, "You get away from me." You know, it's like it's a little creepy there. It's like why are they following me? And then, you know, then you have all the abductees, and it's like how do you make sense of all this chaos? It's literally meant to trick you.
I kind of like and I know it's, you know, with people that have great experiences, you know, um, that's fine. But my worry would be, and I'm sorry to come back to the sort of bear analogy, is that I know in cases, and this is just applies to me, I'm not trying to put words in anyone's mouth, but like when I've been out on long backcountry trips, with, you know, myself or just a couple of people, that feeling that you have out there is like, you know, this sense of, you know, the unknown, you know, what's over that hill? Am I going to come over and surprise a predator of some type? Am I going to? And I don't think people really know how they would react in a lot of these cases. You know, I know I've been presented with a lot of points in my life where I figure, and this was my arrogance, I figure like, oh, I'm fully prepared for this, you know, and, you know, my body just reacts like, oh, I'll have to run, you know, just flee, you know, that fight or flight thing. And I don't know whether a lot of people have actually been presented with that. They don't know how they would react, you know? So there's a big, I just think, you know, listening to a lot of podcasts these days when they're talking about, especially with abductions, et cetera, when they talk about like, this is wrong because you should have sovereignty over your own body. Like, how would we actually react to that, you know? It's weird.
And
That's great.
yeah, I think you framed it perfectly. Um, I want to thank Mick West for listening. Feel free to jump up if you want to. No pressure, though. Um, there's a lot of weird, like the abductions actually kind of is really strange to me.
Hold on, let me just. Mick West is probably joining because he thinks we're talking about him. Uh, yeah, we're just talking about whatever's on our mind, which is currently not Mick, but it could be if you want it to be Mick. Just saying.
Yeah, we love to talk to you. Full respect. And we have a few people up here actually, I think, are experiencers. So no pressure though. Uh, yeah, Logan, what do you think
Yeah,
of?
what?
I lost what we were
What?
talking about.
Hey
Sorry.
guys, I'm gonna head back up to the camper from the river so I can join the
I thought
conversation.
maybe I'm glitching out, or maybe you are. Is somebody wanting to speak or something? Oh, I hear Oldred.
No, I think
I hear the wizard.
Shane's going back up. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, you sound good. I love that we're talking about like the different possibilities of alien life or what it could be. But we are really focusing on like the physical, alien creature that evolved on a different planet that's trying to get around and visit here. Whether it be like, oh, are we a food source or whatever. And I think that's become very in the box thinking as far as the alien hypotheses go. Like, there's a lot of different options now. What do you guys think about that spectrum?
So what's curious to me is I'm seeing some weird pictures, from the moon. There's some interesting little dots sometimes, and then I don't know if you guys follow. I forget his name, but he's a guy out in Mozambique, Africa. Tupac, I'm pretty sure I sent you his pictures at one point. He takes some photographs of these things. It's really interesting.
Okay,
There's like
is this the guy who
portals of
takes the
sorts.
photographs? Sorry, is he taking the photographs of like the ash floating through the sky?
It I don't think it's ash, but yes.
I could be wrong, but I thought that I always saw smoke in his photos, and that he was flying drones above smokes like clouds, burn pits. People were
No, so
burning,
he's not. Yeah, he's not. He's not flying drones. He's taking photos. But yeah, it's interesting. I'll link some of his more interesting videos up there because there's one that was kind of fascinating. I want to real quick get over to Mick West. Mick, how's it
Hey, how
going?
you doing? Sorry, I was silent earlier. I couldn't figure out how to turn my microphone on the desktop app, so I just jumped over to use my phone. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah, we appreciate you hopping
All right. Well,
on.
the reason I joined was just two different people sent me invitations, so I figured there was, something that you maybe wanted to ask me or something like that. So I thought I'd pop over and see what the deal was.
Yeah, well, we were
Thanks for
just
joining.
having an open conversation here, talking. Me and Logan had started, just talking about random stuff,
Sure.
and then it kind of came up to UFOs, and then the Zimbabwe case. And I know I'm kind of familiar with your puppet theory.
Yeah. Well, let me just talk about that briefly. It's not actually my puppet theory. It's by a guy called Gideon Reed, and he kind of came up with it after his children were involved in a school exercise where they simulated a fake UFO landing, something they do in the UK apparently. And he got very interested in the Ariel school case because of the kind of the way his children kind of I guess invented details in their memories about their own encounter, which they knew wasn't real. So he became fascinated in the Ariel school case, and he's spent a lot of time looking into it. And for some reason, he hit on this puppet idea, which I don't really think is super plausible. But I thought it was interesting, and he did a lot of work into it. He tracked down visiting people who were puppet troops in Zimbabwe at that time. Got lots of photos of the types of puppets that they use, and tried to correlate that with what the kids saw. So it was he put a lot of effort into it. So he asked me if I would share it on Twitter, and so I did. And I knew that obviously it would get mocked immediately because it sounds ridiculous, which is what I said in my tweet. And so I tried to phrase it as should we consider these alternative hypotheses? But it's not something that I'm trying to promote as an actual hypothesis. It's more kind of a thought experiment as to should we actually talk about these things. And obviously, a lot of people very strongly that it was too ridiculous out of the gate, and there's a lot of strong reaction against it, which I understand. So yeah, that's where it is.
Yeah, and I noticed, at least in myself, that sometimes I can have a kind of visceral reaction
Sure.
to some form, and I think you're right. We should absolutely entertain it, because I think we were actually talking about the Skinny Bob case just a minute ago, and Tupac was he was saying the CGI is kind of a little off, and I'm down to buy that, and I could see it absolutely being a puppet. I have a harder time with the Zimbabwe case, however, because there was so many kids. I think you at this point it would have came out if it was a puppet show.
Yeah, you think.
And
So in
along with the other evidence, and the other experiencers, I know it all adds up.
No, I totally understand that perspective, and I don't really have like that specific of a theory in the Zimbabwe case. Like I think
What
something happened there, that
do
some
you
kids
think?
saw something, and it kind of grew from that somehow. Like, and then there was the types of interviews tended to kind of reinforce their narratives, and it kind of grew into these false memories. But
But wasn't it a lot of kids?
it was,
I
but
don't remember the
it
exact.
was about, I think, about a third of the kids in the school reported seeing something. But you think, if a ship of some sort was descending from the skies, it's kind of difficult to imagine how everybody wouldn't have seen that. Of course, you can always come up with reasons like it's kind of a stealthy ship or something like that. But we're talking about like essentially a relatively it's a minority of the kids in the school. But yeah, it is a lot. It definitely is a lot.
Yeah,
But,
and I could definitely see it being a minority if a small group of kids
yeah.
was off over there. But correct me if I'm wrong, did the Greys use telepathy at all
The
with the
Greys,
kids?
you mean
I say Greys
in the
because yeah.
aerial school encounters? That's something that
Yes, sorry.
didn't come up until John Mack arrived on the scene, and he got that out of the kids. I don't think.
Let me ask you something real quick.
Okay.
Chase, have you seen the Aerial School movie? Or has anybody here seen the Aerial School movie? You've seen it, right, man?
Yeah.
I actually
Okay.
haven't, because yeah. So I'm a little off base here, I will say.
What did you? I mean, do you have a point about that?
Yeah, I haven't.
I think Sam actually. I want to get to Sam real quick. I think Sam might actually have a question for you.
Okay.
What's up, Mick? Good to talk to you.
You too, Sam.
Yeah, my name is Sam. So, like, I've never said this before, but I've always been on the fence about this school sighting. I just have. But like, not that like nothing happened or that the kids made it up, but that like it's happened so far, like in the past.
Yeah.
And there was so much media coverage about it. I'm fully aware of how psychologically how that affects people, and how plastic the mind of a child kind of really can be, and how much impressions can be left on a kid's mind from experiences that kind of seem like bigger than themselves. And I'm not talking about the sighting. I'm talking about the coverage afterwards, the attention paid to them afterwards.
Yeah.
So like, I don't put a lot of weight into that like story as a myth, but I do think it is an event. I personally think something did happen. I don't think it was puppets, but I'm curious, like, as someone who's on the fence about this or whatever, like, and I'm also, I want to say, like, I really appreciate you making, your case clear today and saying exactly like what you thought, why you shared that puppet theory, and that you knew that you were going to catch some flack for it.
Indeed. I hesitated quite a bit about whether I should do it. If I could just very briefly, like on that, there's an interesting historical analog, which is the swamp gas case. And anybody who's like, been in ufology, you hear of the trope of swamp gas as being the explanation, and it's really interesting if you look into where that came from, and you watch the actual interview with J.L. and Hynek giving that explanation, because you can tell he knows that he's going to get mocked for doing this. And he goes to great lengths to say, this is just an explanation that I'm hypothesizing for one possible case with two sets of witnesses, and that's it. It doesn't apply to any other case. and I don't intend it to mean anything more than this hypothesis. And it goes on and on. But of course, everybody starts mocking him immediately, and it becomes this big
So,
joke.
Mick, I
So I
want to
kind of knew
add,
that would happen.
I
like
was still
the other day, there was a guy. I will say I understand what you're saying there. There was a guy who came on, was talking about flat Earth. You know, it's kind of hard to entirely buy that, but in a different aspect, the flat Earth hypothesis makes sense from the, let's say, perspective of a photon that's moving at light speed. Everything will be basically one dimensional. So I think, you know, you kind of have to look at things sometimes from multiple different angles. And I think the one thing that stands out with the Zimbabwe case is I feel like there would have been tire marks or foot marks or something.
Yeah, if there
Chase,
was.
can I finish my question real quick?
Yeah, sorry, Sam.
No, you're good. So like, I'm curious as to not like your level of belief, right, on are aliens real or whatever. Clearly, it's in a limbo state where you're kind of, you know, you're waiting for evidence. It seems like, I don't want to do any speaking for you, but like when you come up against this reaction from the community, are you at all confused as to why it's happening, or what is your take on why the reaction is the way it is?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm confused. I think there's probably a number of reasons as to why it's happening. I mean, I think one, at the very simplest level, is like someone mentioned, is a visceral reaction, because a lot of people in the UFO community are experiencers, or perhaps no one experiencer, but you know, a lot of people have had at least a UFO sighting, and they feel that that was a genuine encounter with an anomalous thing, and that if I come along and I start debunking cases and like saying this isn't real, then just it feels almost like a personal attack, because it makes it seem like I'm saying that UFOs are not real and therefore you have made a mistake or you are crazy or whatever like that. So I can understand that type of visceral reaction, and I try to steer away from it and say I'm just focusing on this one case and I'm not trying to go to other people's cases. But of course, that doesn't always come across, especially on Twitter.
Yeah, and I can definitely see how that's hard to separate. So, you know, I appreciate you at least taking the time to talk and go through it, because I myself am not an experiencer, and you know, it's so I do understand where you're coming from, especially when, you know, you're hearing some of these stories that sound absolutely just insane. I think I want to get to Old Vet real quick.
Well, let me just quickly do the second part of my answer there, which, you know, I think that there perhaps are some other, you know, I view that as being an entirely honest response. Like someone has this reaction that they feel like I'm attacking them. But I think there's also, to a degree, I don't really know how much, there are some people who feel like that, you know, I'm a detriment to the cause of disclosure, and that it's kind of like fair game to attack me and, you know, portray my positions in a way that I don't actually mean them. And, you know, obviously that's something that people don't do overtly, but I think there are
You
sometimes
kind of like
people
unintentionally occupy a space for
it's kind of like,
experiencers
you know,
and
when people
believers.
make constant references to seagulls, and now of course they'll probably make constant references to puppets, and for a while there was like the school bus full of hippies thing, and you know, these aren't like these are misrepresentations of my positions. And it could just be misunderstandings, or it could be just me not communicating very well, but it feels like people are kind of taking what I'm saying and kind of deliberately misunderstanding it, because they feel like, you know, it's better for the community if I'm marginalized. You know, it's a bit of a conspiracy
Can I give
theory, I
you a
would say.
little? Can I give you a tiny bit of feedback? Because I think that you're right. I mean, obviously this is your impression, but like there is some defensiveness, I think, from the community, because it's a lifestyle. Like believing in UFOs and looking for answers has become kind of its own hobby, its own lifestyle, right?
Yeah.
So any kind of resistance to that, you're going to be attacking people's, like, you know, their personality, and they're going to take it very personal. So there's that. But I will say that as just a person who respects you, and like, you know, I try not to pile on when people are doing it, because I really think a critical mind is important. And I like you. I think you're a funny guy, but like,
thanks.
Are you aware? If not, I'll just say it. It seems at times that you're looked down on the UFO community. You look down on people who are believers first. Now, is that true? If not, that's the impression I get. I don't know if anybody else is, but I think that's causing a certain tainting or painting of your
Right.
perspective, because it's coming across as like you just look down on people who aren't like.
That certainly isn't, what I feel. Like, I think there's a wide variety of people in the UFO community, and just like in any community, and some of them are very intelligent, and some of them are just regular people, and very intelligent people can make mistakes, and I don't view that as looking down on someone, because someone like, say, Gary Nolan. He's obviously super intelligent. He's got like degrees, and he's like a professor, and he's a teacher. He's got patents and published papers.
Nobel Prize nominated.
Yeah, he's got lots of stuff going on, but he's also kind of a UFO experiencer, and he kind of believes in Jacques Vallée's trickster hypothesis, which seems to me to be a bit unlikely. But I don't look down on him for that. I respect
But
all of the stuff
he
he
also
does.
does have, he has evidence. He's going through brain scans, looking through.
Sure. Yeah.
And I understand some of those are Havana syndrome from other sources that aren't UAP or UFOs. Like, I'm not really worried about those at all. Those, after a certain point, it's thrown out. Once we can determine it's human, I get it.
Well, I suppose he's not really representative of the UFO community. There, I was giving him an example of someone as super smart guy, but I
Right.
think just like for the regular, I don't know, rank and file, if you will, of the UFO community, I think they're just ordinary people.
Yeah.
Just like
But to your
my
point,
friends and
Mick,
family.
like we have Gary Nolan. You use him as an example, so I'll comment on it. Like, you referenced all of his accomplishments and his credentials as a scientist, and then said that, like, but then he believes in this theory that Jacques Vallée believes in, and I think that's highly unlikely. But like to Chase's point, do you think that any of those credentials, any of his expertise, any of his studies, any of his his experiences with these cases, do you think that lends to his belief?
Sure.
And
Definitely.
like, because
You
to
mean
me
it
it
adds
does.
credence to his belief? Yeah, it makes it seem, obviously more likely that someone's correct if they've got a lot of, if it was just some plumber telling me this, it would be far less
But beyond the
convincing.
fact that he's a smart guy, he's doing specific work in this field.
Yeah. He hasn't produced any results yet that are, really definitively point to anything. It's like he's found some statistical correlations with a fairly small group of people in the brain study stuff.
Yeah, and I
and
think
the
I think
isotope
he'll come
ratios.
out with some more evidence at some point, and I
Yeah,
look
which would be
forward to
great.
what he comes out with. I do want to get to Old Vet because I think he has a question for you, Mick.
Sure.
Shane.
Hey, what's up, Mick? I just sent you a DM a few minutes ago. I just wanted to point out to everybody that I give him shit like everybody else, but it's super important what he does. As someone who's had an experience, this rabbit hole you can jump into, everything becomes that shit, right? And I'll tell you right now, Mick, I can tell you why people do that. When you become, I guess you call yourself an experiencer, you're not going to have a whole lot of friends outside of this community. So it's just a gang load. They jump on, they're all fighting for, that same type of thing. Doesn't mean they're right. It's not always good. I appreciate what you do, man. And I just wanted to ask you this. What would it take to convince Mick West this is real?
Well, I mean, it is real. There are unidentified flying objects. What you're really asking is convince me that there's some kind of, I guess, non-human entity. Would that be like what you would mean? I think I would have to have strong evidence that shows something doing something that humans can't do, and that would be something that's it'd have to be unambiguous, like video from two locations showing something moving, two well vetted sources showing something moving in a way so you can triangulate it and you can figure out the velocity, and it shows it moving at whatever, 100,000 miles per hour and stopping on a dime and something like that. The things are supposedly seen doing on radar, or to get something like video correlated with radar. We have kind of cases like that historically, but we didn't really have the radar data. We have like basically eyewitness accounts of
So
that radar data.
there's good reasons that we don't see the radar data. They
Sure,
don't want to
yeah,
give
no, I
away certain
understand that. I
secrets,
understand
and
that. Yeah, but that's the problem, though. So you're asking what would it take to convince me? Like, if say like 20 people got a photo of a UFO hovering, anywhere basically, that would
so
be good, or
Mick,
3 people perhaps.
I know a
Yeah.
couple people that
What
see.
about the Phoenix Lights? That's a pretty good one, right?
Yeah, that's good. That's what you need. But the Phoenix Lights probably was like a military exercise, flares and planes, and it's very difficult
That
to
definitely
prove it
happens, but
wasn't.
that's true.
So
Well, yeah,
it
it's
you
just
have
not good evidence.
Mick, can we go through actually? I want to real quick. I want to kind of pause the room a second. I want to ask you about the Tony Hawk game because look,
Hey, you know what?
Off
Before we
topic.
get into
that
that,
is
people have been waiting
Oh,
for like a while now, like especially Nora, and let them ask their question real quick, and then we'll get back to that.
yeah. We don't want to spend too much time on that because this is a UFO room.
let's get to Nora
Nora, you want
then.
to go ahead and ask your question?
Yeah, sorry, I kept getting disconnected. First of all, I want to say thanks, Mick, for joining. I appreciate you joining the conversation. And I was just wondering, has there been any one particular case that you were reviewing that just kind of like kept you up at night that you couldn't write off? Something
funny.
that was peculiar in your
I
eyes?
say, I say that's funny because I was up at night yesterday or last night, so it's like 3 a.m, looking at the gimbal case still because it's the gimbal video. It's one of those cases that is not solved. Yeah, I think I've discovered some things about the video and plausible hypotheses for whether it's rotating or not, but it's not solved as to what it is.
What's the most confusing aspect for you? Because I know you talk about the parallax theory quite a bit, and I'm kind of familiar with that.
Yeah, well, I guess how do you correlate it with the eyewitness testimony, which is the audio of the video, but also Ryan Graves' account later, where he talks about seeing a fleet on the essay page. It's this top-down page, it's different from the actual video. And this fleet was following around, and they said it was 10 miles. But if you put, I wrote this simulator, and if you put that into the simulator, it doesn't really work. It gives a very weird path. But then there's also a straight line path, which is further out, which fits a jet. But that would mean that they would have to kind of misalign the Atelier camera, which people say is very unlikely. So it's very difficult, excuse me, it's very difficult to kind of get everything to work and fit all the facts of the case. But even stranger one, of course, is the David Fravor case. That one is pretty much just eyewitness accounts. We don't have any real data other than the one video which came later. But it's very difficult to kind of, for one, say reconcile.
We also have Kevin Day's testimony about the multiple.
We do, but you talked. Kevin Day says things like the Tic Tac did a barrel roll around Fravor's plane before it went down to the ocean surface. And Kevin Day, unfortunately, has been a bit variable in the stories that he's told over the years. So it's hard to know exactly.
And it is possible that it's some memories get a little twisted.
Definitely,
as you're saying, and I think we have to just kind of. David Fravor and Alex Dietrich had 2 separate vantage points, and 2 separate people. That's the most convincing thing for me.
Yeah.
And truthfully, that is what broke me over the edge. And so after that point, I realized that there was something weird out there.
But they also had 2 different recollections as well, as to how long the events took from the merge plot event to the thing flying away event. Like Fravor says it was 5 minutes, and Dietrich says it was 10 seconds.
And so that might play into the time dilation aspect.
Yeah, I mean, you can. That's
but
the thing, though. You're having to
wanna...
add this complex explanation to something when perhaps it's just that they misremember it, or one of them misremembers it.
Yeah, it's I guess anything's possible. I want to get to throwaway real quick.
Hey, yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Mick, thank you so much for coming into the space, first of all. I think it's important that we have voices like yours. I know that I disagree with you at times, and I think that that is healthy. So thank you for coming in, and thank you for doing what you do. I would ask you, what do you mentioned? I think you're great at helping define standards of evidence and how do we analyze the evidence, and that's the discussion that you are helping to engender, right? And I think that's great. But you did mention standards of evidence, and you mentioned essentially multimodal sensors and data corroborated by multiple things. UAPX is doing that, right? That's what they have is multimodal sensor data. They've released some of their information. I know you disagree with some of their analysis. I saw some discussion between you and Dr. Newth. What do you think, though, about their general approach to data and the data that they are getting? Is this sufficient to, like, if we have this kind of data, is that sufficient to, of a body of evidence to make conclusions, in your opinion, right?
It depends. It kind of depends what the data shows. Like have you seen A Terror in the Sky?
I have seen it, yes.
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to be a bit of a sensationalized account of what they're doing, but you see that they have basically three vantage points, like one on Catalina Island, one I think on Laguna Beach around there, and then another one somewhere else, the mobile one. And that's what you need. You need to be able to triangulate things, because if you're just seeing something on a two-dimensional image, it becomes very hard to figure out what it's doing in 3D space. So if something appears to move fast, it could be something that's fairly closer to the camera, and it's just an illusion. But if you have that from two different angles, you can prove that would actually it is actually moving. I think the problem they're having is it's difficult when you've got two things that are so far apart to get a confirmed lock on the same object, and I don't think they really have a definitive set of data that shows an object doing something that's unambiguously non-human yet. But certainly it's the right approach.
Yeah, and I will agree with you, Mick, that. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, I'm glad that we are coming together on some of these things, right? And your perspective, right? You're more of a layperson like us, like most of us here, right? So it's great to help us.
I would say I've got is I'm good at 3D math. Well, reasonably good. I was struggling a little bit last night, but because I'm a game programmer. It's my background. Long time ago.
Yep. Well, and
I do a lot of 3D coordinate geometry.
I'm by the way, I'm also in the video game industry. It's a wonderful industry to be in.
Yeah.
It's also interesting though, because potential explanations like 4D beings, right? If we are further reducing these interactions down to 2 dimensions that we're trying to analyze this on, it might make sense that some of these things are fuzzy, right? Assuming that that is a potential explanation. We don't know that, right? Just purely speaking in hypotheticals, but it could help make sense of some of this evidence potentially. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is that if you start hypotheticalizing into unknowns, it kind of opens the door for you to kind of say anything is possible. It's almost like an appeal to magic. It's saying, what if there are 4-dimensional beings? We don't understand how that would work. And then you're basically saying anything is possible at that point. It's a bit like Jack Vallet's approach.
we don't understand how things work.
We don't. But you can't really use that as an explanation then.
I think I get where you're coming from.
And you are correct there. Yeah, it's not an explanation. Sorry. Real quick, I want to get to oddly specific. I think everybody wants to ask Mick some questions, so I want to give everybody an opportunity. So I actually lost track of who exactly is in rotation. It might be Jules. So Jules, if I skipped you, I apologize. So I just go oddly.
Yeah, go for Jules. I think it's Jules, and then Oddly, and then Tuvok, right? Yeah, Jules.
There we go. Jules.
Hi, Mick. Thanks for joining.
Hey, Jules.
I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions, actually, about your criticisms with the with the aerial school phenomenon. I wanted to know whether you'd considered the Pembrokeshire incident in Wales, the Westall one in Australia, and there was another one in Miami, Florida as well, sort of around about the same time period, and also if you were aware of in the first documentaries that came out about Ariel School, John Mack talked about some sort of local legends and myths about little beings that had been around for quite a while, and whether that had sort of come into your views on it.
Yeah, I must admit I haven't really looked at the other school sightings, but I would suspect that they're probably similar. And then you're probably thinking the same thing, but perhaps from a different perspective. Like there probably are some kind of contact of some sort. But I think it's probably a similar type of thing, a type of. I kind of struggle to think of a way of framing it without it seem like I'm insulting the children, but something that essentially a mistaken belief that has arisen amongst a group. But no, I'm sorry, I really haven't looked into the other schools stuff, and I hesitated to look into Ariel because it is just eyewitnesses, and I'm much more into the video stuff, and I know it's very, I don't know, contentious.
Yeah, and I
But
think
I did eventually, really, because so many people asked me to, but I haven't looked into the other ones. And then the other thing you asked, I think, the local legends about small people, kind of like there are in many places. I can't remember what they're called, like the chokers or something, chokies or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's. I mean, I guess you can look at that in two ways. Either it's evidence that such beings exist, or it's a local legend that would influence the way some of the children would perceive the story or the narrative that they're talking about. They might interpret it as these little kind of goblin type creatures or whatever they are, local legends. So it's it certainly plays a part one way or another.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
I just wondered if you were appearing in court, and you were working to a burden of proof with some of what you investigate, which burden of proof would you be working towards? Beyond all reasonable doubt, criminal burden of proof, or most likely probable, which is the civil burden of proof?
Well, I think it kind of depends on what the actual case is. I mean, when I'm investigating a UFO video, I'm trying to figure out what it actually is. Failing that, what's the most likely thing, and then what's the second most likely thing, and what's on the list.
What do you
Sometimes you
think?
can't do it.
What do you think that these things should be working towards? Obviously,
I don't
at some
think
point,
that.
someone's got to decide on a burden of proof where it
Well,
is
so.
accepted.
it's a bit of a vague question because for the entire field of are UFOs real or just this Ariel School case or individual UFO cases, like I wouldn't go into a court and try to make an argument that UFOs are non-human intelligences or vice versa. I mean, that's kind of more of a debate society type thing because we don't really have the evidence. So I'm not really sure what you're asking.
So I think let's move to Oddly real quick. Sorry, Jules. I I don't really follow legal lingo. I'll be honest. Oddly, do you want to?
Hey Mick, thanks for being here. I was just wondering. I try to look at your tweets, and I'm not really married to any explanation. I have had an experience, but I'm wondering whether or not you have any motivation, or if any of your motivation is to attempt to pry more data out of the people who are making claims. And the reason I ask is, it seems to me that there's a red line. We've been told time and time again that they display the 5 observables, and as far as I can tell, we haven't seen any video displaying that. And I think that's what you were saying earlier, right? There's no video vetted evidence.
An ambiguous video.
Yeah. So I guess that's my question to you. Is part of this also to try to motivate the people that make these claims to put up that evidence of the 5 observables?
I guess I don't really have a specific, person in mind. I'm not really. That's not really what I'm doing. And like when I talk about it, I'm generally trying to solve cases. When I tweet, I'm sometimes just making comments or raising issues. I would obviously like get more evidence. Like the the videos. Obviously, if there's longer versions of the videos, that would be great. I was trying to get that photo of a star from Gary Nolan. Like it was something that he showed, I think, or talked about on the Tucker Carlson show, and so I was asking him if he could get the original photo to me, but he unfortunately got a bit upset with me about the puppet thing, and now he's blocked me and he's refusing to release this thing. But yeah, it'd be great to get more data, and that's always an issue. But I think in most cases we have all the data in these cases. In the smaller cases, like what people post on MUFON or whatever.
Well, I think we can
was
always collect new data as well.
Sure, but for something that's happened in the past, it's often you could perhaps go there and recreate the
So,
scene.
can I ask you this real quick? What's stopping you then from going out to some of these experiencers and videotaping at multiple angles to disprove, or not disprove, let's say, but prove that it is something that can be normally explained?
Well, you see, if there was a situation that I could go into where people were getting these verifiable things time after time, why haven't they done this triangulation? Why don't they take videos from multiple viewpoints? If it's
So, from
something,
my understanding, they don't have the resources or really the right skill set necessarily to video these things properly. Like, I know I couldn't video something nearly as well as
see, if there's a light in the
Tupac.
sky, though, if it's just a light in the sky, it's not that hard to video because it will show up on an iPhone. So you could set up two iPhones like half a mile apart or something like that. And if you know that you can do whatever, you can summon these things and have them reliably show up, then you can triangulate it. You can get video of lights in the sky from two vantage points. You'll know what the vantage points are because the iPhones record GPS data. You might have some difficulty like getting the right alignment, but you can use stars for that. So do it on a night where, say, Venus is going to be in your field of view. It's
All
not
right,
that complicated.
so
They could ask me
I
how
hear
to
you,
do
Mick.
it.
Yeah, I hear you.
But I think my reason I don't do things like that is that I really think it's unlikely that something will happen. It's kind of the reason part of the reason I didn't originally go to Skinwalker Ranch. The other part was that it was during the pandemic that I was first invited. I don't really think anything's going to happen if I go there, and it'll be quite a long and arduous trip. And but now I will go there if Brandon will have me now. But yeah, if someone's got some guaranteed repeatable event, then science is not that difficult to apply to it.
So I hear you. I want to let
Hey, you know what? I want to interject for just a minute about Skinwalker Ranch. Mick, I have a question about if the phenomenon is real, how much fear do you have of it?
Well, that's a kind of a loaded question because I don't know what it is if it's real. So you're saying if there's an unknown thing which is real,
This
how much
the
fear do you have?
Skinwalker phenomenon. Everything they
Right.
say about
So
Skinwalker, if it's all true,
that's pretty
pretend it's all
scary.
true.
No, that's very frightening. I mean, that's werewolves coming through portals. There's blue orbs that go through people's bodies and cause like internal injuries. There's hitchhikers that follow them home and mess with their cars, and there's radiation burns and there's head injuries. There's all kinds of stuff that if
I wouldn't
it was
go
an
to the
actual
Skinwalker
phenomena,
Ranch personally.
yeah, it's. I mean, I don't really see the good evidence that that's true. And they go there all the time and film a TV show, and Brandon goes there without any fear. And lots of scientists go and visit there. Lots of famous people go there. It's like
So Mick,
I can't remember. It was like The Weekend or somebody was there a while ago.
do you have any legitimate?
Hey, sorry, Diego. If you can throw your hand up and just wait your turn. We have a couple people in line, and I want to get to actually Tupac up there real quick. He's been patiently waiting, and then down to Todd. So if you just pop your hand up, we'll get around to you. Thank you, Diego. Sam.
Oh, what's up, guys? I want to say thanks again for hosting the space, and thank you, Mick, for sticking around and answering questions. This is really cool. You referenced a couple times now the work of Jacques Vallée, and his conclusions is kind of like not the example that you like to go by, to put it lightly. But in my opinion, he's collecting a lot of data from different points, and I thought that you'd have a lot of kinship with him because he's looking at this from a bigger picture perspective, and he's looking at like, okay, well, like if all of these events are hard to determine if they happened or not, and all we really have is his experience or stories, a handful of photographs, a ton of reports. What is going on? And he's looking at it as like a human psychological, like what could be going on, bigger picture. And so, do you have any bigger picture ideas, like outside of aliens visiting, like why humans are experiencing this phenomena, why these reports are continuing? Do you have any psychological theories or anything like that?
I think it's probably a variety of things. I think there are like things floating around in the airspace, and I think there are probably common ways in which people misperceive things. When I think it was the British were researching Foo Fighters from the Second World War, they were hypothesizing a couple of different things. One of which was a very rare form of plasma that occurred at certain altitudes that they used for bomber runs. And the other is that the pilots often went for days without sleep, and they were on essentially meth, some kind of stimulant, speed, that was keeping them awake. And it was perhaps a common type of hallucination. And those are just two examples just for that one particular case. But I think overall, over the entire field, it's kind of like what they say in the UAP report, that UAP generally represent a number of different things. The airborne clutter, meteorological effects, like technological things and other things. So I don't really think that it is one phenomenon, and I think it's perhaps a mistake for people to say, "What do you think the phenomenon is?" when really it's probably going to be lots of different. It's almost certainly going to be lots of different things.
Yeah,
right. But have you put any thought into the idea, like what is causing the surge in sightings or the surge in disbelief?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a number of things. Like one is just technology. There are a lot more drones now, and also a lot better cameras, and so you're able to capture things that are at a longer distance. And also, there's been this huge wave of publicity spiking in 2020 around the time of the 60 Minutes episode, which reached a large number of people, and belief in UFOs has spiked like 15-20% or something like that. So a lot more people are interested in it. So a lot more people are looking in the skies, or they are seeing things and then they think, oh yeah, I was seeing about UFOs, maybe that's a UFO. So I think probably there's not actually more activity in the sky except for things like drones, but people are just being a lot more aware. And if I could just very briefly talk about Jacques Vallée, like you said, I would have some affinity with him because he does a lot of work collecting data. That's kind of true in that he does do a lot of good work. But I think the difference is that he is far more prone than I am to take an eyewitness account as an exact account of what actually happened. And one example that's come up recently is related to this star UFO thing. There's this French woman, took this photo. Kids took a photo of a UFO, and it came out as a star instead of the disk that they expected. But Vallée points out that she had an earlier event where a mark appeared on her hip, a little kind of crosshair mark, and then he talked about how these crosshair marks had been occurring to women, mostly women, across Europe and France mostly. There's over 200, 300 cases, and I've looked at a lot of them. And he said he doesn't know what it is. Maybe it's something like a sign from Atlantis or something like that. But the simplest explanation for that is that particular mark was a hairdryer burn. And the woman actually, the people investigating this knew that this type of mark was often attributed to hairdryer. So they asked her, what hairdryer do you use? And she said the model of the hairdryer, and I looked it up. It's something that I don't think they actually did. And the mark on her hip matches exactly with the grill on the front of the model of the hairdryer that she owned. But I think, Vallée explicitly discounted this hairdryer hypothesis. Now, it kind of sounds kind of silly. It's like the puppet hair hypothesis, the hairdryer hypothesis. But if you look into it, these marks just look exactly like hairdryer burns.
And these marks, can you describe their shape? I mean, are they very complex? Are they simple geometric
No,
shapes? Are they?
it's like, say, 2 or 3 circles with crossed lines going through the middle of them. Sometimes with the center circle open. Yeah, you can just do a Google search for like weird hairdryer burns or something like that, and you'll probably come up with examples. You'll probably get to the
It looks
Metapod
just like
thread now.
crosshairs.
Essentially, yeah, they look like crosshairs. But if you look at the front of a hairdryer, that's what it looks like. They vary. Most modern hairdryers now have horizontal slats, but
Yeah, I saw the photo you posted. I thought it was very compelling. And my only my only question would be like, because of the simplicity of the shape, it would be really hard to determine if that's the, you know what I mean? Like, not hard, it wouldn't be impossible. And I think your hypothesis is very sound. But I'm just saying, like, because of it's simple, like a circle with a cross on it.
Well, it's more than that. Just actually 2 concentric circles with a cross, and the shape of the grill is actually slightly domed, so that when it comes into contact with your skin, you will always get a partial mark, which is what actually happened with her. You know, it's kind of like a third of the thing, and depending on how deeply it presses into the skin, you get more or less. And you'll see there's hundreds of cases, and they've drawn little diagrams of them all, and they all look like hairdryer grills, and yet the valet basically says no, they're not. They're not hairdryer grills because, and then he dismisses it basically with no good reasoning. And I think his motivation is that he doesn't want to contradict the memory of the eyewitnesses, and you know his eyewitness there basically says she doesn't remember.
That's certainly possible. I do want to get over. I think it was Zim, or no, it was Todd, then Zim, and then Diego. Todd, you have a question?
Yeah. Hey, Mick. I just wondered. I seen Dr. Taylor come out a couple weeks ago and do an interview that he did the math and calculated the blinking lights of the famous pyramid triangle. But I heard on the Weinstein interview you said you had conversations with him. Can you give us any detail of those conversations you had with him, the conclusions? And I also wondered, what are your thoughts of the 3 videos? The famous 3 videos, Gimbal, FLIR, and Go Fast, because they're all in U.S. training military areas, but I don't see you really invoking the U.S. military tech theory. Thank you very much.
Well, it's a broad range of questions, but like the Travis Taylor thing, yeah, like there was a conference a while back. I think it was called Disclosure in the Desert, or UFO Disclosure in the Desert. And hang on, I just need to pause for a second because my wife has just come back and I need to just do something real quick.
No problem.
So I'm just going to pause and I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Talk amongst yourselves.
That's so cool that he's joined and is answering all these questions. I think that's pretty cool that he's doing this.
Yeah, and
it's badass.
I'm driving right now, guys. So just kind of keep it moving. I want everybody to get an opportunity to make a quick question.
I'm back.
Yeah, I'm jump
Logan,
and if anyone else wants to pop up, so since a few of us already asked questions, let's make some room for other people.
Yeah, where was I was talking about? Travis Taylor, yeah. So Travis Taylor emailed me before he appeared at Disclosure in the Desert, and I think he wanted to run by a couple of things by me, and he did. Asked me some questions about Gimbal. I can't remember exactly what they were. But then he did his presentation at Disclosure in the Desert, and it was like a bunch of different analyses. And he referenced me quite a bit. So I thought, like, I should kind of look into this because he's saying, like, this debunks Mick's theories. But what I found was he made a lot of mistakes in that presentation. And they're not super complicated mistakes. Like, there was one part where he was talking about using interference fringes. Like he said, there was a part of the gimbal video where you could see these kind of sinusoidal, like little fringes on the object, and he said that's because of some kind of internal misalignment of the camera. You could use this technique that they use for resolving binary stars to figure out how big or how far away this thing was. But the problem was that twofold. The video he was using wasn't actually the original video. It was a version that was from, I think, Mystery Wire, George